and a group of misty flowers gathered for a fight to the death. At the head stood a man nicknamed Undead, who could not die so easily. The berserker, who lived only for killing monsters, looked up. Around him, the eyes of the creatures that lived in the unconquered depths of the abyss glowed red. The hero pulled the sword out of the corpse. Then he looked away furiously. 3 more creatures were moving towards him, because this was the place where he could end his 32 years of life. The guy rushed to attack. He moved quickly. The first of the monsters was defeated. The tail of the reptile approached noisily. The warrior turned around tensely. The creature bit his hand. Yunha clenched his teeth in pain. But suddenly he slipped. A bright column of light pierced the monster. The creature unclenched its jaws, releasing his hand. At the same time, the head of the reptile flew away. A muscular monster stepped forward. It was enormous. The creature roared. The hero rushed to attack. The trajectory of the sword passed through the jaws. But the monster gnawed the weapon. The warrior hesitated for a moment, realizing what had happened. It cost him a missed blow from the enemy. Yunha hit the floor, but after a swift maneuver, he was back on his feet. The guy straightened up with difficulty. Waiting for the attack, he created a sword. The monster was inexorably approaching. The weapon was almost ready. And just before the creature threw, Yunha was able to defeat it. The brute roared for the last time, and fell with a crash. The berserker caught his breath. He turned around. Corpses lay on the floor. Not believing himself, the protagonist concluded that they were all dead. The guy began to form a new sword, when his gaze fell on another. Drops of blood fell from its blade. The warrior moved forward, convincing himself that it did not matter now. He clenched his teeth harder, declaring that he himself could handle the boss. The guy approached the gate. And with a crash, he opened it. The protagonist entered, and found himself in pitch darkness. The berserker raised his head up, feeling that the enemy was nearby. A red slit appeared in the darkness. It quickly turned into a huge fiery eye. At the same moment, the warrior was defeated. He was thrown to the side by a powerful blast wave. Falling, he lost his weapon. The protagonist opened his mouth in pain. Yunha found himself in a sitting position. A crazy smile appeared on his lips. He could hardly say that this is what his grave looked like. The guy looked up for the last time, concluding to himself that the enemy was too strong and at the moment humanity was not able to defeat the master of the abyss. He sat at the base of the column, arguing that it was not so bad to die in the depths of a dungeon that no one could clear. Tears streamed down the girl's cheeks. She demanded that the guy not die. Yunha turned his head. Yujung tried to heal him. The hero was surprised to see her alive. She brought her hands to his stomach. Blood was pouring out of the warrior's mouth. He asked what she was doing, demanding that the girl save herself. But she screamed furiously, ordering him to shut up and assuring him that she would save him. Yujung could hardly see anything through her tears, thinking that despite the injury, her friend miraculously remained alive. Her eyes lit up with the realization that her miracle could help him. The berserker's eyes began to roll back and the last thoughts appeared in his head that he was really dying. First, the image of Yujung appeared. The guy regretted and asked for forgiveness for leaving her alone. Then Baekryun appeared in his head, worried about her, since she had just become an adult. Suddenly, Yujung screamed again that she would not let him die and turn back time. Her palms began to shine with a golden light, and the girl was ready to pay any price to save her beloved. The golden pillar fell on the hero. The last words he heard were a declaration of love. A bright flash of light illuminated the space. A man and a woman leaned towards the protagonist, asking him to look at them. A moment later, the faces of the people became more clearly visible. There was a baby in the crib. The woman, leaning towards the crib, reproached the man for waking the child, and the protagonist could not understand what was happening, assuming that these were memories. At that moment, the woman, waving her hand, called herself Mom, and the man, pointing his finger at himself, called himself Dad. The child's hand reached forward and firmly grabbed the mother's finger. She smiled tenderly, asking why the baby wanted to take her hand. The dad said upset that he also had fingers. The baby looked away, realizing that these were not memories, because he was able not only to observe, but also to move his body at will, and this meant that he did not die, but returned to the past. He widened his eyes, thinking that it was impossible. Then the boy remembered Yujung, who activated the miracle before his death, and since her abilities are on the level of the 12 zodiacs, it is not surprising that she was able to turn back time. The parents watched the child with affection, catching the resemblance to them. The baby looked at them, reasoning that he did not think to see them alive again. A terrible picture arose in his head, how his parents died during the invasion of monsters when the hero was 6 years old. He stretched out his childish palm up, thinking that he would use this chance and change the future with his own hands. And he clenched his pen into a fist. The baby in the suit looked ahead, reasoning that although he retained his memories before the regression, now he is still a child. He lay on the rug surrounded by baby things, realizing that he should live like a baby. The child stretched out his hand, straining his frail body. It was a sideways roll. A girl stood next to him, encouraging him. Yuna, his sister, clenched her hands into fists in impatience. A family photo appeared in his head. The protagonist reasoned that he remembered the baby even less than his parents, except for one incident. It was a memory of his sister comforting him in a broken car. The boy's eyes widened. He clearly remembered Yuna's words on the day they lost their parents. And now the girl clapped her hands joyfully, rejoicing at her brother's success. She picked him up in her arms, hugged him tightly and praised him. At 9 months, Yunho was practicing mana diffusion with concentration. He recalled that before the regression, he had many problems due to the small amount of mana in his body, so he only used it from time to time. His sister interrupted him. The protagonist glanced sideways at her. The girl had an incredible amount of mana. She grabbed his hands, while the hero thought that such a quantity could cause an overflow, and this was dangerous to health, so he should teach her control before the critical moment. Yuna led him forward, helping him practice walking. The grown-up Yunha looked ahead. One day, Yuna brought her brother to the playground, which she happily told everyone. The children were happy to see her and invited her to join them. The boy, standing behind his sister, noted that she was popular not only with children, but also with adults, unlike him. An older girl approached them and called the child by name. She was nice, but her posture was unfriendly. The girl, frowning, said that he should not have come. The boy, slightly turning his head towards her, said that he was dragged there by force, calling the offender Fat Minji. Then he turned away and covered his ears, because the girl was screaming loudly, and he continued to call her names. Everyone gathered around Yuna, deciding what to play. Yunha looked away, heavily reasoning that he should not play with children, because he was already 36 years old. His sister called him with a smile. Then, bending down, she said that he would be playing this game for the first time and she would teach him everything. The boy, looking at his interlocutor, decided that everything was not so bad, since he could see her smile. They were returning home under the setting sun. Yunha, examining himself with displeasure, declared, to the laughter of his sister, that he was not okay. She bowed her head to him, asking if he had not had fun. The boy sullenly answered that he had only had a little. A dangerous roar was heard nearby. The children noticed the danger. A huge dog was moving towards them from the alley. He looked unhealthy. Yuna covered her brother with her body. She was shaking with fear, but she boldly declared that she would protect him. He remembered the fateful day. And again he saw his frightened sister. The protagonist looked at his protector in surprise. And touching her hand, he refused. Then he stepped forward. And bowing his head, he decided that at that time he could not do anything and was simply trembling. The foot drew a line in the sand as the boy decided that this time everything was different, and in this life he would protect his sister. The brother stood in front, confidently keeping his hands in his pockets. Suddenly, his body was enveloped in blue energy. The mana was strong and made a slight crackling sound. The fur on the dog's back stood on end. He barked angrily. The boy, with a flash of his eyes, ordered him to go away. And the dog, with his tail between his legs, ran away. Yunho was still standing in a shroud of mana. He exhaled from the tension. The sister was surprised. The brother gave a thumbs up, smugly declaring that he was strong, and she had nothing to worry about. Yuna grabbed his shoulders and began to ask how he did it, and demanded that he teach her. It seemed that there was too much of it, and the hero thought that she should be surprised, although he understood that this behavior was her style. The boy, holding his head, declared that he would teach her. He scratched his ear, thinking that he had planned to do this anyway. The girl laughed happily. She grabbed her brother's hand and suggested that they hurry home, because their mother was probably already worried about them. The terrible picture appeared before his eyes again. He thought that he always wanted to protect his sister's smile, and the incident in which he lost his family happened when he was 6 years old, and he must prevent it at any cost. Yuna turned around and looked at her brother affectionately. The boy, looking ahead, decided that he would do anything to change the future. The toy was spinning on the floor. The girl held her hands in front of it. The young man, raising his finger, reminded that he had already said that this was not done like that, because she needed to apply a constant force in a fixed direction so that it did not tip over, and she explained that it was difficult for her. The guy, looking to the side, remembered that his sister was born with the blessing of mana, but she did not know how to handle it, and this world was truly fair in its own way. Rolling up her sleeves, the girl asked him to wait a little longer, because she was going to spin him around. Energy began to accumulate in her hands. The toy began to spin quickly. Suddenly it flew into the air. Immediately after, this thing began to fly around the room. The girl, crying, said that they gave this huge reward to someone who did not deserve it. The whole family was watching TV. The mother, looking away, reminded him that her son would be 6 years old next year and asked if it was time for him to go to kindergarten. The young man, looking at her, answered that he did not want to, and the woman noted that he had promised her. The guy, looking away, realized that all this time he had barely held on, making a noise, but in the end he promised her that he would go to kindergarten after turning 6. Having imagined the children, the hero realized that he had done this, even knowing that he would have to get stuck between children who were crying loudly. The man, holding the microphone to his mouth, said that there was barely a minute left until the end of this year, and as everyone already knew, this was a day that would go down in future history books. The host, smiling, asked everyone in the audience to look at the screen carefully. The reporter, holding the microphone to her mouth, said that they were at the Jomyo shrine, where the ancestral tablets left by the greatest kings and queens of the Joseon dynasty rest, and a new era for South Korea would soon begin. The young man, looking down, thought about this new era. Imagining people with mana killing monsters, the hero knew that after humanity figured out how to use mana, they became interested only in its use, because they did not know about the omnipresence of mana, because when mana gathers in one place, it attracts monsters. Also imagined an attack by many monsters and realized that this incident happened in 1999, right before the beginning of the 21st century, as a result of which South Korea lost 30% of its entire population. The protagonist, imagining a certain monster, remembered that humanity, overcome by fear, was forced to live in fear of the random appearance of monsters, and in this new era, the previous system of governance and laws lost all power, since the only force that could stop these monsters was mana. Immediately after, the hero imagined people with money and warriors and realized that this power became the main criterion for dividing society, because the main power and wealth of South Korea were players with power and mana, and having expelled the previous government, they became a new growing force. Also remembered the people who hid from the monsters and realized that by the time stability was restored, the damage was already too great, since entire cities were destroyed, and the survivors were just waiting for their end. Imagining the candle, the boy knew that soon, when only despair remained, a small spark was born. A certain girl appeared. Her gaze was directed somewhere ahead. The girl, with her mouth open in surprise, said that she was very beautiful. It was the heavenly maiden Yahello, who was once a national actor, but was later appointed the first heavenly maiden. Imagining the mana in her hands, the boy knew that this woman was able to prevent the omnipresence of mana, since she had a trait that could disperse mana, which was created by the gift of white silver. Some people in cloaks appeared, and the reporter said that the players protecting the altar were the 12 zodiacs that would become swords that protect South Korea. The boy, resting his head on his hand, understood that on paper, the players were managed by the Mana Management Bureau, but in reality, most players with power founded clans and acted for their own purposes. The woman walked towards a certain sphere when the hero thought that it was she who was able to stop the monsters and held the public opinion of the nation on her shoulders, and then appointed the greatest players as the 12 zodiacs. Looking at one of them, the guy knew that the players who became one of the 12 zodiacs, while remaining members of the clan, were able to use the power of the Mana Management Bureau and their clans. These people held blades in front of them when the protagonist realized that this was all done in order to grow into a force that would control the player industry. They all stood not far from that woman. The saint, raising her hand, said that she was looking forward to the future feats of all 12 zodiacs. She brought her hands to the sphere. Yahello, opening her mouth, asked the god of the earth and sky to bless them with the power to protect the nation. The ball began to glow brighter. A bright flash began to illuminate everything around. It spread everywhere. The reporter raised her hand and explained that the cocoon had begun to unfold, and the dome-shaped boundary that prevented the omnipresence of mana filled the soul skyline with silver light. The girl, running away from the sofa, said that she wanted to watch it from the balcony. She put her hands on the railing. There was a wide smile on her face. The sky above them was shining brightly. The daughter, with her mouth open, noted that the night sky was incredibly beautiful that day. The father, with his hands folded in front of him, said that they could finally live in peace. The mother, with her hands folded in the same way, thanked the heavenly maiden for this. The other family did the same. The adults did the same. The mother and father closed their eyes. The girl, also with her hands folded in front of her, said that she also wanted to pray. The daughter, with her mouth open, suggested that her brother do the same. The boy, looking down, understood that there was no one to pray to, because God simply did not exist in this world. Remembering the dragon attack, the boy knew that on the day the world was destroyed, a god died. The sky was still as bright as ever. Suddenly, the glow began to fade. The hero looked up and realized that the sky had become dark again. His sister was asking the goddess to make the family happy with her mouth open. The boy looked at her. A smile appeared on his face after realizing that at least in this life, he wanted to live happily with his family. The boy also folded his hands in front of him. A monster appeared and it was said that the incident where the protagonist lost his family was approaching. A kindergarten was visible and it was explained that the boy went there at the age of 6. Tio said with a smile that a new friend had joined them that day. The man raised a finger and asked the boy if he wanted to introduce himself. The child said his name and age with his mouth open. Looking at the other children, the boy suggested that they all get along. The teacher leaned over him and asked him if he wanted to add anything, because it was too short and the kids really wanted to be friends with him. But the hero knew that he didn't really want to be friends with little brats. The boy looked ahead when he heard something. The girl, pointing her finger at him, was shouting a question about why he was in their class. The young man, crossing his arms over his chest, noted that apparently Fat Minji was here too and asked what she was doing here. The girl, getting to her feet, shouted that she had asked him not to call her that. The teacher, putting his hands on the hero's shoulders, asked them not to quarrel and explained that they could play until lunch, and since Yunho was nervous because he was here for the first time, the others should make friends with him. Suddenly the children ran to him. They surrounded him, asking him where he lived, his ability to count, and whether he wanted to play, and then the man realized that he had probably worried in vain. The hero, walking through the playroom, realized that he had finally gotten out of the hurricane of questions, because that was what had caused his hatred of children. Looking up, the guy noticed that there was a children's library there. Taking one of the books, the young man realized that at least this place was quiet, and although these books may be children's, they should definitely help pass the time. The protagonist took one of the chairs. A certain bow on the girl's head immediately appeared. They were sitting next to each other. The guy was looking at the book. The girl was looking at the young man. Suddenly, someone came up from behind and called out to her. Yunhyuk, crossing his arms over his chest, asked if she was really reading books again that had nothing interesting in them. The bully smirked and asked if the girl simply had no friends, which is why she was alone all the time. She turned around. Suddenly, the villain grabbed her bow, asking what kind of crappy ribbon it was. The girl, stretching out her hands, tried to take it, saying that it was a gift from her dad. Running away from her, the bully said that she could catch up and take it away if she could. Hyan, folding her hands in front of her, begged him to give her ribbon back. The villain stuck his tongue out at her, when suddenly someone said that his actions looked too childish. They all suddenly turned to the young man. Yunhyuk, opening his mouth, asked him to repeat the last words. The hero got up from the table. The guy, coming closer, repeated that he was just acting childish and asked if he really found it funny. Suddenly, the bully raised his hand to hit him, saying that he was a bastard. The boy quickly dodged the direct blow. Immediately after, the protagonist knocked the enemy down with his foot. Yunhyuk fell to the floor. The hero handed the girl the ribbon. Holding it in his hand, the boy asked her not to let them take it next time. The opponent, lying on the floor, screamed a question about whether he really thought he could get away with this, and the protagonist realized that he found it hard to believe that he had to hear this from a 6-year-old. Immediately after, the boy turned around. They started to run away, screaming that he just needed to wait. The girl tugged at his sleeve. She suddenly bowed her head. Smiling, Hayoung thanked him for returning the ribbon to her. The hero, remembering the two people earlier, understood that they had a slightly higher amount of mana than other people, while the rest had about the same level as usual. His eyes suddenly lit up when he decided to test this girl. She was emitting a large amount of energy. The young man standing in front of her knew that this was a jackpot, because she probably had even more mana than Yun. Imagining this girl in the future, the hero knew that because she could control mana, it was being sharpened rather than dissipated, and such a person should have become one of the 12 zodiacs in the future, or at least one of the seeds grown by the zodiacs. The protagonist, rubbing his chin, realized that he had never heard her name before, because even if she did not become a player, she should at least have become famous. The guy, holding out his hand, offered to become friends with her. The girl shook his hand. Grinning, the hero knew that he currently lived in a world where mana was power, and it would be useful for him to be around this person, given his potential. The girl, holding his hand, thanked him for his help. Hyan, smiling widely, offered to become close friends. The family's house appeared. The mother, smiling, thanked her son. The boy, looking at it, realized that it was a paper carnation that they folded at school and that the parent had probably taken it from her bag. The woman, stroking her daughter's head, also thanked her for the gift, because her carnation was even more beautiful than the real one. The young man, imagining this origami, realized that his sister had also made a carnation and that she was apparently really bad at needlework. The girl, holding another carnation in her hands, said that she had one for her brother, and he thanked her. The mother, smiling, noted that she had seen her son make 3 flowers and asked if he had made it to give to his sister. The young man's eyes suddenly opened wider. The hero, bowing his head, explained that this flower was intended for his grandmother. Remembering how he made them in his past life, the protagonist knew that before his regression, in elementary school he was forced to make these paper flowers when it was Parents' Day, but he didn't have parents. But he still had to make them with everyone. Imagining a flower in a vase, the boy remembered that after all this, he stuffed one carnation into a bag and his grandmother, who was the one who collected this bag for him, decorated the entrance to the house with this flower. Imagining his grandmother, the hero knew that he made one every year, but never handed it over directly because he thought that the moment the carnation was handed over, his longing for his family and hatred for monsters would weaken, and therefore he was never able to convey his feelings to his grandmother until the day she passed away, and that is why he should show her feelings at least in this life. The girl, standing at the microphone, said that the government of the Heavenly Maiden decided to open the roads that were closed, and this was done so that the citizens could meet their relatives during the family month. Many players appeared, and the young man realized that in preparation for the appearance of monsters on the open roads, they began to hire fighters en masse. Imagining a huge monster, the guy remembered that because of the kraken that appeared without warning, countless people died, and his family was no exception, because that day they decided to visit their grandmother, and everyone was wiped off the face of the earth by this monster. The father, smiling, explained that tomorrow was the beginning of a long weekend and asked why they did not go to their grandmother that day. The daughter, looking at him, asked again. Sweat appeared on the hero's face from the realization that they cannot go to her, and he needed to stop his parents, no matter what. They were still standing in the room. The young man frowned, realizing that because his father was an orphan, the only grandmother he had was his maternal grandmother. Introducing her, the protagonist remembered that before his regression, he had to live with her after the death of his family, and she took care of him every second, since after the psychological trauma, he had to live like a living dead person. His father, smiling, explained that they could not go outside of Seoul, since it was dangerous, but this year the government was going to fix the roads. The hero, standing in front of them, asked if they could go to grandma's the following weekend. Dad looked at him silently. His mother, leaning over, asked if he really hadn't made that carnation especially for grandma, and the son replied that he also wanted to see her. The young man, with his mouth open, asked them to go there another day. Clenching his fist, the boy understood that at the moment he was just a child, and in this case he needed to behave appropriately so as not to arouse suspicion in his parents. Smiling, the hero asked if Children's Day was coming soon and explained that he really wanted to go to an amusement park and ride an attraction called a Viking pirate ship, because he had heard that this park was not that far from home. The sister, smiling broadly, said that she also wanted to go there and try to ride on this pirate ship. The father, smiling, noted that come to think of it, they had never taken the children to an amusement park before, and the woman explained that they simply avoided all these long trips because of the monsters. The man, rubbing the back of his head, said that apparently nothing could be done about it, they should go to the amusement park tomorrow. The mother, looking at him, explained that in that case she would need to prepare lunch boxes and asked what the children wanted to eat. The daughter, raising her hand, said that she wanted sandwiches and chicken nuggets. The hero, also smiling, realized that everything worked, and although he would not be able to stop the appearance of the Kraken, he still managed to prevent the family from colliding with this monster. Suddenly his eyes opened wider. The mother brought the phone to her ear. Opening her mouth, she asked again something about her mother. The boy continued to look at her as she asked the other person to take care of her mother. The father, with his hand on his hip, asked what had happened to her mother. The woman, with her eyes wide open, said that she had been told that her grandmother had fainted. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, understood that this simply could not be true, since nothing had happened to his grandmother before he had been accepted into the player academy. The mother, looking down, explained that it did not seem like she was seriously injured, but she would not be able to just sit there, and therefore she should see her grandmother in person. The father, raising his hand, suggested that they go with her, since he was also overcome with anxiety because of this situation. The man, squinting, explained that they could not go to the amusement park at such a time and suggested that the children go to their grandmother as soon as the roads opened. The son looked at them. The mother, kneeling down, explained that apparently the grandmother was sick and she understood that he wanted to go to the amusement park, but they should reschedule this trip for next time. Sweat appeared on the hero's face due to the lack of understanding of what could have happened to the grandmother. Because could it really be because an attempt was made to change the future, and if something else is changed, then it is unknown what will happen next, and this means that he will not be able to prevent his family from meeting the Kraken. The mother held his hands when the young man tried to understand why he was given the opportunity to go back to the past at all, because if nothing changes, then everything will be as it was before the regression. Suddenly, the young man squeezed his eyelids tightly. Opening them, the guy realized that something had changed after all, and this change was in himself. Imagining his past battles, the hero knew that his current body was different from the past, but the mana accumulated from a young age, along with the experience accumulated before the regression, he could do something, even if their meeting with the Kraken was unavoidable. The hero, bowing his head, agreed with her. Standing with his back turned, the son said that they could not do anything anyway, and therefore they needed to go to grandma. The tentacles of the monster appeared. The young man's eyes glowed bright blue. Imagining the monster, the boy knew that he would have to fight it, and immediately remembered that depending on how much the monsters threatened the world of humanity, the National Mana Management Bureau came up with a classification for them. Having imagined some monsters, the guy remembered that the 9th class includes monsters that pollute the environment or cause plague, the 8th class includes those enemies that cause physical harm that can disrupt people's daily lives, the 7th class includes opponents who commit robberies and murders, the 6th class includes monsters or groups of monsters that can disrupt city governance and threaten people's territories. Having imagined another monster, the hero remembered the 5th class, which also includes monsters or groups of monsters that can disrupt city governance and pose a great threat. Immediately after, the guy remembered how people hid from monsters. Suddenly, memories of the dragons destroying the city appeared in his head and immediately realized that there is a 4th class, which includes monsters that control other groups of monsters that destroy people and threaten the development of humanity, as well as a 3rd class, which includes single monsters that can disrupt the governance of the country and cause damage equal to natural disasters. Imagining another monster, the guy remembered the 2nd class, when the monster is also a single and can disrupt the governance of the country and is capable of causing catastrophic damage. Suddenly he imagined a certain eye and realized that the 1st class includes the only monster that threatens the survival of humanity. Opening the drawer, the protagonist knew that the Kraken is a 3rd class monster, and before its regression by the time of graduation from the academy, it was demoted to the 4th class because the players became stronger. Remembering how the tentacles attacked the people, the boy realized that the active fighters at that time were only C2 ranks, and they were not even close to the level to face such an enemy. The young man, bowing his head, realized that he did not need to say that he was not able to defeat it now, but even so, he only had one goal. An image of a man attacking this monster appeared in his mind. Flames burst out from his blade. Imagining this situation, the hero knew that he would just have to buy time until the 12 zodiacs appeared and defeated the Kraken. On the table lay a pair of scissors and a stationary knife, and the protagonist realized that this was his limit as a child armed with only these utensils, and realized that he wanted to take a kitchen knife. But if his mother noticed that the knife was missing, there would be problems. Looking at the scissors covered in energy, the young man knew that even with such tools he would be able to inflict at least some damage on monsters if he covered such weapons with mana. His sister looked inside, asking if he had finished getting ready. The girl, standing in the doorway, said that they were already on their way. The boy, turning around, said that he was already on his way. Frowning, the hero explained that he was already fully prepared. Many cars were parked on the road. The whole family was sitting in one of the cars. The mother, looking at the back seats, suggested that her son sleep a little if he wanted. The protagonist, smiling, replied that he did not want to. The car began to move forward. The boy, looking out the window, remembered that the Kraken appeared when they crossed the Songsan Bridge before his regression, but they were already halfway there, and the enemy still had not appeared. Frowning, the young man assumed that something could affect the future. Many cars appeared on the road, and the boy mentally asked someone to let them cross this bridge safely. Suddenly, something exploded in the middle of the bridge. The mother's eyes were wide open as the boy realized that he had no way to change fate. The father's eyes were also wide open in surprise. Huge rocks flew into the air. The boy held his sister's hand. The hero, gritting his teeth, realized that the Kraken had finally appeared, the words mocking his desperate desires. The monster stood in the middle of the bridge, which was a third-class monster, equal in strength to a natural disaster. Tentacles began to spread around, ramming cars. Many rocks flew into the air. They landed on cars. Two people, running away, shouted something. Turning around, they shouted a question about what the players were doing. Someone answered that they were coming. The fighter, waving his sword, ordered the others to protect the people. Suddenly, the warrior looked up. Blood spattered from under the tentacle. The player could barely move his arm. People were running away from the scene, screaming that the damn players had just started running away. The hero's family was still sitting in the car. The father, taking the wheel, explained that they needed to leave and that they should be careful because of the chaos outside. The man, his eyes wide, asked the family to trust him, because if they moved calmly, they would definitely be able to evacuate safely. The boy looked at his father. The mother, turning around, asked if the children had heard their father's last words and immediately asked them to calmly get out of the car, because the players would protect them and they should not worry. The whole family started getting out of the car. Suddenly, the girl's eyes widened. The boy, turning around, called out to her. The sister, lying on the ground, asked why she couldn't get up. Crying, she said that she really needed to get up. The father looked at her. The man took his daughter by the hand and said that he would carry her in his arms. The father turned around and asked if his son was okay, and he answered affirmatively. The fighter, pointing with his hand, shouted for the family to go there and follow him to the evacuation zone. The young man, running further, understood that the players were in a panic, because a third-class monster, a Kraken, had appeared, but the experienced warriors quickly assessed the situation and focused on evacuating people. Frowning, the hero realized that the Kraken was not the only problem, and they needed to leave the bridge where they would appear. Suddenly, a spear pierced the player's stomach. His body fell to the ground. The father's mouth opened wide in surprise. Someone began to climb the railing. The young man, looking up, realized that they were already here. Looking at these monsters, the protagonist remembered that these were divers, who belonged to the 7th class. The monster opened its mouth. It suddenly grabbed a certain girl. The players began to fight them. The man, looking to the side, shouted a question about whether anyone here could use healing magic. The girl, running up to him, shouted that she would help him. Suddenly, her body was also pierced by a spear. More enemies were flying at them. The family looked around. The father, with his mouth wide open, asked if the children believed in their dad and immediately explained that no matter what happened, he would protect them. The man, frowning, shouted that they should not look back and just run forward. They all began to run away. Suddenly, the tentacles grabbed many cars. Immediately after, the monster lifted these cars up. These cars were launched into the air. The young man noticed a car above him. The hero, with his mouth wide open, asked his father to beware of danger. Some people were hit by car debris. One of them crashed into a fuel tank. Immediately after, an explosion was seen. Clouds of smoke rose up right in front of the family. The father, with his eyes wide open, watched what was happening. The player, holding the blade, shouted a question about when help would arrive, because now the road was blocked due to a fire, while the second said that only a few minutes had passed. The young man, looking at them, listened to the cry that they must hold out until reinforcements arrived. The hero, imagining one of the zodiacs, remembered that before his regression, 12 of the strongest warriors arrived at the scene 30 minutes after the appearance of the Kraken, but he could not understand whether they would be able to protect everyone with the escape route blocked. Watching the monsters chopping people, the protagonist thought that they would be able to put up some resistance to the divers. But if no one could hold back the kraken, they would all die. The guy exhaled, realizing that this was what he had to prepare for from the very beginning. Putting his backpack on the ground, the hero knew that he might have to put his life on the line. Holding scissors and a stationary knife in his hands, the protagonist decided to protect his family. The mother, coming up from behind, called out to her son. The child, turning to them, asked them to stay in this place until help arrived. They, looking at him, tried to say something. The guy, frowning, explained that the players would block the monsters' attacks. Standing in front of them, the young man said that even if something dangerous happened, his sister would protect them, and realized that if he had to leave, the only person who knew how to handle mana was Yuna. Smiling, the hero asked if she could handle it. The girl, with her mouth open, called out to her brother. The mother extended her hand towards him, shouting his name. The boy's face was serious. The protagonist ran straight towards the kraken. Energy began to accumulate at his feet. Immediately after, the young man made a jump. Jumping on the cars, the boy used heavenly steps. His whole body was permeated with mana. The hero suddenly clenched his teeth. Biting his lip, the boy realized that the mobility skill he used as a player before the regression was being used for the first time in this body, and it seemed too heavy for a child's body. Frowning, the young man knew that he would be able to quickly reach the kraken only if he used this ability. The fighter ran further and further. The warrior jumped away from the cars with jumps. The girl, turning around, shouted a question about what this child was doing, and the man shouted that it was dangerous there. Two monsters looked in his direction. They suddenly stood in his way. The young man swung his knife, using mana coating. The enemies were already flying at him. The boy quickly dodged one of the opponent's blows. Immediately after, the warrior cut off his head with a knife. Two more monsters were flying at him. The child dodged a blow from one of them. After, the hero stuck a knife into his neck. A third enemy was already flying at him from above. The protagonist immediately cut him into several pieces. His gaze suddenly turned to the side. One of the opponents attacked him with something. After that, the young man fell onto the car. The knife in his hand was still glowing blue. More enemies were running towards him. Suddenly, the fighter swung to strike. A memory of how he had to chop monsters before appeared in his head. The young man quickly chopped up the closest enemy. His gaze immediately turned in another direction. A memory of a battle with another monster appeared in his head again. After that, the warrior cut off the enemy's hand. The guy, gritting his teeth, realized that his feelings were returning to him again, because the feeling of thirst for killing all the monsters in his path coincided with the feeling in his past life. His eyes glowed red from the realization that he had to become undead again. He immediately remembered himself in his past life. The guy quickly cut down all the remaining monsters. Another enemy appeared under the car. The young man quickly jumped off the ground. Immediately after, the hero attacked him in the head. Another opponent behind threw a spear at him. The protagonist quickly cut his body in half. Suddenly, the blade of the stationary knife broke into many fragments. The fighter, gritting his teeth, realized that his weapon would not last long. Taking the scissors from his pocket, the warrior knew that it did not matter. The young man ran forward. His body was covered in bright blue energy. Suddenly, he began to break with his feet. In front of him was a huge monster. The guy, holding the scissors in his hands, said that he would fight with this weapon. Suddenly the monster swung its tentacle. Many cars flew at the young man. The protagonist immediately jumped on the enemy's limb. Immediately after, the kraken hit the ground with its tentacle. The young man continued to run up it. Suddenly the warrior jumped away from it. The fighter hung above the enemy's head. Immediately after, the guy stuck his weapon into him. With its help, the young man made 2 long cuts on the monster's body. Suddenly the hero took one of the parts of his weapon out of the enemy. Immediately after, the young man attacked him again. Suddenly the kraken swung its tentacle to strike. The young man jumped away from it at the last moment. The young man landed on the ground next to the monster. Looking at the weapon, the protagonist realized that one side of the scissors was gone. Immediately after, he threw them on the ground. Grinning, the guy explained that he still had one part left. Suddenly the enemy hit next to him. The young man immediately jumped on the other tentacle. In midair, the warrior dodged another limb's attack. Suddenly, the protagonist dropped to one knee. The fighter screamed loudly as he raised his arm to attack. The monster tried to attack him with a tentacle again. The young man's mouth opened wide. After the blow, the guy began to fall to the ground. The hero began to break with his hands on the ground. The fighter, gritting his teeth, realized that he was almost out of mana. The tentacle was already flying at one of the bridge supports. It immediately hit it. The bridge began to collapse under the guy's feet. The fighter, looking down, thought that his enemy was extremely annoying. The young man began to jump on the broken bridge. The tentacles continued to hit the bridge. The guy landed on some rocks. The monster grabbed one of the trucks from the road. The monster began to squeeze it harder. Suddenly, the kraken launched it forward. The protagonist clenched his teeth hard. Opening his mouth wide, the young man told him to be calmer. A huge amount of energy began to emanate from his weapon. A bright cut appeared on the truck. Then the car fell apart in two right above his head. An explosion appeared behind him. Suddenly, the mana of his weapon began to dissipate. The warrior looked at the part of his scissors. Everything in front of his eyes began to squint. Then the young man hit his head on the ground. The scissors lay next to him. The boy's body trembled when he realized that he could not move and assumed that he simply ran out of mana. Trying to get up, the hero understood that if he lost consciousness, then everything he had to work for would be in vain. In front of him was the same kraken. Suddenly, his eyes began to close. The boy immediately hit the ground with his fist. Getting up, the warrior realized that it was not over yet. The hero, gritting his teeth, could not believe that such a death awaited him. Imagining his family, the fighter knew that he wanted to live happily with his family in this life. The enemy suddenly raised his tentacle to strike. It began to collapse the limb down. The guy, looking up, understood that he did not want to die here at all. Suddenly, hands appeared behind him. His sister, hugging him, screamed that the monster should not touch him. Suddenly, some orange barrier began to appear around him. This force began to destroy the enemy's tentacle. Other monsters also looked in their direction. The barrier also began to absorb them too. A bright flash illuminated the entire bridge. The young man, looking back, understood that this was a miracle and remembered that this was a gift that could rebuild the world by changing its laws. Remembering 4 people from his past life, Yunho realized that before the regression he knew 4 people who had the gift of a miracle, and the only one he could trust his back to was his partner Yujung. Remembering how he saw his sister's mana, the guy realized that after he saw the huge amount of energy of Yuna, he thought that perhaps she had the gift of a miracle. The girl, smiling, said that everything would be fine now. The young man, looking down, realized that his wounds had begun to heal. Sitting in front of the monster, the hero also realized that this light protected them from it. Imagining a human body broken into pieces, the protagonist also remembered that there was a price to pay for using a miracle, and those who possess a miracle must pay a huge price to change the laws of the world. The fighter, with his mouth wide open, asked if his sister was okay and if she was in pain. Yuna, smiling, answered that she was fine. Falling, the sister also added that she really wanted to sleep. The guy held the girl in his arms. Her eyes closed. The protagonist, looking at her, realized that she had very little mana left, but enough for her heart to continue beating. The hero placed her on the destroyed bridge. Looking at her, the warrior asked her to sleep peacefully. His gaze turned to the side. Mana began to emanate from his body again as he spoke about taking care of the rest himself. The kraken raised its tentacles again. Its eyes glowed bright red. The young man, grinning, noted that it had now opened its eyes and apparently found some danger in the girl. The enemy's limb was already launched to attack. The protagonist, cutting the tentacle, said that he would not allow it to do anything to his sister. The young man held out his hand covered in a blue aura. The monster's tentacles rose above the hero. The young man struck the monster. Standing near the tentacles, the protagonist thought that even if his mana had been restored, it was now impossible to kill the kraken. Remembering his smiling family, the boy realized that his future had changed, because his family had died. Smiling, Yunho realized that he no longer had anything to fear, because he just had to hold out until the 12 zodiacs arrived. While many cars were driving on the road, someone said that when the kraken appeared, it was on the Wanhyo Bridge, a short distance away. The man yawned and said that it was annoying. Crossing his arms, Hyunchul said that the car was not moving at all. Angrily, the Zodiac asked him if he was sure that he was driving and if he had fallen asleep while pretending to be a driver, to which the kid replied that there were a lot of traffic jams on the road. All the roads in Seoul are like this. Closing his eyes, the red-haired man said that he wanted to quit his post as one of the 12 Zodiacs or something like that, and wondered what he was doing during his golden vacation instead of relaxing, since he became a Zodiac because he wanted to fight strong guys. Staring out the window, the clan leader added that all this was not to protect civilians. Suddenly, the guys were very surprised. Frightened, the driver shouted that this was a huge amount of mana. The young man raised his hand up. Taking the phone in his hand, Hyunchul asked if she felt it too. Looking at the phone, the hero heard a positive answer. Frowning more and more, the Zodiac asked what class, because the information agreed, a third-class kraken. Slightly squinting his eyes, the man said the words about the third class again. Grinning, the red-haired man asked where he was. Turning his head back, the resident thought that there was a strong monster there, but he, on the contrary, looked happy. People would be scared if they saw him like this now. Remembering the battle, the hero said that, obviously, on the Sangsan Bridge, and they can't figure it out only with the help of those who are already there. Holding the phone in his hand, the warrior heard a phrase about how they had not yet determined the exact damage caused, but, apparently, there is complete chaos there now. Looking away, the red-haired man heard a phrase about the interlocutor arriving soon. Hyunchul got out of the car. Surprised, the driver asked him what he was going to do. While warming up, the man said that he was going to get there on foot, because they would never get there at this rate. The guy opened the lock. Then he began to take weapons out of the box. Raising his eyebrows, the dark-haired man said that it would take 2 hours on foot. Throwing the sword over his shoulder, the fighter said that 30 minutes would be enough for him. Putting his hand forward, the young man said the word reinforcement. His body began to fill with strength. With the next movement, he put his leg back. In an instant, the road broke due to fast running. Zodiac rushed further and further. The friend sat silently behind the wheel of the car. Smiling slightly, the Nameless One thought that this was expected from the head of the clan. Because he was obsessed with fights, his goal was to fight strong opponents. The flame demon smiled widely. 30 minutes later, the monster appeared. Hyunchul used his fire power. The hero ran further and further. In an instant, the young man was surprised. Some kind of magic appeared on the road. As the red-haired man rushed forward, he thought that there was no one at the scene who was capable of such a level of magic. The man smiled widely. The protagonist used his power. The boy was not far from the kraken. The warrior swung one hand. Hyunchul pushed off the ground. Then the allied ducked towards the monster. Woonha realized with his mouth slightly open that they were here. The flame demon took a few steps forward. Looking at the new arrival, the warrior was glad that the Zodiac had arrived. A large amount of flame was visible. One tentacle was paralyzed by fire. The monster waved its tentacles in different directions. The boys were standing near the edge of the bridge. Looking at the Zodiac, the boy thought about the gift that allowed him to freely control the flame, which is one of the reasons why he received the nickname Flame Demon. The red-haired man turned in different directions. The protagonist hugged a little girl. The ally grimaced, thinking that there were only 2 children here. Looking at the unconscious girl, the boy wondered if she had used magic earlier, since the magic around her was visible. Scratching his chin, the mage thought that it seemed like she had passed out after using her mana, and the boy had protected her from the kraken. Smiling widely, Hyunchul realized that they were both strong and couldn't wait to see how strong they would become as players. Raising his hand, the protector said that there was no need to be afraid, since he wasn't going to fight them. Frowning, he added that at least for now, he wasn't going to. Woonha tensed up. Raising his sword, the warrior said that there was only one reason he was here, and that was to get rid of the kraken. Turning away, the flame demon asked them not to come closer, since the monster would soon emerge. Meanwhile, the kraken was underwater. Before the regression, smiling, the Zodiac said that many people are talking about the guy now. The protagonist silently pursed his lips. Standing nearby, the player asked about what business. Smiling, the interlocutor replied that he had no business, because he just wanted to make sure if he was as strong as rumor said and offered to fight him. Opening his mouth, the opponent replied that he was not interested and asked him to get out of the way. Putting his hand out to the side, Hyunchul said that he did not want to, adding that he would not let him pass until he fought him. The protagonist sighed. Preparing for battle, the warrior said that he might regret it later. The red-haired man swung his fiery sword. The young man rushed to attack. The head of the Blade clan still stood with his back to the children. Frowning, the boy thought about how before his regression, he always tried to fight at any opportunity. Remembering the last battle, the boy thought that he had never been able to win, because the enemy became stronger with each battle. Standing with a sword on his shoulder, the man asked the monster why it didn't work out here. Was he really scared just because a little fire hit him? A second later, the monster's tentacles appeared. The boys were scared. Grimacing, the fighter shouted that the monster had destroyed the column. A destroyed road was visible. Putting his sword forward, the flame demon realized that he couldn't fight to protect the children. The hilt hit the ground. New magic appeared. Smiling, the hero said that this was good timing. A plane with a man appeared in the sky. Hiram was standing in the plane, screaming that they shouldn't call her Holy Mother anymore. Frowning, the girl shouted that he could have just flown here by helicopter, because who runs all the way to Songsan Bridge anyway? The man raised one finger and asked if it was true that he just needed to get here no matter what. The woman, holding her staff, said that reinforcements would be coming soon, he just needed to focus on fighting the kraken. The boy looked at his sword. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the Zodiac said that he didn't need any buffs, to which he received the answer that there was no reason to refuse them. Yunha picked up the girl in his arms. A large flow of mana emanated from the girl. Hiram watched everything from the plane. Suddenly, the water trembled. The kraken came out. The monster was getting closer to the bridge. The red-haired man rushed into battle, shouting that he had finally come out. The man pushed off from the bridge. There was a large splash of water. The monster did not move. Flames appeared on the water. The flame demon peeked out from under the water. The warrior took a few steps on the water. The fighter stopped not far from the enemy. The defender took a few more steps towards him. Then he raised his head up on his tentacles. 2 tentacles moved forward. The other tentacles followed. The guy stopped in an instant. Smiling, the head of the Blade clan said that his enemy was weak. Putting his weapon forward, the fighter ordered to get out of here. The next action of the boy was to swing. The flames of fire were everywhere. More and more fire power came from Hyunchul. The fire engulfed the tentacles of the kraken. Zodiac threw his sword over his shoulder. The young man watched his fire. Smiling, the protagonist was glad that the kraken was finally defeated. The girl, taking a few steps towards the children, asked if they were okay. Squatting down, Karam asked them not to worry, because she was now using healing magic on them. The woman was instantly surprised. Staring at the children, Zodiac realized that there was not a single wound on them. Holding the staff in her hand, the heroine realized that a miracle had healed all the wounds. Putting her hand forward, the magician said that it was amazing and was glad that she had witnessed a miracle. The interlocutor wanted to snap her fingers. The protagonist, who was opposite her, ordered her not to dare do so. Frowning, the brother ordered her not to dare touch his sister. Horrified, the red-haired girl felt a strong aura and wondered how a child could have such a strong aura. Clenching her hand into a fist, the savior asked who he was. Several more helicopters arrived. Looking at the sky, the girl said that a rescue team had arrived and they needed to be taken to the hospital. The children silently looked at the sky. A helicopter was flying over the city, where there were many wrecked cars. Today at 5 o'clock in the evening, a kraken suddenly appeared on the bridge, which led to the death of many people. There was news on the TV screen, and the presenter said that the rescue operations had been going on for quite a long time, and the government of the Heavenly Maiden commented on this tragedy. The boy looked at the screen. He looked tense. Yuna's eyes were closed. The protagonist remembered the doctor standing by her bed and thought that his sister was suffering from mana exhaustion because she lacked it, but she would be fine after taking the potion. Yuna smiled and thought that everything ended well because no one died. He touched the girl's forehead and thought that he was able to change the future. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened when someone called his name loudly. He turned around, covered in sweat. His parents quickly ran to the office. Their faces were pale and terribly scared. The protagonist smiled awkwardly at them and thought that he was finished. He stood in front of his father and mother. The woman frowned in worry and asked if her son was hurt anywhere. The boy turned his head to the side and answered negatively. Then he pointed his finger at Yuna and said that she was sleeping now, but one mana potion would be enough for her to return to normal. The father closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Then he looked at his son sternly and asked why he ran away and disobeyed. Yuna hung his head down in shame and apologized. His sweat dropped, not understanding what he had to apologize for. After all, his family was able to survive, which was the best outcome for him. The protagonist raised his head, looking at his father. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. The man pursed his lips, staring intently at his child. The woman looked very worried. The young man opened his mouth in surprise, looking at his parents. Standing in front of them, he realized that they were not worried about the outcome. They were asking why he put himself in danger by running towards the kraken. He hung his head down and thought that he knew very well how scary it was to lose his family. But he just did what he wanted without considering their feelings. Yunha blushed and through clenched teeth said that he was wrong. Then tears flowed from his eyes and he added that this would not happen again. The mother extended her arms forward. She leaned over and called her son over with a smile. The boy jumped into her arms without hesitation. The father hugged them from behind and told them that they were worried a lot and that Yunha should not do anything like that again. The boy cried, thinking that he no longer had to fight monsters and that he could truly live like a child now. The next morning, the sky above the hospital was clear. The man raised his hand and told the protagonist to wait here for them while they decided on Yuna's discharge. The boy smiled widely and replied that he would wait here no matter what. He looked away and thought that after this incident, his parents' trust in him had sunk to the bottom. His sister was fast asleep on the bed. The protagonist sat next to her. Then, he put a chocolate candy in his mouth. His cheeks turned red with pleasure. He looked away to find more sweets that could restore his strength. Suddenly, someone handed the child a candy and he smiled, thanking the stranger. It was Hyunchul, who was frowning. Unha opened his mouth in shock, his eyes wide. The Blade clan chief began to open the candy and asked if the boy liked chocolate cookies. He then shoved it into the protagonist's mouth. The boy looked up and thought that the boy must have gone crazy. Hyunchul smiled and asked how old the child was. The boy took a bite of the cookie and replied that he was 6. The Blade clan chief crossed his arms and asked about his sister, and Unha replied that she was 10. The protagonist frowned when the boy asked about his name. He raised a finger and clarified that he wanted to know the protagonist's name, not his sister's. The boy looked at Hyunchul in disbelief and replied that his name was Unha. The boy chuckled and asked if the boy wanted to enroll in the academy, where he would give him a recommendation. The boy gritted his teeth and began to tremble when he imagined that this scoundrel wanted to drag him into the academy, turn him into a player, and fight him when he became an adult. Hyunchul stood up and said that the protagonist was still young, so he could take his time thinking about this offer. He added with a smile that he would remember his name. Then the head of the Blades walked out of the room where the girl was waiting for him. She looked after him and asked if he was going to leave so easily, because this was definitely a miracle that had never appeared in Korea before. The boy scratched his ear with his finger and replied that it was not the miracle that was important to him, but the presence of powers, and his girlfriend called him an obsessed idiot. He turned around and said that he was older than her, and she should watch what she said. Hyunchul imagined the girl surrounded by paparazzi, and added that if such a miracle was a rare gift, then this child would not be deprived of the attention of the whole world as soon as they reported it. The girl sweated awkwardly when her friend asked if she wanted Yuna to never be able to live a normal life again. The head of the Blades raised his hand and said that if she understood that, then she should just forget about it and go to a dessert cafe. The girl froze, imagining all the delicious things. The guy turned around abruptly when she asked if he was crazy. Then he said with a smile that he just wanted to eat something sweet to regain his strength a little. There was a car parked near a small house. The next day after the Kraken attack, the main character's family came to visit their grandmother. The adults got out of the car and asked why the old lady was outside, since she was sick. The granny smiled and said that she missed them, and that's why she got out, and of course she wanted to see her grandchildren. She went to the car and said that they seemed tired. Yunha and Yuna were sleeping in the car. Suddenly, the boy opened one eye. His sister was sleeping on him. The protagonist removed it from himself and wondered who she got her habits from. He then saw his mother hugging his father in her sleep. The young man smiled awkwardly and realized that his sister took after their mother. He then covered Yuna with a blanket. Yunha left the room and quietly closed the door. He sat on the table that was in the backyard. He concentrated mana in his hand and thought that it increased. Light fell on his face, and he assumed that it was because of the gift. He imagined himself in his past life and thought that his gift before regression was Berserker. He remembered how he once fought and thought that it was a gift that the more mana he consumed, the stronger his physical and magical abilities became. Yunha remembered how his eyes shone brightly and he thought that, as the name suggests, the more mana is consumed, the more sanity is lost to the point of insanity. The protagonist touched his face. He remembered the mana attack he had just received, and thought that he had not lost consciousness, and that it was the best gift if it did not come with the penalty of losing his mind. He clenched his fist and wondered if he knew the true nature of Berserker. Suddenly, his grandmother came to him and asked him why he was not sleeping, and the child thought that he had not even felt her presence. She sat down next to him, and the protagonist replied with a smile that he had slept in the car. The old woman covered him with warm clothes and told him that he needed to sleep a lot if he wanted to become an adult. He imagined her giving him tea, and thought that when he was lost in his thoughts, she remained by his side. The grandmother sat next to him, and the boy thought that she was waiting for him to speak, no matter if it was about problems, personal feelings, or just small talk. Yunha smiled and asked why she wasn't sleeping. The old lady smiled back and said that it was because her grandson wasn't sleeping, and he turned away, embarrassed. Then he smiled as if he realized something. The protagonist touched his temple and thought that this was exactly what he wanted, and looking at his grandmother, he himself didn't notice how he became a child. He raised his hands and refused when the old lady offered him some warm milk to drink. Suddenly, the boy's mother brought a tray with mugs and asked if that was true. She pointed at the drinks and asked who would drink them then. The protagonist drank milk. They sat on the table, and the woman said that she was surprised when she heard the news, and the old lady said that everything was fine, but her neighbor liked to overdramatize things. Yunha's mother sweated and said that she was very worried when she heard that her grandmother had fainted. The boy looked away and thought that his grandmother had slipped, but she had gotten away with only a scratch. The woman frowned when the old lady said that she had been distracted. She raised her hand and added that it could have been because she was half asleep and was climbing the stairs. She smiled and said that she had not yet become senile and asked her daughter to listen to the end. The old lady remembered someone standing on the stairs waving his arms, asking her not to come there. She looked at her grandson and said that the stranger had not told her that, but him. Yunha touched his face and thought for a moment, and his mother gasped. The boy remembered the huge monster and thought that it was strange to attribute it to sleepiness. Then he imagined his father holding Yuna in his arms and thought that if things had gone wrong, they would have all died. He smiled awkwardly and thought that if that had happened, his grandmother should have told them about it. There were white clouds in the sky and the old lady said it was strange. Then she patted her grandson on the head and added that the stranger said that a cute fawn outside was alone, but when she went outside, Yunha was there. The woman was holding a mug in her hand, asking about the fawn. Then she looked away and said that she had a dream about where her dad left the animal. She gasped and waved her hand, preventing the old lady from asking her question. Her cheeks turned red and she looked at her son, asking what he wanted to be when he grew up. The protagonist lowered the mug and frowned. Suddenly, dark smoke appeared behind him. He imagined scary faces that were screaming loudly, asking for help. The child's eyes widened. The mother touched his shoulder and asked if everything was okay. The young man carefully turned around. Then he smiled and said that he did not know the answer to that question. Suddenly, he looked up. The grandmother said with a smile that he was still young so he could take his time. The sun was shining on the mountains and she told her grandson to experience both happy and hard times, make many friends and fight against enemies. The protagonist sweated when the old lady told him to study hard and play well so that he would figure out what he wanted to do one day. She had a smile on her face and added that if he still didn't know by then, he could just keep living until he did. Yunha looked at her awkwardly and wondered if she meant for him to live his life to the fullest. Suddenly, his family hugged him. The boy's cheeks turned red when his mother said that his name came from the universe, which has infinite potential. She smiled and said that she would support her son in everything he did. The protagonist then looked at his grandmother, who said that she would support him too. Suddenly, Yuna opened the door and said that she wanted milk too. She joined them and the old lady offered her a warm drink. The boy looked at them with a smile. Suddenly, he froze, as if he suddenly realized something. He handed the flowers to the grandmother in his hands. The old lady looked at it and thanked her grandson for the gift, which she planned to show off to the neighbors. She took the flower and looked at it. Then she turned to Yuna, who was interested in it. The boy smiled and thought that he just wanted to give his grandmother happy memories in this life. The sky turned blue and he mentally thanked the old lady for raising him. He imagined her with a smile on his face. The lights were on in the windows. Someone loudly called Yuna and Yunha. The father smiled widely and said that they were going to have a younger brother or sister. The children turned around, looking at their parents in shock. Yuna extended her hands to the man, happy that she would have another younger sibling. The woman looked at her son, who had started to tremble. She touched him gently, asking if everything was okay. Suddenly, the male lead looked at her with tears in his eyes and thanked her. The father turned pale as his son cried out that this was the best thing that had ever happened to him since he was born. He scratched his head and said that Yunha was acting like he was a father. Then they all laughed. The doors to Doan Kindergarten were open. A girl ran forward, asking if the dog missed his mother. The male lead, who was wearing a headband with dog ears, barked in response. The three girls scolded him, telling him not to cry. The boy blushed and gritted his teeth as they petted his head. Suddenly, someone with a cup in their hand said that they did not share these emotions. Minji smirked and said that she wished they would just throw out the boy, the mixed-breed dog. The boy glared at her, and she asked if he wanted to be scolded by the teacher. Yunha sweated and smiled awkwardly. He was sleeping on the floor. The teacher smiled slyly. He then threw the baby to the girls and the protagonist thought it was driving him crazy. Suddenly, another child joined them. While they were playing, the protagonist walked up to the door. He took off his headband and entered another room. He then looked away. Hayoung was sitting at her desk, looking at him. The boy walked up to her and asked what she was reading, and she said that she had been obsessed with Sherlock Holmes lately. Yunha touched his chin and said that Sherlock and Professor Moriarty fall off a waterfall and die at the end. The girl turned pale in shock. The protagonist sweated and realized that he had accidentally spoiled the ending for her. Hayoung looked down and said that he was very angry, and the boy laughingly apologized to her, saying that Sherlock would come back alive. The girl's cheeks turned red and she pursed her lips. The protagonist began to run away while she shouted after him that he was very angry. Then he slowed down and sighed heavily. He returned to the room and heard someone say that he had wasted blood again. The two boys finished fighting with swords, and the loser shouted that he would definitely win next time. Eun-hyuk looked at the protagonist. He smirked and said that Eun-ha came just in time because he wanted to see who was the strongest in the group. Everyone suddenly laughed, and the protagonist wondered what these children were watching on TV to act like that. He walked closer to his opponent. The villain grabbed the sword and laughed loudly. He then pointed the weapon at the protagonist, and said that this city was too small for the two of them. There was another sword on the floor and Eun-hyuk said that he would end their war here. Behind the villain were his friends who were cheering loudly for him. Eun-ha's sweat dropped when someone behind him yelled that he should lose because he was too popular with the girls. The protagonist smiled when Minji yelled his name. She then ran her finger across her throat and told him to die. The boy closed his eyes and thought that he had hoped for nothing. He then looked down and thought that he didn't necessarily need someone to cheer him on. The boy looked at Hyan. The girl was crying, screaming that she hated him. He gritted his teeth and froze in awkwardness. He then picked up the sword and thought that he was alone in life. He imagined himself in his past life and thought that everything was clear with the other kids. The protagonist imagined himself in an arena with 1,000 spectators. Eun-hyuk smiled widely and yelled that it was time to begin. He ran towards the protagonist. Eun-ha stopped his sword with his own. He then threw the opponent back. The villain looked at his sword spinning in the air. The protagonist swung his hand. Then he appeared behind the enemy, stretching his arm forward. Eun-hyuk's weapon made a few more circles in the air and fell to the floor. The youth himself fell to his knees. The protagonist put away his weapon. His opponent gritted his teeth and said that he could still live if only he could use his sealed powers. Then he fell to the floor, coughing loudly. All the children smiled in admiration, looking at Eun-ha. He turned around and said that it was a good fight. The children raised their hands in the air and shouted loudly that he was very good at this. Someone put their hands on his back and said that he would be able to pull out Excalibur, a sword with chains shown among the toys. The protagonist scratched his head as the other children shouted that he could do it. The boy took the hilt of the weapon and frowned. He then pulled it out with force. The boy raised the brightly shining sword above himself. He closed his eyes and smiled as the others started shouting his name loudly. The sky was blue. There was an empty bench in the park. There was a phone on the ground, where a news anchor was saying that the 7th class goblins had just appeared. There were drops of blood nearby, and the woman said that the Mariner Knights were on the front lines, but 2 of the goblins had fled the scene. The phone screen was broken, and the anchor said that the monsters could hide in crowded places. Children were running around the park, playing tag. Minji touched her friend, smiling widely. The protagonist was sitting to the side, breathing heavily. He was sitting by a tree smiling, saying that he was so tired that he felt like he was dying. He folded his hands into a triangle. Yunha closed his eyes and thought that since the future had changed, he needed to continue accumulating mana whenever he could. He imagined a man in the crowd and thought that as time went on, the world would change and accept mana as power, so more of it wouldn't hurt. The boy remembered how he had opened his mouth wide to create a flow of mana and thought that his powers had increased after that incident. The kids came up to the boy and called him to play with them, and he was horrified by their stamina. Suddenly, the teacher picked up the bag and happily shouted for the kids to take the ice cream. The kids immediately surrounded him, shouting loudly. Yunha smiled and thought that kids would be kids. Taeyo looked to the side and through clenched teeth said for everyone who didn't have ice cream to come and take it. 2 hands grabbed one bag at the same time. It was the protagonist and his neighbor. They glared at each other, arguing over who should take the treat. The teacher walked up to them, watching them argue. He then snatched the ice cream from their hands and said that he asked them not to fight among themselves. The candy broke into 2 halves. Taeyo gave each half to the children and asked if it was okay. They then played rock paper scissors, with the winner taking all. The boy clenched his teeth furiously and said loudly that they should be able to share. He suddenly turned around when Haeyoung asked where Yoonhyuk was. Minji was eating the ice cream, saying that he was probably swinging a sword in the garden. The protagonist walked away, and the girl asked why he always played alone. The boy closed his eyes and thought that special training must be done in secret. Haeyoung smiled and said that she felt bad because the protagonist was left out when everyone else was eating together. Her friend shook her head and said that her only flaw was that she was too cute. Haeyoung smiled when the teacher asked her to pass the ice cream to Yoonhyuk. The girl took the candy and said that she would go alone. She then ran away and the teacher yelled for the children to throw out the trash if they were done eating. Yoonha looked after her, confused. Then he flinched when someone shouted loudly that they were going to play tag. Minji came up to him and said that he should come too, but the boy replied that he had enough for today. He turned away when the girl said that then the others would not want to play with him anymore, and he replied that she did not need to worry about that. She put her hands on her waist and said that Yuna asked her to play with the protagonist. The boy imagined his sister hugging him. Among the 5 hands, only one was clenched into a fist. Everyone started running away from the protagonist, who was the host of the game. He gritted his teeth and turned around. Minji was running away from him, smiling, and he followed her. The boy extended his hand forward. Suddenly, the girl stopped abruptly, and Yunha ran past her. Then he rushed after another player. The boy quickly ran past him, hitting him on the back. Ignoring him, the protagonist ran towards the neighbor again. She stood motionless with her arms crossed. The protagonist ran past her. Then he turned around with a smirk on his face. He touched her back, smiling widely. The girl turned around abruptly. The child ran away from her, and she gritted her teeth in anger. She crossed her arms, looking at the other children. Her eyes lit up with rage at the protagonist. He turned around when she screamed that he was a corpse. The boy smiled and asked if she thought she could catch him. Suddenly, his eyes widened sharply. He stopped. Minji caught up with him and hit him on the shoulder. She then looked at Yunha and asked why he just stood up. The protagonist's body began to emit mana when he sensed killing intent in the kindergarten. The monster grabbed the railing. The boy abruptly turned around and gritted his teeth. The goblin's huge shadow fell on the children, who did not understand what was happening. In front of them was a huge 7th grade monster. He stamped his foot, approaching the children. The girl froze, calling for her mother. She opened her mouth wide when the goblin came closer to her and swung his weapon. In his hand was an axe. The girl looked at the goblin in fear. The monster swung his axe. The protagonist fired a magic arrow forward. It knocked the weapon out of the monster's hands. The beast turned around tensely. Yunha frowned menacingly. Another enemy pounced on him from behind. The boy began to dodge his attacks. The child jumped aside and called him too annoying. The magician clenched his wand in his hand and decided to kill him in an instant so he could go and deal with the other one. The goblin raised his axe to strike. Taeyo ran forward. The teacher hit the monster and shouted that he would not succeed. The boy looked back and asked his charge not to move. The young man threw a mop forward. It threw the monster back. The teacher grabbed the player by the shirt. He took the children and asked them to hold on tight. The animals ran after him. Taeyo opened his mouth wide and asked if everything was okay. The protagonist answered in the affirmative. The goblin jumped into the air to hit him with an axe. Yunha summoned mana in his hands. A cloud of blue energy appeared in front of him. The boy threw it forward. The projectile hit the monster right in the chest. The monster was right above its fellow. The child raised his head and heard their screams. The heroes ran into the room. The teacher fell to the floor and began to breathe heavily. The boy asked what happened to the other children. The principal sat down next to him and said that they were all evacuated. The magician looked around. The boy said that there were 2 goblins there and assumed that they were the ones who were recently mentioned on the news. The woman helped her colleague up and said that they should wait until the hunters showed up. The teacher said that they should lock the doors then. Minji ran forward and shouted that she couldn't find her friends. The kindergarten staff gaped in shock. The girl explained that her friend wanted to give Yoonhyuk some ice cream. Taeyo said that he had to go and get them back. The principal grabbed his hand and said that he couldn't do that. The children sat down on the floor and trembled with fear. The children ran to the teacher and asked him to bring their friends back. A light gust of wind lifted the curtains. Clouds floated above the city. A loud scream was heard. The goblin grabbed Yoonhyuk by the shirt. The monster swung a glittering axe. Hyeon put her hands in front of her and used magic. A wave of energy pushed the monster away. It fell to the floor a few meters away from the heroes. The girl sat down next to her friend and asked if he was okay. The beast rose to his feet and growled. The sorceress helped the boy stand up. The kindergartner closed his eyes and clenched his teeth. He grabbed his friend by the hand and shouted that they needed to run. The goblin smiled widely, revealing his rotten teeth. The boys ran out onto the playground. Hyeon asked what they should do now. Yoonhyuk explained that the adults would come and save them, so they needed to hide. The child pointed to the net and suggested climbing to the very top. The girl jumped onto the bars. The boy asked her to go up first. The kindergartner looked back when he heard a growl. The monster came out onto the playground and bowed its head. The sorceress climbed up and asked why her friend wasn't climbing after her. Yoonhyuk looked back and said that he would fight until the adults came. The child raised a toy sword in front of him. Hyeon asked him not to do this and to climb up to her. The monster approached the net. The boy clenched his teeth in anger. In the memory, Hyun-chul put the sword on his shoulder during the broadcast. Sitting in front of the TV, the kindergartner was happy that his idol defeated the boss. Yoonhyuk smiled widely and declared that he would become a hero like the Zodiac. The child gripped the hilt of the sword and wanted to become a flame demon. The boy shrugged his shoulders and urged the enemy to attack. The beast bared its fangs. The goblin opened his mouth wide and screamed. The monster rushed to attack. The kindergartner thought about how he should do everything as he was taught. He swung the toy sword. The monster knocked the weapon out of his hands. The toy fell to the floor behind him. The beast raised the axe above its head. Someone picked up the sword. His blade pierced the goblin's shoulder. Yoonhyuk covered his face with his hands in fear. His body stopped shaking. The child opened his eyes and looked forward. Hayoung furrowed her brows in fear. The determined protagonist stood before them. The boy looked at him with tears in his eyes. Yoonha looked back and called him a real man. The boys looked at each other in silence. Suddenly, the monster pounced on its prey. The kindergartner opened his mouth wide and asked his friend to be careful. The blade of a sword flashed in the air. It cut off the monster's hand. The severed wrist flew into the air. The beast looked at the bleeding wound in horror. The mad-eyed magician swung his sword. He managed to cut the goblin in half. His body turned into dust. The diamond that was left of him fell to the ground. The player brushed the blood off his sword and sighed. The protagonist smiled and said that now they could rest in peace. Yoonhyuk threw himself into his arms and called him a real hero. Yoonha fell to the floor and asked what was happening to him. Hyeon also hugged her friend and began to cry. The girl closed her eyes and said that she was very scared. The boy clenched his teeth, not understanding what was happening. A little earlier, when everyone was distracted, the child opened the door. The magician calmly walked outside so that no one would notice him. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His blue eyes lit up. The world around him became covered with a grid. The guys ran away. The player thought that Hyeon had a lot of mana and that his friends were safe. The protagonist turned his head and saw a goblin. The monster took a step forward. Yoonha asked his friends to be patient a little longer, and realized that he had to get rid of the one walking towards the building first. The monster looked up and growled. Suddenly, the beast turned when it heard someone's voice. The boy stepped forward, holding a stationary knife in his hands. Its blade was engulfed in blue fire. The goblin rushed to attack. The child ducked to dodge its blow. The magician kicked off the ground with his foot. He bounced off the wall and jumped high above the enemy. The player cut the air with his knife. A wave of powerful energy pierced the monster through. The monster swung its axe. The protagonist jumped even higher to dodge. Yoonha bounced off the roof. The boy approached the enemy and swung the knife. A giant cut appeared on the beast's back. The goblin opened its mouth wide. Its body turned into golden smoke. The child folded the box cutter and concluded that it would no longer be useful. Throwing it to the ground, the mage wondered who could have allowed such a thing and promised to catch and kill him. He ran forward and hoped that his friends were okay. The player frowned furiously and called out to them. Clouds floated across the sky, and a child's cry was heard. Hayoung and Yoonhyuk surrounded their comrade, continuing to sob. Tuyo came out to them and asked if they were okay. The protagonist frowned sadly. Yoonha closed his eyes and replied that everything was fine. In the evening, people gathered near the kindergarten. The man approached the boy and asked if he had actually managed to kill the monster. The child scratched his cheek and said that the monster was already badly injured and disappeared after a few blows. Holding a diamond in his hand, the soldier explained that 7th or 8th grade goblins were not so weak that a kindergartner could defeat them. The mage imagined his magical attacks and thought that the monster could only be defeated by destroying its core with a mana-enhanced weapon or strong physical attacks. The soldier frowned and asked what about the monster in the hallway. The player frowned worriedly and assumed that one goblin had killed the other and was therefore injured when they met on the street. The hunter spread his arms and decided that this was true. At the press conference, the representative of the Songbuku office expressed his deepest apologies to Doan Kindergarten for the incident they had to go through. Taeyo and his charges smiled. The man promised that they would do their best for the welfare of this kindergarten from now on. The employee pointed at Yunha and called him today's hero. He was given a certificate for his great sense of duty and justice, which saved people from monster attacks. The children clapped happily. The parents frowned sternly and demanded that their son write a letter of apology. The boy looked at the certificate with fear and realized that now he would definitely be killed. The child smiled awkwardly when they wanted to take a photo of him. People gathered for the festival at Doan Kindergarten. Hyen sat with flowers in her hands. A long time ago there lived a princess named Snow White, whose face was white and beautiful. The boys in green suits surrounded her. She had a kind heart, so she was friends with the 7 dwarves in the forest. The boys put a wreath on her head and laughed. Taeyo held the microphone in his hands. The audience was happy. At this time, the other kindergartners were standing backstage. Clutching his head, Yunhyuk said that he could not remember any of his lines and asked what he should do. The magician crossed his arms and reminded him that he only had one line. The boy threw up his hands and asked how he managed to remember everything. The player looked away and noticed that his friend had changed a lot since the incident with the goblins. The protagonist smiled awkwardly and remembered how he started calling him captain as a child. The kindergartner gave him a thumbs up and promised to show him all his acting skills. Someone came on stage and approached Hyen. Minji handed her an apple and asked if it looked delicious. The girl leaned over it and said that it was actually very beautiful. Sungjin waved his hand and said that she shouldn't eat what the stranger was giving her. His friend suggested that the fruit was probably poisoned. Yunhyuk trembled. The dwarf asked the princess not to eat the apple. The boy opened his mouth wide and agreed with him. Everyone was scared when the child pointed to the apple and asked Snow White not to eat it. The teacher's glasses even cracked from his scream. All the spectators and actors silently stared at the dwarf. The parents closed their eyes and laughed loudly. The main character smiled awkwardly and decided that his friend was acting like a robot. The witch threw the fruit and asked the kindergartner to eat it. The apple hit Yunhyuk's mouth. Minji realized that she missed. The boy fell to the floor. Another child shouted that he was dead. The children surrounded him from all sides. The host said that the dwarf ate the poisoned apple instead of the princess. The boy waved his hand and said that the queen did not give up. The young man pointed to the side and explained that the witch made Snow White eat another apple. Minji shuddered and clenched her teeth in horror. The girl put the apple in Hyen's mouth. The beauty called her mom. The villainess ran away and shouted that she asked her not to call her that. The child looked at the bitten apple. Immediately after that, the actress fell to the ground. The dwarves dragged their friend backstage. Taeyo put his hand on the main character's shoulder. The teacher wiped away his tears and said that he could only rely on him. The boy clenched his fist and said that they had a bet on whose class would do the best today. The curtain moved aside. Yunha walked onto the stage where Snow White was lying. The boy resolutely walked towards her. The child's eyes widened when he heard whispers from the audience. People stared at him, discussing that he was the same kindergartner who killed the goblin and was awarded by the city hall. His eyes lit up. The magician remembered how he was called a monster who did not care about human life. Dozens of red eyes looked at the swordsman. Yuna brought her hands to her mouth and called out to her brother. The protagonist shuddered and woke up. His sister waved her hand at him. The parents smiled widely and called their son amazing. Yunha opened his mouth in surprise. The boy blushed and asked his family not to embarrass him like that. The child turned around. He approached the princess. The magician sighed heavily. The player stroked Hyen and asked how such a beautiful girl could exist in this world. The prince kissed her forehead. The girl opened her eyes. The protagonist helped her to her feet. The audience began to clap joyfully. The actors bowed to the sounds of applause. The other guys ran onto the stage. They lifted their comrade up. The kids threw him into the air. Yunha thought it was too dangerous. Suddenly, someone caught him in midair. His father smiled widely and praised his acting. The boy climbed onto his shoulders and said that he had a great role model. The child turned to his mother when she called out to him. The woman smiled and asked if her son had found what he wanted to do. The magician looked at her with a smile and remembered that she asked this question every year. In the past, when the player was drinking from a mug, the mother asked him what he wanted to do when he grew up. The main character looked down and answered honestly that he did not know. The boys happily ran around the stage. Minji and Hyen held hands and began to dance. Yunha smiled widely and realized that he just wanted to be happy and for no one to ruin this joy. The boy put his hands on his father's head and said that he wanted to become a warrior. The woman happily closed her eyes. The magician wanted to come down to the ground. His mother blushed and wished her son to do whatever he wanted. The player ran to his friends. Yunhyuk hugged him. The girl thought that she would always be by his side. White clouds floated above the city. The children stood in front of the stage. A man congratulated them on entering elementary school. The main character covered his mouth with his hand and yawned. He was already 8 years old. Minji asked him not to yawn. Yunha asked since when she became so polite. The girl bared her teeth. Hyen reminded them that the teacher asked them to be quiet. Yunhyuk asked with shining eyes when his friend was going to take the place of the leader. The boy answered that he would not do this, and asked him to be calmer. The children looked at the stage. The child concluded that his friend only wanted the best for him. A student shook his shoulder. The principal said that they were looking forward to an exciting school life from everyone. There was a sign with a class number hanging above the classroom. Minji put her hand to her chest and said that she lived in the Heiwa district. Closing her eyes, the girl added that she likes watching dramas and listening to music, and said that she wants to make many wonderful friends. Gina raised her hand and asked her to tell the rest next time because they didn't have much time. The student sat down at her desk and the boys looked at her with displeasure. The magician stood up from his desk when the girl asked him to introduce himself. The player put his hands in his pocket and hoped that they would get along. The woman at the podium asked if that was all, and the answer was yes. The teacher opened the magazine and called Hyan. The girl stood up and lowered her head. She put her hand to her chest and hesitated. Her lips trembled and her cheeks turned red. The protagonist gave her a stern look. The sun was shining on the building. The man came out onto the porch with his daughter and introduced himself. The boys standing on the road greeted him. Smiling, their friend's father assumed that it was hard for them to get here and said that he had prepared a delicious lunch for them. Yunha frowned suspiciously. The children surrounded the head of the family. Wanting to drink something quickly, the boy thought that he had seen his face somewhere before. The man closed his eyes and asked what he would like. The child raised his index finger and said that he wanted to drink espresso, but then changed his wish to banana juice. The boys gathered at the table, on which there were many desserts. Sungjin stuffed his cheeks full of food. The boys began to taste and praise the food. Minji closed her eyes and said that their classmate's father is a great cook. Yunhyuk asked her to be a little more modest. There were cakes on the table. The boy called his friend a gourmet. The girl asked him not to call her that. The magician saw how they began to quarrel. The player took a sip and wondered why they were reacting like that. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened in shock. His body was enveloped in mana. Yunho wondered what it was. The child looked at the glass and felt his mana begin to recover. The mage frowned and realized that he had just drunk a potion. The flask was enveloped in bright energy. It contained an elixir that helps restore mana inside a person's body. The wounded warrior drank it. Hunters who confront monsters always carry potions with them because their lives depend on the amount of mana. Hyan tilted her head and asked if something was wrong. The player replied that everything was delicious. The girl raised her eyebrows when the protagonist asked what her father's name was. The man poured tea into a mug. The student replied that his name was Siekin. Yunha's eyes widened in surprise. The boy smiled widely and invited his classmate to become best friends. Her father was preparing drinks behind his back. It turned out that he was the man who revolutionized the potion market. The alchemist raised his hands over the flask. He had the gift of extracting mana and carefully selecting ingredients. A skyscraper towered over the city. In the future, Sukhan would become the absolute king of the potion market and an important employee of the Alice Group, one of the 3 largest companies in South Korea. The child scratched his chin and thought about how he didn't know he had a daughter. Suddenly, the mage's eyes widened and he realized that he had saved her, so she survived. The player put his hand on his friend's shoulder. Pointing at himself, the player asked her to tell him if anyone bullied her and promised that he would not leave them alone. Hyan looked down and agreed. The girl raised her hands, not knowing what to say to her. Suddenly, the student smiled and introduced herself, saying that she liked reading and drinking tea. Closing her eyes, she explained that she was embarrassed to make new friends and hoped that they could become friends. The protagonist gave her a thumbs up and mentally praised her. Gina smiled widely and praised the schoolgirl. Everyone turned around when the girl suggested listening to the next one. Yunha opened his mouth in surprise. The stranger had ears on her head. A tail grew behind her back. Siona lowered her head. Someone asked if it wasn't a monster. The embryo had ears and a tail. It turned out that demi-humans is a term used for children born with altered genes due to the effects of poorly distributed mana. The people frowned angrily. Those who had lost their loved ones to monsters hated demi-humans. The girl excitedly hugged herself by the shoulder. Siona raised her eyebrows and hoped that they would become friends. Someone said that his parents forbade him to communicate with her. The boy looked away and concluded that many have prejudices about such creatures. The teacher called the next one. Yunhyuk jumped to his feet and said that he liked to swing a sword and was learning mana from the boss. The kid next to him asked who the boss was. The student asked if he didn't know. The student pointed at his friend and called him the boss. He put his hand on his bicep and asked the others not to even think about becoming the class leader because his boss was so strong. Gina raised her hands and calmly asked him to go back to his seat. Frowning, the girl asked the mage to stay after school and said that they would call his parents for an interview. The protagonist shed tears and wondered what his fault was. Sitting at his desk, Yunho was upset about how tiring it all was. Clouds floated above the school. The screams of the children could be heard. The boy thought about how hellish training would be waiting for his friend from today. Holding a tray of food in his hands, the child was happy that the mana test for the first grade was finally over. The magician presented a graph where everyone except Minji was above average. Hyan had the highest score, but the teachers decided that there was a mistake and recorded her as average. Yunhyuk waved to his friend. The player decided that everything ended without problems, so it was finally time to eat. The children ran around the stadium. A student gave a thumbs up and decided to bring more food. The schoolboy covered his mouth when the protagonist said that this was already the third portion and that the cafeteria worker had already remembered him. The girl frowned in displeasure and asked what she should do now, since she also wanted more. Yunha smiled madly. The boy narrowed his eyes slyly and decided that his friend was eating too much. The student shouted that she took even less food than Hyan. The children crossed their spoons. Someone drew their attention to their classmate. Siona flicked her tail. The children leaned towards each other and wondered why such a monster was even going to school. The half-human sadly bowed her head. The girl looked around. Suddenly, there was an empty seat next to her. The kids sitting at the table looked away. The student raised her eyebrows and asked if she could eat with them. The blonde smirked and refused. Hyan looked around in disappointment. The child concluded that their classmate had not chosen the best person. Senna crossed her arms over her chest and asked if she was completely crazy to try to sit at their table. Her friend put her elbows on the table and said that she needed to know her place. The student trembled when the bullies began to insult her appearance and suggested that she eat in the booth. The schoolgirl lowered her head and said that she was very sorry. Minji clenched her fist and was indignant at her classmate's behavior. Hyan called her very angry. Yoonhyuk looked at his friend worriedly. The magician lowered his head. Laughter rang out. In the memory, the player frowned when someone said that not all demi-humans are good. The man sitting opposite explained that the stranger a person is and the kinder his heart, the more he is hated. The protagonist asked what this meant. Moss flew to the lantern. The fighter said that demi-humans can be good, but there are still more bad ones. Sitting on the bench, Yunha repeated his question. The warrior did not understand what he wanted. The wolf sternly knitted his eyebrows and suggested that his comrade cared about demi-humans only because of him. The swordsman asked if he could be called a good person. Paran answered that it was not about that. Suddenly the guy took out his weapon. The young man smirked and asked if his friend really considered him an indulger. Falling off his chair, the man answered negatively and asked why his ally became so serious. The magician was indignant that he came to the tent in the middle of the night and pretended to be busy. The fighter ran out into the street when the player asked him to stand guard if he didn't want to get beaten up. The monster fell to the ground in the dungeon of the abyss. The warrior looked back and said that the enemies here were quite strong. Suddenly, the wolf looked away sharply. The monster immediately struck him in the chest. Paran looked up tensely. The giant praying mantis swung its spiked paw. The beast bared its fangs. The man fell to his knees. The insect swung its paw to kill him. Someone jumped forward. The protagonist cut the enemy's paw in half. Yunha determinedly knitted his brows, protecting his comrade. The monster threw back its head and screamed loudly. The monster opened its mouth wide and rushed to attack. The swordsman gritted his teeth and dodged its blow. The boy clenched the blade in his hands. Several cuts appeared on the praying mantis's body. The beast tried to escape. The young man chopped it into pieces. The severed head fell to the ground. The magician crouched next to his comrade. The fighter narrowed his eyes and asked if his ally had come this far but would still hesitate. Yujin ran up to them. The player asked her to heal the warrior. The girl bit her finger. The wolf said that he understood his condition better than anyone. Paran frowned and explained that the reason for their lives was to kill monsters. There were many corpses lying around. The man asked why his friend was hesitating. The protagonist gritted his teeth and asked what he wanted to say in the end. The half-human reminded him of how he sternly knitted his eyebrows and said that not all of his people were good. Yunha placed his hand on his chest. The fighter asked his comrade not to ignore the half-humans because they were who they were. The woman folded her hands together. The warrior said that he was no different from them. The wolf concluded that he was a very bad person, and his hand fell to the ground. The swordsman looked at his hand in horror. The boy clenched his fist and wondered why he remembered this now. The child stood up from the table and called out to his friend. The magician frowned and asked her to make another seat. Yoonhyuk stated that he knew his friend would do that. The player took Siona's tray. The protagonist turned away from the table with the bullies and asked his classmate to come with him. The girl's mouth dropped open in shock. The student grabbed her friend by the sleeve and immediately apologized. Yoonha looked back and said that everything was fine. The boy approached his friends and explained that they made room for her. The schoolgirl frowned sadly and stated that he did not have to help her. The child frowned and said that he did not care. The bully pointed at herself and asked if she should ask the other children at Doan Kindergarten about these guys. Senna brushed her hair and said that there was no need. The scoundrel narrowed her eyes in disdain and stated that she could tell that they were of low status just by their actions. Siona sat down at the table. Minji greeted her and suggested that she would have to get used to how stubborn their classmate was. Yoonhyuk put a spoon in his mouth and greeted the new girl and said that the lunch today was delicious. Hyan handed her a mug of barley tea. The girl smiled widely and offered to be friends. The boys happily stared at their new friend. The demi-human looked at her reflection in the tea. She drank it in one gulp. The student began to eat. Suddenly, the schoolgirl began to cry. The magician asked her to eat more slowly. The boy said that they were not going to steal her lunch. The child jumped up from the table, not understanding why his classmate was crying. Hyan offered her to take a handkerchief and wipe her tears with it. The boys gathered in the playground. The player raised his index finger and explained that from now on, they must suppress mana to hide their presence, or use it to enhance their physical abilities and escape. Siona raised her hand and said that she did not know how to control mana. The protagonist assumed that she knew how to hide her presence. The girl smiled when Minji suggested that she win using strength. Yunha concluded that she did not yet know how to use her unique skill, telepathy. Clouds floated above the city. The boy asked his friends not to go into the buildings and stay within this area so that everything would be fair. The children ran in different directions. The mage said that he would count to 100. The child went to the pole and began counting. After the time was up, the player opened his eyes. He stretched and shouted that he was going to look. Minji gritted her teeth in displeasure when they found her. The protagonist realized that he had found her, Yunhyuk and Yuna, which meant there were two more, but there was no trace of Hyan's presence here. Yunha crossed his arms over his chest and decided to find Siona first. The boy rushed into the bushes. The child smiled widely and said that he had found her. The girl disappeared behind the fence. The mage ran after her and asked her to stop. His hand almost touched her back. The demi-human jumped into the air. She landed on the roof. The student spread her arms and shouted that she would not lose until she was touched. The boys watched their chase from the side. Yunhyuk rolled up his sleeves and realized that they had also been found but not caught. Minji punched her palm and concluded that they had been tricked. Yuna smiled widely and said that she could run faster if she used her mana. The children ran to different sides of the court. The player grabbed his head and asked what it was. The protagonist ran after his friend. Siona blushed, watching him from the side. Earlier, Hyan entered the building. The girl looked around and wondered where she could hide. A blue aura enveloped her. The child realized that she had to suppress her mana. The student concentrated energy around herself, and remembered that they had agreed not to hide in buildings, so she needed to go back out. Suddenly, the schoolgirl saw books lying on the stairs. The sorceress went up. The entire room was filled with books. Hyan went further down the corridor. The girl took the little prince, and declared that this was a real paradise. The child sat on her lap and realized that it was time for her to go. Suddenly, the student saw a book with a red cover. It had a rabbit drawn on it. The schoolgirl wondered how to read it. Someone answered that it was Alice in Wonderland. A man in glasses approached her from behind. The old man frowned sternly. The sorceress looked back in fear. After some time, the guys entered the room with books. The main character angrily clenched his teeth and called out to his friend. Hyan was sitting on the stranger's lap. They were reading a book. Yunha approached her and explained that they were playing hide and seek. The man said that the girl should have said that she was there with friends. The other children hid behind the doors. The student admitted that she had completely forgotten about the game. The boy clenched his fist angrily. The schoolgirl apologized to him. The child flicked her and asked her to warn him next time if she wanted to go somewhere. The sorceress blushed and apologized again. The magician decided not to scold her anymore to avoid tears. The player frowned and apologized for disturbing him. The old man replied that everything was fine and invited Hyan to come to him next time to read together. The girl asked if she could come here later. The stranger patted her head and answered in the affirmative. The student wanted to finish reading the book as soon as possible. The main character grabbed her hand and said that they had to go already, because it was very late. Yunha looked back when the man asked him to stop. The old man picked up the phone and said he could take them home. The car parked in front of a residential building. The boys ran to the door when the stranger asked them to sit down. The boy wondered who this person was. Yunhyuk, Hyan, and Siona sat in the back. The child noticed that it was a very expensive car. The man buckled his seatbelt and told the driver that they could go. The other children stayed outside and watched the car go. The magician clenched his fists and said that he had never ridden in a car like this. Tears of envy welled up in his eyes. The next day, it started to rain. The boys were sitting in the classroom. The player flinched when someone wanted to write him down as a candidate. Gina wrote 4th grade presidential election on the board. The girl then wrote the main character's name. Yunha raised her hand and asked why his name was on the list. Minji replied that someone suggested him for the post. The boy pointed at himself and asked who did it. The girl pointed at their classmate. Yunhyuk clenched his fists and smiled widely. The child waved his hand at his friend and called him boss. The magician leaned on his hands and wanted to beat him up. The student said that his friend should become the president. The player raised his hand and said that he wanted to refuse. The woman closed her eyes and explained that his classmate nominated him and asked the student not to ignore his sincerity. The protagonist said that he was not fit for the role. The teacher, with a puzzled frown, asked what this meant and said that everyone has equal rights. Yunha slammed his fist on the table and was indignant that his friend did not warn him about this earlier. The schoolgirl asked him not to throw a tantrum. Everyone turned around and looked at him. Gina said that he was the only candidate and asked if anyone else wanted to nominate themselves. Senna raised her hand. The boys stared at her in silence. The girl smirked and said she wanted to participate in the elections. The boy frowned in displeasure. There were many hamburgers in the box. A man in a formal suit was holding it. The student said that her father bought it and offered her classmates a snack. The boys rushed to her. calling her the best. The schoolgirls began to hand out packages of food, offering everyone to vote for Senna to eat hamburgers once a month. The magician and his friends stood to the side. Someone handed him a burger. The girl smiled slyly, holding out the package. She narrowed her eyes and thanked her classmates for their precious votes. The player sternly knitted his eyebrows and said that he did not want to eat. The protagonist turned away. Yunha closed his eyes, sighed, and was indignant at the student's behavior. The boy looked away. Yunhyuk happily looked at the hamburger. The child gave it to him and said that he would not eat it. Minji and Haiyang also refused. The magician put his hands in his pockets and called out to his friends. A confident smile appeared on his face. White clouds floated above the mountains. Children crowded together outside during a spring excursion. Holding a sign, Gina asked everyone to raise their hand when they heard their name. The girl smiled widely and asked the president to help her. Senna brushed her hair and agreed. The player angrily clenched his teeth. He was appointed vice president. The girl took the sign in her hands. Then the children followed the teacher. They stopped at a beautiful temple. It was time for a picnic, and the children sat on the grass. The protagonist opened his bento, in which his sister wrote her wish with ketchup. Sitting next to him, the girl said that his lunch looked very appetizing. Minji took out her container and called the writing on the rice very cute. Yunha asked her to be quiet. The student had kimbap with sausages for lunch. The classmates smiled widely when they saw Hyen's food. She had nuggets in the shape of a bear. The boy closed his eyes and decided that he shouldn't expect anything else from Seokin. Yunhyuk shouted that noodles are the best food for nature trips. The child fell onto the blanket. The schoolgirl asked if he didn't bring a bento with him. The student took out a cup of noodles and said that his mother calls it the best food in the world. The boy smiled awkwardly and remained silent. Minji closed her eyes and was upset that her parents didn't pack him lunch. The magician said that noodles are cool and decided to reduce the amount of hellish training. A stranger ran through the forest. The guy gritted his teeth and asked what it was. Suddenly, he tripped over a tree root. The young man fell to the ground. The fugitive tried to crawl further. Suddenly, a huge black paw appeared in front of him. The monsters bared their fangs. The stranger jumped back and called for help. The monster leaned over him, its eyes blazing. The hellhounds pounced on their prey. Blood sprayed in the air. A scream was heard. The dogs tore the meat into pieces. The beast opened its mouth wide and ordered them to stop. Bright lightning fell on the predators. The wolves backed away. Saliva flowed from their mouths. The leader stuck out his tongue and said that they needed to go down. The monsters ran down the hillside. During lunch, the children smiled happily and laughed. After that, the children gathered in the clearing to play a game. In their hands were pieces of paper with the inscription nothing. The heroes lowered their heads in disappointment. The main character suggested that they just give up. Yunhyuk grabbed his hand and said that he needed to find the treasure at all costs. Minji, with sparkling eyes, suggested they move on. The others happily agreed. Yunha said he was bored and left. The girl put her hand on his shoulder and asked where he was going. The friends walked along the path. The boy was upset that they went so far instead of going to Gyeongbokgung Palace, which is very close to the city. The child frowned and remembered that the Wajongba area is located just behind this mountain. The guys looked around when they heard someone scream. Siona pressed her hands to her chest and asked what was that. Hyen assumed that something happened. The magician put his finger to his lips and asked them to be quiet. The monster ran forward. The monster jumped out of the bushes. The student pointed forward with a shaking hand. A hellhound stood in front of them. The wolf took a hunting pose. The player gritted his teeth and wondered why this had happened today. In the memory, the predators attacked people on this day. The animals inhabiting the Wajongba district passed through the barrier and rushed south. It was a tragic event with many victims. The dog stretched out its paws and took a step forward. Saliva dripped from its mouth. The schoolgirl pressed her hands to her chest in fear. The monster jumped forward. The monster opened its mouth wide and bared its fangs. Minji stumbled. The girl fell on her back. The wolf jumped on her. The student covered her head with her hand and screamed. The protagonist kicked the predator in the side. The beast fell to the ground. Yunha approached it and swung a fork. Its teeth were shrouded in a blue aura. The boy stabbed the hellhound, blood spurted. The children watched in horror from the side. The dog's body turned into a golden haze. Without turning around, the child asked if his friend was okay. The schoolgirl frowned in worry and replied that everything was fine. The mage stood in front of a pool of blood. Yunhyuk stated that they should be the ones asking him that question. The student frowned and explained that it was not the boss he knew. Wiping his cheek, the player replied that everything was fine and concluded that his friend had seen everything correctly. The protagonist remembered how he swung his sword in the past and realized that he became an undead when he killed monsters, that is, a person who goes crazy from killing. Yunha looked at his hand and realized that he showed his comrades the side he shouldn't have. The boy looked away when he heard a scream. Standing on the path, the student asked what they should do. Minji stated that they needed to run. The child thought that they wouldn't be able to because the hounds move in packs. The monsters ran down the slope. The child assumed that he would not be able to save everyone, so there was only one way out. The boys looked at their friend in fear. The magician frowned sternly and asked them to listen carefully to his words. The other children walked around the mountains, not suspecting anything. Senna put her handkerchief on a stone and decided to rest. The girl sat on it and asked the others to start looking for treasure. Her friend said that this was too much. The student scratched the back of his head and asked if they could also rest. The bully frowned discontentedly. The boys immediately ran off to look for treasure, asking her to sit there and rest. The schoolgirl looked at her phone. She looked up when she heard screams. Her classmates ran back in horror. Senna's eyes widened and asked what was wrong. Hellhounds were running after her classmates. The girl ran past her friend. The monster jumped on the child. The schoolgirl jumped back and called for help. The monster was very close. The bully closed her eyes and cried. A bullet hit the wolf's body. The predator fell to the ground. The cartridge case fell on the grass. The schoolgirl looked up in horror. Holding a gun in his hands, the protagonist asked his classmate to go down the mountain if she did not want to die. Senna climbed down from the rock. Yunha said that he cleared the way, and she could handle the rest on her own. The beasts bared their fangs. The girl grabbed her friend by the sleeve and asked him to protect her. The bully frowned in fear. The boy looked back menacingly and asked her to stay out of his sight. Some time ago, the child frowned sternly and explained that the friends should run to the foot of the mountain and call for help. Yunhye pointed his finger at him and asked if the boss would really go without them. The mage looked back and said that he needed to find the others. The student said that he would go with him because he had managed to learn how to control mana. The player widened his eyes and asked him to stop talking nonsense and focus on surviving. The student looked down and apologized to him. The protagonist raised his index finger and suggested that his comrades form a group. Standing in front of them, Yunha reminded them that the hellhounds have a well-developed sense of smell, so they should suppress their mana in the air. The boy went deeper into the forest. The child threw the food into the bushes, which had some mana left in it. The mage threw the box away, deciding to throw the enemies off the scent. The monsters began to search the bushes for mana. The player closed his eyes and wondered if he should check their location. A force field appeared around him. The protagonist saw that all the monsters were far away from them, and realized that he had bought some time. Yunha pushed off the tree and jumped to the top of the mountain. Ahead of him, a cluster of ominous energy was visible, and the boy wondered how many enemies there must be. Looking back, the child realized that he had half as much mana as before the regression, and decided to save the citrus tea for later. The mage looked ahead when he heard screams. Hellhounds were tearing people apart. The boy opened his mouth in horror and begged for salvation. Tears flowed from his eyes. The beast licked its lips. The predators surrounded the prey. Suddenly, the dog looked back. The player punched him in the back. The monsters retreated. The protagonist looked back. Yunha saw a sword on the ground and thought that this was to be expected from hunters. The boy grabbed the weapon and realized that he would not be able to use a long sword because of its weight. The child took out a dagger and concluded that the metal it was made of was filled with mana, with which he could kill enemies. The mage pointed the weapon at the monster. The player smiled and beckoned with his finger. The hellhounds bared their fangs furiously. The beast jumped forward and spread its paws. Its chest was open for a blow. The protagonist swung the dagger. He managed to wound the predator right in the heart. The dog fell down. Its relatives rushed to attack. Yunha looked back and flashed his burning eyes. The boy ran forward, destroying enemies in his path. The wolf pounced on him from behind. The child ducked and managed to dodge his attack. The mage pierced the monster's chest with a knife. Purple blood poured out of the wound. The player landed on his feet. The enemy's body dispersed into the air. The protagonist put his hand on the ground. Yunha used an energy blast and pushed off from it. The boy found himself high above the heads of the monsters. The child ran his hand along the blade of the dagger. A huge amount of mana burst out of its tip. Thin sharp needles fell to the ground. They pierced the bodies of the unsuspecting hounds. The beasts opened their mouths in horror. Their bodies turned into golden smoke. A stream of energy slipped between the predators. The dogs looked at it in fear. The wave of mana curved. A 5-pointed star appeared behind the mage. At the same second, the spell worked, and an explosion was heard. Birds flew above the trees. Standing in front of the wolf's corpse, Senna trembled. The girl covered her face with her hands. The player lowered the dagger and asked her to go down the mountain. The student frowned in shock. The protagonist assumed that she would be able to do it on her own. The monsters bared their fangs. The schoolgirl grabbed her friend by the shoulder and asked him to save her. Tears appeared in her eyes. Yunha frowned and said that he did not want to see her anymore. The bully let go of his sleeve. The boy put the gun on his shoulder and remembered that on the way here he saw the man who came with her, in critical condition, so he needed to be cured as soon as possible. The child ran away, leaving his classmate alone. Senna opened her mouth in amazement. The mage was reflected in her eyes. The girl realized that she wanted to possess him. The player ran along the road. Dark energy oozed from the forest. The protagonist jumped into the trees. Yunha smiled and shouted that he found them. A pack of hellhounds was hiding in the forest. The monster opened its mouth in fury. Waves of black energy washed over the boy. Something sparkled in the cloud of dark smoke. The child cut through the darkness and declared that he would kill the villain. A rain of needles fell to the ground. The leader of the pack jumped back. His relatives died from magical projectiles. The magician landed on his feet. The monster rose to the top of the cliff. The monster bared its teeth and ordered the others to attack. The beasts pounced on the prey from behind. The player dodged their sharp claws. The protagonist chopped off the enemy's head. Yunha held his pistol in front of him. Several bullets pierced the predator's body. The boy turned around and saw a group of dogs. The wolves pounced on him from all sides. The child clenched his teeth and swung his dagger. Several powerful blows cut the monsters into pieces. They fell to the ground behind the magician and turned to dust. Blood splattered from the blade of the knife onto the grass. New hordes of monsters continued to advance. The player wiped his cheek and said that it was annoying. At this time, his friends were running through the forest. Some time ago, the protagonist took out food and asked his comrades to suppress their mana as much as possible. The children looked at him tensely and replied that they understood everything. Suddenly, the children stopped. There was a fork in the road ahead. Yunhyuk looked back and asked where they should go now. Hyeon put her hand to her chest and said that she was very tired. In the past, Yunha frowned and asked her to be a guide because she had good sense. The girl opened her eyes wide and realized that she had to do this. Dark energy was approaching from the left. The mage asked Siona to make sure there were no monsters nearby. The half-human perked up her ears and said that the sounds coming from that path were not good. Minji said that they should come to their senses and continue on. The boys took a different path. The boy's face was covered in sweat. He wondered why there was no hunter here. The child looked back when he heard a scream. The student grabbed his hand. The schoolgirl pulled her friend along and asked him not to turn around and run further. The player patted her head and asked her to make sure that no one panicked. The schoolgirl spread her arms and screamed in embarrassment. Minji clenched her teeth in anger. There was a cluster of black energy ahead. Hyeon opened her mouth wide and asked her comrades to stop. Something was approaching them. A clawed paw appeared from the darkness. There were spikes on the monster's back. The children's eyes widened in surprise. The monster stepped forward and bared its fangs. The hellhound raised its head and howled. Yunhyuk frowned and asked what was going on. The beast came out of the forest. Their red eyes lit up. The predators surrounded the boys from all sides. The child looked away tensely. Some time ago, the protagonist clenched his fist and asked him to protect everyone else. The student resolutely raised his fist. Yunha said that his job was to fight the monsters they would meet along the way. The boys bumped their fists. The student clutched a branch in his hands, shrouded in mana. Yunhyuk remembered how he swung a toy sword and wondered if he would really succeed. The dogs ran straight at him. The boy swung the branch furiously. He hit the wolf on the head. The monster staggered. The child smiled and shouted that he had succeeded. Minji asked what that meant. The monster approached its wounded relative and bared its teeth. Two hellhounds pounced on the prey. The student swung the branch again. He managed to wound the beast. However, a cut appeared on its back. The predators rushed forward. They attacked the prey from behind. Deep scratches appeared on the student's side. The girls looked at his wounds in horror. Siona frowned in worry and realized that these dogs were just playing with him. Standing in front of a group of enemies, Yunhyuk declared that he would not give up. The wolves rushed to attack. The boy swung his fist. The monster jumped at him. The child hit it in the lower jaw and called himself a damage dealer. Blood spurted out of the monster's mouth. The student looked at his hand and wondered what just happened. The hellhound lunged forward. The student thought that his attack was very similar to the boss. The beast bit him in the chest. The predator threw the prey aside. Yunhyuk fell to the ground and squinted. The dog grabbed him with its claws. The wolf opened its mouth in rage. Minji leaned forward and screamed. Siona cried in grief. In the memory, the children invited her to their table in the dining room. They ate together and laughed. The children were on a picnic in the mountains. They took many funny photos. The demi-human hoped that someone would save her friend. The monster bared its fangs and flashed red eyes. The monster bit the victim on the arm. Hyeon rushed to attack with her friend. The girl's ears burned. The student clasped her hands together and begged for help. Waves of golden energy appeared around her. They spread throughout the forest. Gusts of wind flew past the schoolgirl. The hellhounds looked back. A powerful whirlwind threw them into the air. A protective barrier appeared above the children. Siona turned around and noticed that the whirlwinds were not harming them. Hyeon opened her mouth in surprise. Real tornadoes appeared outside the barrier. The children helped their friend get up. Someone assumed that they were very scared. A stranger in high-heeled shoes hung in the air. A hurricane was raging in front of her. The girl took a step forward. The woman leaned towards the children. Seoyeon opened her fan and asked them to close their eyes for a second. The ghostly wind looked at the monsters and concluded that it was time to punish them. The protagonist dropped his backpack on the ground, standing in front of the enemies. Yunha opened the thermos and thought that a rice wine potion would come in handy in the mountains. The boy drank the tea and remembered that it had not yet been created. The child threw the thermos away and wiped his mouth. He smiled slyly and promised to chop the monsters into meat. The thermos fell on the grass. The magician made a sharp dash forward. The hellhound jumped back. Her relatives pounced on the prey from the other side. The player kicked one of them with his foot and asked him to shut up. The beast approached him and opened his mouth. The protagonist raised his gun and wished him death. A shot rang out. The rest of the predators immediately rushed into battle. Yunha cut the air with a dagger. The bodies of the dogs were chopped into pieces. Some of them lost their heads. The boy ran forward, dealing with every wolf in his path. The child stopped and began to breathe heavily. The magician pointed his sword at the leader of the pack and declared that it was his turn. His eyes lit up. The player gritted his teeth and charged. His body was pierced by bright lightning. The protagonist frowned menacingly and wondered if this was his limit. Yunha pushed off the ground and concluded that it was. The monster slammed its paw into the grass. The opponents pounced on each other. The monster grabbed the knife blade with its teeth. The boy fired at it. The bullets crashed into the dark energy. The hellhound frowned furiously. The child opened his eyes wide and realized that he was in bad shape. A fireball appeared in the beast's mouth. The mage jumped back. He managed to dodge the powerful fiery whirlwind. The player immediately raised his weapon and fired a few more times. The bullets pierced the predator's body. The protagonist landed on his feet and plunged the dagger into the ground. The dogs slowly walked around him. Squeezing the handle of the knife, Yunha realized that he was out of ammo and running out of mana, and decided that only close combat was left. The wolf took a fighting stance. Dark energy oozed from his body. It turned into large spheres. The boy smirked and asked if the enemy had the strength for another attack. The child frowned and wondered what his opponent was going to do. The leader of the pack rushed into battle and wished to kill the victim. The mage lunged and swung his dagger. The player destroyed the spheres, wanting to cut a path for himself. The blade of the knife cut through the black energy. A cluster of darkness appeared in front of the protagonist. Yunha covered his mouth with his hand and assumed that it was unlikely to be poison. A blue aura enveloped his weapon. The boy dispelled the darkness and approached the enemy. The child held the blade in front of him. The monster belched a huge wave of fire. The dagger managed to hold it back, but it began to tremble. The mage closed his eyes and thought that he had no mana left. The flames consumed him. The shockwave threw the player back. He landed on his knees and lowered his head. The protagonist squinted and concluded that he still received a lot of damage, despite the fact that he invested the rest of his mana into defense. Yunha leaned on the dagger. In the memory, the guy leaned on the sword. The monsters surrounded him. The half-human reminded him that their comrade was a berserker. The young man looked at his reflection in the blue mana. A mad grin appeared on his face. The berserker's gift was activated when its owner found himself in a critical situation. The boy released a huge amount of energy. The monster pressed itself to the ground in fear. The child made a sharp dash forward, leaving behind only a cloud of dust. The mage approached the monster closely and declared that he would kill it. The player pursed his lips and swung the dagger. The beast clenched its teeth tensely. A powerful blow cut off its paws. The predator fell to its knees. The protagonist jumped on it, its eyes flashing with fire. A cluster of darkness blocked his attack. The hellhound frowned menacingly and chattered its teeth. Yunha waved his hand and looked down. The black energy turned into a cocoon. Ominous smoke emanated from it. The sphere spread streams of aura throughout the clearing. The boy approached it and asked if his enemy really thought he could hide. The blade of the dagger began to glow. The child swung it and said that he could easily break such a thing. The tip of the knife pierced the darkness. He was able to cut it with ease. The wounded wolf bowed his head. The magician appeared right in front of him. The player threw a menacing look at the enemy and said that he would kill him. The protagonist swung the knife. Yunha struck twice from different sides. The monster's severed head rolled away. The boy sat down on the ground. He sighed heavily and looked at the sky. The sun was setting behind the horizon. The child said that it was all over, and his consciousness became clouded. The magician fell to the ground. The corpses of the monsters around him scattered into the air. Soyeon's zodiac appeared on the battlefield. She took out a fan, summoned a tornado and asked to close her eyes for a second. The monsters slowly approached their prey. The girl decided that it was time to punish the naughty boys. A barrier appeared above the children. The zodiac turned away and covered her face with a fan. She folded it and hissed in displeasure. A bunch of wolves were chasing the children. The girl was angry that a bunch of idiots could not do their job. The fan opened again and flared with blue mana. Soyeon rose above the ground and summoned a second tornado. The wind tornadoes began to feed on mana. The zodiac declared that everyone was pretending to be innocent. Was it really because no one reported it? She waved her hand. She smiled, clenched her fist and promised that all the creatures would come to an end. The tornadoes collided with each other. Those who got there began to be torn apart like in a meat grinder. Liters of blood sprayed in all directions. A wet crunch and slurping sounded. The girl rose higher and higher above the ground. The tornado bent at complex angles, grinding the animals. The zodiac waved her fan. The tornado calmed down and began to carry the remains of the bodies far away from here. The barrier opened. Soyeon was embarrassed by the children watching, whom she had completely forgotten about. She embarrassedly waved her fan, dispersing the purple steam from the monsters' bodies. From the ground, she stood majestically on a circle of swirling air. Phantom Wind smiled and hid her face with her fan. She apologized and asked if she had scared them too much. Mentally, she begged the children not to cry. Yoonhyuk hugged Minji and shouted about how cool his sister was. The children began to jump, smile and bow, showing their admiration. The girl smiled awkwardly while the children argued about which zodiac she was. She was surprised that the children were okay after this. She looked at the frantic children and assumed that they could have gone crazy. Yoonhyuk and Minji were becoming more and more insane. The eye of the zodiac concentrated mana in itself. She decided that it was time to check them for internal bleeding. Their mana appeared around the children. Hyen had especially a lot of it. She looked at the player in surprise. She suddenly jumped into her arms and started screaming that it was incredible, which greatly surprised the other three. Siona poked the girl in the cheek and asked if she wanted to become a player. Then Yoonhyuk intervened, shouting that he should become a player. The girl remembered how he had fought with mana before and noted this. After which she decided to hug both players, deciding that this was just great. The children were knocked out of breath by the strong hugs. Zodiac then turned her attention to Siona and asked if she had used telepathy. She called her a clever girl and said that she found them thanks to her. The girl began to cry and put her hand on her chest, realizing that she was able to help too. With this thought, she threw herself into the arms of the player. Siona put her hand on the fox's shoulder and ordered the children to go down the mountain. Rescuers were waiting for them below. She looked at the children and said that she needed to help other people, but she couldn't send them alone. The sound of branches snapping was heard and Soyeon turned around contentedly. The trees were being toppled by an unknown monster that was approaching the clearing. An iron hand was breaking tree trunks. Steam was coming out of the creature's mouth. The children broke out in a cold sweat from nervous anticipation. The creature asked how she could leave them behind. Player Kangchul from the Endless Sea clan appeared in the sun and asked if they could imagine how hard it was to climb this mountain. Yoonhyuk raised his hand. The Zodiac said that this uncle would lead them out. The boy considered it necessary to clarify that the commander had not returned yet. The players looked at him in surprise and asked again. Yoonho was lying in the darkness, illuminated by purple light. Everything was dark in his head. A voice from his memories asked when he would start taking care of himself. The hero remembered the night in the camp. Yujung asked if the hero knew how many times she pulled him back from the other world. The guy sighed calmly. The doctor said that he got it pretty bad from the monster, since he inflicted even more wounds on himself so as not to lose consciousness. But the warrior replied that it was his body. He does what he wants. The doctor's veins bulged with anger. She called the guy an ungrateful bastard. Suddenly she hit her friend with her palm on the wound. She said that she was treating him and the bodies of everyone she treated belonged to her. Yunha got up discontentedly and began to get dressed, throwing a short apology, to which the girl promised to think about his words if he gave her time on the weekend. She pulled him by the hand to the side. The hero did not understand why she needed this, but she hinted unequivocally that it was necessary. Now the boy opened his eyes. He sat up and looked around. He was in a hospital ward. He moved his hand, checking the wounds. Zodiac knocked on the door while the kid was surprised that the wounds had disappeared. He glanced at the unexpected guest. He shook his head and sheepishly greeted when he saw who had entered. Soyeon approached him and smiled. She asked if he was in pain anywhere. Yunha thought about it and asked if she had saved him. He couldn't get out of his head that one of the Zodiacs had come to him personally. Soyeon took a stool and sat down, asked the hero's name. He immediately understood that she should not know that it was he who had fought these monsters. The guest smiled sweetly and introduced herself as his sister Soyeon. The hero smiled and thought that he should be more careful with his words. Suddenly his face changed. The boy crawled to the edge of the bed and asked how long he had been lying there and asked what happened to his friends. The Zodiac explained that it had been about 6 hours and that his friends were safe. She smiled and propped her face up with her hand, telling him that Sona and Hyen were worried about him and that she had also informed his parents that they would be arriving soon. The boy smiled nervously, imagining his worried parents. He was glad that they were all safe, but he didn't know what to tell his parents. The player suddenly said that she was going to get honest answers to some questions from him. Soyeon smiled slyly and asked how the boy ended up there. She remembered the image of finding the boy among the burning corpses. She asked who killed all those monsters. Yunha remained silent. He nervously scratched his head and said that he honestly didn't remember anything. He just ran and ended up there. After that, he scratched his cheek and said that it seemed like someone saved him right before he passed out. Soyeon stood up and came closer. Her hand rested on the edge of the bed. The sister suddenly began to emit a frightening aura. It seemed to her that it was the hero who killed them. The boy immediately began to wave it off and ask how he would have killed them. Zodiac sighed. She still thought it was him, because that year he received the Brave Child Award. But the young man denied everything. It was just an accident. Soyeon smiled and put her fan on her chest. She asked if he killed those monsters by accident. The hero noted that this girl was very persistent. Yunha gloomily looked away. The lady asked where his fingerprints came from on the knife. She crossed her arms and looked intently at the boy. He looked away. He understood that it was already harder to lie with this, because Zodiac was probably sure that it was he who killed them, so he decided that he had no choice. The girl silently looked at him and the patient finally offered to make a deal. She turned around and replied that she didn't want anything from him, so what would be his benefit then? The boy countered with information, but she still didn't believe him. Soyeon sat back down and asked what information she wanted from him, but the boy said that they needed to make a deal first. Soyeon frowned slightly, realizing that the hero had apparently stopped making excuses. She smiled and asked what he wanted, not understanding what information this brat could give her. He shook his head and replied that he didn't want anything like that. The girl asked again with interest. Yunha smiled slyly and shrugged. It was night outside. The guy replied that he just wanted to continue living a normal life. Zodiac left the hospital after a while. Her personal driver met her. He opened the door to the back seat for her. In the ward, the young man asked her to look after the heirs of Dangan's company, or rather the heiresses. The child's face became very serious. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. The hero suddenly said that some of them had a connection with her husband, the head of the Endless Sea. She stared at the young man and demanded not to joke with her. Her face became angry. Would the hero be able to take responsibility for his words? Yunha calmly looked at her and replied that if the investigation did not yield anything, he would join her clan. Zodiac straightened her back and said that they did not let just anyone in there. The boy folded his arms over his chest and reminded her, "Didn't she say that he was the one who killed those hounds?" Soyeon frowned. She realized that no matter how you look at it, the deal was beneficial to him in any case. Yunha looked at her. This was a great opportunity to test her husband's loyalty or get the young talent. The car door slammed shut. The girl looked out the window in order to get information about the heirs of Dangan's company. The man asked again. The city flashed outside the window. The Zodiac clarified and demanded to check how they are connected with her husband and let them review the report on the classification of monsters in the Gangnam area. Leaving the ward, the ghostly wind stopped. The mysterious talent asked if she was participating in the restoration of the Gangnam area. The boy looked at her. Both thought about a new type of monsters. The hero explained that they should not be underestimated because of their low rank. Soyeon turned and asked how he knew about this. Instead of an answer, the boy demanded to report that it was she who settled the incident on the mountain. Now the Zodiac was talking to the driver. She ordered to report that it was she who dealt with the hounds on Bakansan Mountain. The man looked at his passenger with concern and nodded briefly. Yunha propped his head on his fist, smiled devilishly and noted that this deal was beneficial to both of them. He looked at her and added that he would simply remain an ordinary elementary school student. Seo Yun smiled and remarked on how funny and self-confident he was. Meanwhile, the enraged father and mother burst into the room. The day had come. Today, 2 o'clock, the 7th grade monsters, the hounds, appeared on Bakansan Mountain. People were reading and watching the Zodiac report on what happened on the mountain. The news reported that among the 34 victims, there was an elementary school student who was on vacation. The leader of the Endless Sea clan, Sung Jun, expressed his condolences to the families of the victims. All the news was full of only one event. Among them were the horrifying details of the discovery of Kyungwon's body on the territory of the countryside. Several months passed like this. Siona happily accepted the gifts. Everyone in the class gathered around her and exploded confetti. A tired Yunha sat behind him and demanded that Minji stop showing off, reminding her of how she found out the fox's birthday from the teacher. Siona looked at her classmates with tears in her eyes and accepted the gifts. Yunhyun quietly made his way between the rows. He started gesturing that they would throw her a great party. The three of them grouped together. The hero asked if his father had given him permission, to which his friend replied that of course. The rest of the class noticed the whispering and became interested. Yunhyuk ran out into the hallway and shouted that Minji didn't need to know about this. Minji was also embarrassed and went to the morning meeting, which she supposedly forgot about. Siona looked at them in confusion, not understanding what just happened. Night fell. Relatives arranged a surprise for the birthday girl at home. All classmates gathered in one house and the party continued. Siona looked at everyone with tears in her eyes and thanked everyone. She kept wondering what all this was hiding from her. They held out a cake with candles to her face and said that she would cry later. Minji smiled boastfully and said that her friend still needed to make a wish and blow out the candles, and then she still needed to cut the cake. In general, there was still a lot to do. The girl hugged the gifts and closed her eyes. It was her 8th birthday. The photo was hung on a string. Minji and the hero were talking at the table to the side. Yunha picked up the cake with displeasure. He was thinking about the KK company, which was the 7th in Korea. He presented a diagram. The main areas of the company are electric power, architecture, and advertising. In the pharmaceutical industry, they do not have a particularly high status and moreover, Siakan united pharmaceutical companies to monopolize the potion market. The hero flicked his girlfriend and demanded that she stop making faces. He smiled and said that the direct heirs of the company should have the last name Kim, right? But her last name is Jean, which means she is from a different branch of the family, so you should not bother your head and enjoy the food. But the girl was actually worried about him. Offended, she walked away with the cake and said that she did not care and let him do what he wants. Yunha put mana into his fork. Everything was starting to irritate him, but it didn't matter. The others continued to have fun, while the one who returned was thinking. Out of anger, he smashed his piece, promising to do the same to his enemies. After a while, the friends gathered. Yunhyun showed his biceps. He was going to show the boss the result of his training. The hero only asked him not to trip over his own foot. The friend ran and asked not to worry, because nothing would happen to him for sure and he would help their team win. Yunha turned to the side, not understanding why it became so hot. His whole team was burning with energy. He did not understand what was happening. Sungjin clenched his fist and explained that the teacher promised to buy them pizza and fried chicken if they took first place. The teacher stood aside with tears in her eyes, worried about her money. After a while, the boy raised the flare gun up. Yunhyang put mana into his legs, intending to surprise everyone. A shot rang out. The hero's friend rushed far ahead. The class happily watched him and cheered him on. Yunha folded his arms across his chest in displeasure. The boy ran at full speed and thought that he was the first, mentally asking if the boss was looking at him now. The finish line was very close. His hand slowly stretched forward. His body suddenly became very heavy. That's how Yunhyang fell right before the finish line. Yunha sighed in disappointment. The teacher picked up her student and dragged him away. The hero silently watched this scene. He knew how it would end, but his friend surpassed himself. He needed help to get rid of his character trait, and then he would learn to assess the situation sensibly. Suddenly, someone fell on the boy. His little sister happily hugged him and shared that she came first in the 100m. He expected nothing less from her. Minji watched with embarrassment as the hero sweetly communicated with his sister. Siona dragged herself in, all tired. She looked tiredly at the hero and asked if he really was rooting for his sister's team and not theirs, to which Yunha retorted that he was just thinking about lunch, to which Minji demanded that he stop lying. The girls were disappointed. The young man looked away in shame. Deciding to change the subject, Siona pointed in another direction. Hyan approached her friends. She approached Yunha's neighbors, Bruno and Juliet. They were husband and wife. The girl took Juliet aside. They approached the judge and began to discuss something. Finally, they gave each other a high five, while the young man wrote something down on his tablet. Hyan returned to her classmates. The hero offered her water, at the same time clarifying why she needed her sister Juliet. The friend accepted the bottle and told her that her friend was from America, which confused the hero, because that girl was actually from Italy. She stood to the side and told her friend that this is why she spoke English. The guy looked away, realizing that he did not expect this from Hyan. She was just a little crybaby when they first met, but now she has become so smart. She has grown up a lot. Yunha thoughtfully bowed his head. The parents hugged Yunhyang, who asked if he really felt what people feel when they are drunk. Their loudspeakers asked the children to return to their groups after lunch. Everyone gathered on the picnic mats. Yunha shared some fruit with her friends. The adults looked at each other in surprise and became embarrassed. They were joined by Sujin's sister, who only recently began hanging out with them. Yunha looked at her thoughtfully and noted that she looked familiar. After that, he went for a walk, trying to remember where he had seen her. Senna greeted him from her luxurious tent and offered him to have tea with her. The boy ostentatiously looked away and began to remember out loud what he had bought there for a snack. The girl caught up with him and reminded him that she had told him something. Seo Yonin approached them and asked the hero if he was really the one who had mocked their Senna. He asked what his father did for a living. The boy sighed tiredly, realizing that the rich girl had actually complained to her father. A shadow fell on his face, and he said that the daughter and her father. The man looked at him angrily. The boy said that there was too much talk for the owner of some small pharmaceutical company. Unable to bear it, the man raised his hand to slap. The hand was already approaching the little warrior's face. Suddenly Yin Wung froze, not understanding what had just happened. He felt something terrible when he looked at this little boy. His blood ran cold inside. It felt like he was standing in front of the CEO. Yunha pushed his hand away and asked if he was scared. The old man's eyes filled with blood. The CEO raised his other hand and was already clenching his fist to punch. The young man sternly looked at the adult man. Suddenly, someone intervened. The eyes opened wide. The son saw his father. He had already hit the impudent old man in the face. A menacing smile appeared on his face. Blood spurted from the pharmacist's nose. He fell to the ground. The father patted his hands and asked how dare he raise his hand to his son. The man began to hug his boy and ask if everything was okay, if it hurt anywhere. It was annoying that dad was involved in this story. Irritated, Yin Wung rose up and began to swear. The guards were ordered to go to the couple. Yunha gritted his teeth, realizing that he had to deal with this on his own. His hand was covered in mana. He decided that he would kill the guards if they dared to lay a finger on his father, but suddenly his father said that everything was fine. He blocked his baby with his fatherly back and proudly straightened up. Dad promised to take care of them. Senna led the father away, who continued to throw threats at the young father, who, of course, knew who this pharmacist was. The old man, surprised, again got into trouble while the man told all the known data about him. He put on his glasses. He tucked his hair back and asked if he recognized him now. Suddenly, Youngwon froze in fear. The manager from the serious company was looking at him now. Sweat began to roll down his thick neck. The man did not understand what the manager could have forgotten here. His child was standing behind. Youngwon could not understand why the brat was acting so boldly. But now everything became clear to him. The hero and even his adult self were shocked to learn that his father was a manager at Sirius, which left the pharmacist even more confused. Sirius was the second largest corporation in Korea, mainly producing vehicles and mana-filled weapons for players. The manager calmly put his hands in his pocket and noted that he finally remembered him. The old man asked why he was here. The man asked angrily, causing Yunun to cower in fear. The pharmacist began to rub his hands, embarrassing his daughter with his courtship in front of a high-ranking official. The father hugged his son and said that he came to support his children on sports day, but saw that they had a conflict with his son. Yunun understood that Sirius was simply huge compared to CC, not to mention that their main product was mana weapons. Suddenly the old man began to bow. He was very sorry that everything turned out this way. He asked to accept his apology. He understood that he should not have crossed the manager. He enjoyed too much trust from the heir of the Sirius company. He pointed to the indignant daughter and said that she also wanted to apologize. Yonan smiled nervously and through clenched teeth demanded that the girl apologize now. Senna looked at her father in horror. In fear, she began to wander with her eyes. She had already noticed how their showdown was discussed from the sidelines. In horror, she heard how the children attributed karma to these events. Her entire small body trembled. Senna lowered her gaze and with trembling lips asked for forgiveness. Realizing what had happened, she ran away in tears. Yunha irritably watched her go and sighed. Yonan nervously rubbed his hands. The hero's father said that they would consider that they were able to resolve this misunderstanding. The pharmacist bowed as hard as he could and wished him well, and at that moment the hero realized that he was in trouble. The father placed his hands on his son's shoulders and sat on his knee. He lowered his hands and warned him that if something like this happened again, he should call him instead of trying to settle it alone. An important moment between father and son had arrived. The man smiled and reminded Yunha that she was still a child and that she could always ask her parents for help. The wind of fate lifted the leaf into the air. The hero looked ahead thoughtfully. After his father's warm words, he felt only one thing. He smiled and said that everything was fine and thanked his father. A determination arose in him to never lose this connection. In one of the ruined cities during the sunset, a man in a suit stood on the edge and smoked. He turned to the man behind him. He believed that in order to hire him, he needed to come here. He turned around and said that he was planning a very big deal, but someone was trying to stop him. He would be extremely grateful if he could get rid of them. The mercenary calmly looked at his phone and asked how much he would pay. At the master's order, the assistant pulled out a steel container. It was filled to the brim with cash, 1.5 million now and the same amount after he finished the job. The mercenary quickly glanced at the contents of the case. He smiled contentedly, stretched out his hand and passed mana through it, and finally said that they had agreed. The contents of the case were empty. It evaporated, just like the mercenary sitting in the room. The man looked at the empty sofa and noted how interesting it was. He smiled and let out a chuckle. The cigarette fell onto the concrete floor. The man's mad laughter echoed throughout the destroyed block. Some time later, in the Twilight Shopping Center, Yuna was happily running between the stores and was happy. A beautiful view of the shopping center's infrastructure opened up before the hero. The girl put her hands on his shoulders. He shuddered and remembered that shopping malls always exhausted him. Juliet leaned over to him and asked the boy not to act so tired, because they had just arrived. She conveyed the despondency on Bruno's legs and he asked him for forgiveness, and the little one asked in return to buy him something tasty. Yunha began to look around and think that this was strange. There was no mana coming from the man. He did not understand how an ordinary employee could do this. The young man's eyes filled with mana. He decided that he should find out more about his new acquaintance. The elder immediately noticed someone else's attention on himself and asked what was wrong with the boy. He began to be embarrassedly distracted, and the man noted to himself that the young man was definitely not an ordinary person. He pointed to the crowd and said that their girls had run away to the 5th floor and now the hero did not understand how they would find them here, because his sister also knows how to hide mana. Bruno showed him the screen and said that it would help them. Suddenly, Yunha realized. His phone was tracking their location. Bruno carefully put everything in his jacket pocket and warned that it was a secret, which aroused even more suspicion in the kid. The couple moved further along the mall. They passed the aforementioned mercenary. He smiled evilly and said into the phone that he was starting work. The distance between them began to increase. Suddenly, Yunha turned around with alarm. The mercenary's manner really attracted his attention. After scanning him, the hero saw a skull tattoo on his forearm. He remembered the destroyed city. Yunha is already an adult. On the roof next to him is an enemy in black. He smiles, sticks out his tongue and has the same tattoo on his arm. Now the man named No Name was smiling, clearly planning something bad. The boy looked at him puzzledly, not understanding what he was doing here. Bruno asked what happened. The kid started looking around and asked if the gentleman thought something was wrong. The man looked around in confusion and said the number 3. Yunha looked at him anxiously, waiting for details. The 3 people here looked suspicious. They were in different parts of the hall. One of them was sitting on a bench and waiting for something. Yunha summoned 3 balls of mana, and they flew in the indicated direction. Each of them crashed into the player's defense. Bruno hugged the guy and suggested that he go from here. The hero looked closely at the worried players, immediately realizing who they were. The men turned their heads around, looking for the prankster. The boy immediately realized that they were quite experienced. The couple stopped at a column. The hero asked the elder, "Where is the other one?" He remained in the same place. The players looked at each other and nodded to each other, after which they passed each other and went in different directions. Yunha noticed how one of them put his hand on his belt. It seemed strange to him. The young man decided to follow the bald man. He put his hand in his pocket, which immediately confused the kid. A blue glowing fragment fell to the floor. It turned out to be a mana stone, which began to spew it into the outside world. Yunha was bent over from tension. The realization of the future slowly came to him. Flashes of mana began to appear in different places of the shopping center. Powerful streams began to raise dust into the air and hum eerily. Ordinary people noticed strange anomalies. Panic began to grow. Portals opened in the air. People did not understand what was happening. Bruno shook his head nervously. A moment, and the hounds filled the shopping center. They immediately rushed at their prey, and liters of blood decorated the shopping center. Other monsters followed their scouts. They attacked people. Mercenaries reported to the authorities that everything was going according to plan. No Name smiled and said that they would kill everyone who stood in their way. The hero watched in horror what was happening around him. A terrorist attack in a shopping center. He understood that this should not have happened. He did not want to admit it, but from that day on the future changed. Frames of the past scrolled through his head. The animals howled, gaping their fanged mouths. One of them rushed at the young man standing in a stupor. He turned around in fear at a moment too late. Bruno arrived in time and pinned the animal to the floor with a blow of his hand. He grabbed the guy by the shoulders and loudly asked him to get ready. The man leaned over to him and said that he needed to find Juliet and Yun. Would he cope? The couple ran up the escalator while the carnage was happening around. The hero understood that he needed to find his loved ones. The elder took out his phone and said that they were still on the 5th floor, and he was worried. Suddenly they froze. A mercenary from above blocked their path, deciding that it was Bruno throwing mana. The guy in the Panama hat smiled. He spread his arms and asked where the people were going. Yunha summoned a new ball of mana. He decided that the enemy was rank B or C. Mentally he demanded that he not get in his way now. Suddenly Bruno was covered in mana and ran forward. His fist immediately pierced the terrorist's face. His Panama hat flew down, and the elder climbed to a new floor. The man fell unconscious to the ground. Bruno crouched and grabbed him by the hair. He was so strong even without a weapon. He was definitely not an ordinary person. He continued to beat the mercenary, but the hero asked him to wait. The boy kicked the lying man in the groin and asked him not to kill. The mercenary was twisted all over in pain. Bruno let him go, and he was foaming at the mouth. The kid with disgust promised to deal with him later, because in his past life he got it badly. He remembered how he killed No Name, without establishing his identity. The boy got on the escalator and asked the elder what they were waiting for, and he thought that children had been scaring him a lot lately. Panic set in for a few minutes, and the girl's clothes fell out of her hands. Juliet and Yuna looked around, and her sister immediately assumed that the creatures had been moved here with mana. She closed her eyes, decided to calm down, and figure out how many of them were here now. Her eyes filled with mana. She saw 3 in the far left. 2 were on the other side and 1 more in the center. 6 in total, and there were none nearby. The main thing was that they were not surrounded. Yuna turned around and asked her sister not to be afraid, promising to protect her. Suddenly, her sister ran forward and asked her to be careful. At that moment, a huge creature was about to bite off the hero's sister's head. The elder grabbed her hand and pulled her back at the last moment. Mana was already flowing from her hand. Yuna turned around and screamed. The feet slid on the tiles. Juliet charged the stick with mana. She hit the beast that attacked them with it. Its huge carcass was thrown back with great force. The girl opened her mouth in shock, realizing that her elder had just used mana. The girl looked at the destroyed hanger with irritation and hoped that she wouldn't have to pay for it. Yuna suddenly realized that Juliet was a player. The blonde threw the stick away and told them to get out of here, because the hero and her husband were waiting for them. The hounds that had arrived rushed after them. Juliet turned and hugged the girl. Then they ran away from the monsters. The player sent mana down her hand. She turned sharply and made a powerful swing. Energy beams hit the pack that was catching up with them in disarray. The girl jumped, shooting mana again, but she already understood that at this rate she would soon run out of it. She needed to find a weapon. An escalator appeared ahead. The elder one turned around and told him not to run towards it. But another monster had already jumped on Yuna. Its claws flashed with a cold light. A shadow covered the frightened girl's face. Death was approaching in her eyes. She remembered the terrible catastrophe. After everything that happened then, she was not afraid at all now. Suddenly, she jumped out from under the trajectory of the attack. Her legs were covered with mana and now moved nimbly. Yuna kicked the hound to the first floor. The black dog spun in the air. Its head was shaking, and its tongue was hanging in the wind like a rag. At great speed, the carcass fell down. Yuna looked forward seriously, preparing for further battle. But when landing after the blow, her ankle twisted. Juliet was able to save her from falling further. She smiled at her. Her sister amazed her. She asked if everything was okay with her. The remaining beasts looked at the difficult prey in surprise. Their comrades slowly closed the circle and stared stupidly at their prey, sensing danger. Juliet turned her attention to the escalator. Her sister looked at her and replied that she could jump to the escalator. Without thinking twice, both sisters put their feet on the crossbars and filled them with mana. And both jumped, and Yuna even flew higher. The escalator was already under them. The landing was successful. The hounds looked at the escaped prey with increasing animal amazement. After which they turned their heads, not understanding where it went. Juliet ran down the escalator. She could not defeat these dogs without a weapon. She hoped to find something suitable. One of the monsters jumped on them from the top floor. The girl grabbed a pole and cursed it in Italian, swinging. The dog looked at the object flying at his head in fear. The first attacker flew with a powerful blow. The second monster struck with a clawed paw when the player dashed under it. The weapon in his hands cracked and began to fall apart after the first blow. Blood spurted. The second beast was also sent flying, which Yuna and the girls could not help but notice. There was a discarded cosmetic bag on the floor. Yunha grabbed a tube of perfume. He immediately jumped up and looked ahead. The mercenary deflected the object he threw. He dodged and reduced the distance with the help of dashes. Suddenly, the boy rolled and knocked his leg off balance. His legs twisted and he began to fall. Yunha turned around and hit the terrorist in the face. His face twisted, he spat out blood as he fell. They threw all the defeated enemies into a pile. Both guys finished their business and were going to go upstairs. Yunha noticed something and pointed it out to his elder. The eyes widened. A hound carcass flew down to the first floor. 3 more carcasses followed. The men immediately looked up. Juliet and Yuna were celebrating their success on the top floor in an inappropriate manner. Deciding that they were doing well, the guys began searching the bodies of the mercenaries for weapons to go help the girls later. Yunha found a small dagger and decided that it would be enough. He twirled his fist, trying out the new weapon. Bruna looked at him warily. Then he looked around questioningly. In the general chaos, he noticed no name on one of the floors. The man was slowly walking in an unknown direction. Bruno straightened up and asked if he had really arranged all this. The hero answered yes and asked to look after his sister while he was busy. Yunha's face became gloomy. He looked ahead and menacingly said that he would deal with this guy himself. At this time, the remaining terrorists were watching Juliet. They noted that the fun was continuing. They approached them and decided not to miss the opportunity to have fun with them. They both stood at the same level. One of the mercenaries asked if it was time for them to leave, but the first one said that they needed to get away before the Shinra idiots got here. He licked his lips and suggested that they have some fun before that. Juliet glared at them and cursed in Italian again. She stepped forward and ordered the girl to go and hide until she came back for her a little later. Yuna immediately objected that she would stay with her sister, because she could fight too, but it was too dangerous. Juliet blocked her way, but mercenary number 1 loudly reminded them that they did not allow anyone to leave. Mercenary number 2 was already behind his sister. The girl screamed and swung the stand. At great speed, she rushed towards the target. A shot from a pistol rang out. The bullet knocked out the stand, and mercenary number 2 threw it away as far as possible. The iron stand fell to the floor with a loud clang. The man scratched his ear, thinking that his eardrums had burst. The blonde clenched her teeth and backed away. Number 1 licked the gun and said that she couldn't do that, because she was playing with him. Did she really think that she had the right to look around? The second killer took another step and offered the girl to play one-on-one too. Yuna began to back away and demand that they not approach her. She pressed herself against the wall, which only made the man laugh. He reached out his hand to her, smiled scary and said that he was not a bad guy. His palm slapped where the girl's face had been a moment ago. She abruptly squatted and ran to the side. The mercenary reached for her with a smile. His hand was covered in mana. And then he managed to catch Yun by the forearm. The little sister released her mana in response. A powerful stream hit the rapist in the chest. They both created barriers, which now began to press on each other. Lightning struck the mercenary's dome, who did not understand where the brat could get so much mana from. Joyfully, he took out a knife. He made a dash. He dropped the barrier and attacked, deciding that he could get a tidy sum for Yun. The knife, covered in mana, began to cut the barrier like butter. But suddenly it bounced back and broke. The man cursed, asking why it was so hard to break through. The girl was barely holding the barrier. She managed to block his blows. She was glad that Yun had taught her to fight. The man threw away the knife with displeasure, realizing that he could not reach the girl. Yuna smiled and a question arose in her head. Did I really manage to do it? Suddenly the thug's hand passed through the barrier, he asked. Did the girl really hope that he would say exactly that? His sister's hand was grabbed again. The maniac smiled nervously and said that she was caught. At this time, the Shinra clan was already working on the first floor. They were trying to save everyone they could. The squad leader turned around and looked ahead. A level 8 slime suddenly appeared on the floor. The commander said that they would need the help of a higher level player. One of the soldiers confidently charged his axe with mana and ran to attack. He approached the swamp creature and was going to cut it in two. Suddenly, the axe got stuck in thick jelly. The guy opened his mouth wide, having no plan for such a case. Tentacles grabbed his body. Another scream echoed throughout the mall. The captain ordered a retreat. He warned that physical attacks are useless against slimes. Mercenary number 1 watched the massacre from the 5th floor with satisfaction. The creature bought them time. Juliet was hiding behind a column. The enemy turned and offered to end it all. The girl looked away. Yuna had already been caught. She looked at the man with confusion and asked how he did it. The mercenary smiled and said that he would not call himself a player if he could not break through her shield. He felt fire behind him. At the last moment, he managed to put up a barrier. Juliet folded her fingers in a certain way, letting fire out of them. She increased the flow and ordered to run quickly. Mercenary number 2 was forced to block the damage while his prey slipped out of his hands again. Someone suddenly clapped their hands. Mercenary number 1 approached the Italian and noticed that she was quite unpredictable. Juliet made a dash back, and the terrorist put up a barrier just in case. The girl pointed her hands at him. He began to block the fire and say that she would not succeed anyway. Why didn't she give up? Instead, he called her Barbie and offered to enjoy each other alone. The girl bit her lips in anger. She threw off her shoes, tore a piece of her dress. She got into a fighting stance and declared that she was not his doll. The man spread his arms confidently and remarked how cute it was that she was still trying. Suddenly his eyes widened. He had put up a barrier, but the fire beam managed to hit his collarbone. Blood began to drip onto his boots. He did not understand what it was. The mercenary patted himself on the wound and noticed that the girl had become much more powerful than before. Magic circles began to appear around Juliet. The killer decided that she had the gift of amplification. Yuna ran to the children's area. The man tiredly wiped the sweat from his face and said that this was already starting to tire him out. The girl was standing in the middle of the shelves with toys. The enemy told her to surrender, because she had nowhere to run. He slowly walked towards her, kneading his stiff neck and again asking why they didn't play with each other. Yuna sent mana into her legs and jumped onto the high shelves. She grabbed one of the boxes. With difficulty she lifted it, and strengthening it with mana, she threw it at the pursuer, but he managed to put up a barrier. Enraged, the man kicked the shelf, and it went out from under the girl's feet. She began to fall straight into the enemy's hands. The player smiled contentedly, put mana into his hands and was about to break the child's legs. But then something huge hung over him. The two barriers collided again and the plan failed. The mercenary looked up angrily and asked not to think that he would always be so lenient with her. Yuna concentrated on holding the portal and keeping an internal count. She put more and more mana. The count was already at 2. The light from the collision of mana and the hum grew louder, filling the entire store. Fear began to appear in the man's eyes. He decided to compensate for his fears with curses. He attempted to break through the barrier and grab the girl, but she dodged. Yuna filled her legs with mana and bounced off the killer's dome. Juliet appeared in her head. The sister stretched her hands forward and began to repeat what she saw from the Italian. In a moment, she was able to release an explosive ball of mana. The mercenary looked in amazement at the sudden attack and did not have time to think of anything. A bright flash lit up the store. An explosion was heard. Mercenary number 1 looked at the destroyed store. Yuna got out from under the rubble. She ran forward with a bat, closed her eyes and screamed. The bandit looked at the child in shock, mentally asking if that idiot really lost to a child. He realized that he had lost a lot of time and spent all his bullets. He looked at Juliet, made an analysis. In this state he would not be able to defend himself from both of them, and his pride would not allow him to surrender. The solution was luck. Juliet screamed for Yuna to go back. She grimaced and looked at the enemy. A magic circle appeared under her feet and red chains grabbed her legs. They burned and pulled the skin. The mercenary approached her and suggested that in this case they should not play by the rules. He grabbed the girl's throat from behind. He smiled, took out a knife and asked if she had not expected this. Yuna stopped and screamed. The killer ordered her to stand still. He put the knife to the Italian's face and made a cut, promising something much worse. The man's hand reached forward. The unfinished mercenary pressed the child's head into the floor. There was a mad smile on his face, and he said that the child would never defeat the player. The girl looked into the void in despair and thought. Everything was blurry in her eyes. She could not leave everything like this. A powerful mana was released from the girl's body, and the man had to retreat. He covered himself with his hands from the light, not understanding why the girl suddenly began to overflow with mana. The mana sphere was getting stronger and stronger. The man realized that with such force it would blow up everything here. Juliet twitched and called for Yuna. Suddenly the mercenary who was holding her stabbed her in the chest area. Sister stood up and screamed. The killer threw the girl over his shoulder and asked his partner if he really wanted them all to be killed here. His partner was about to attack the girl who promised to save her friend. But then she gets hit on the back of the head and the mana dissipates. Yuna looks around with an absent-minded look. She falls to the ground. Her eyes go dark. She does not want this now. The killer's partner ordered to leave her, but the one who hit her noted that she was quite hot and had a lot of mana. Yuna wished to become stronger and found herself in an unknown yellow space. She looked around and asked who was here. A question sounded in the air. Does she want strength? Yuna put her hand on her chest and asked the unknown voice if he could, But suddenly a scream was heard, asking not to listen to it. The girl found herself in the yard. Her brother explained that it was dangerous. This time nothing happened, but who knows what will happen next time. Yunha sat opposite his sister and said that he would fulfill all her wishes, so he asked her to live a normal life. He extended his little finger to her and asked her to promise that he would not listen to these voices. Yuna thoughtfully looked at the extended finger, and without thinking twice, she accepted the offer. Now her hands were shaking, blood was dripping onto the floor. In her mind, her sister asked her brother for forgiveness. The mercenaries were still looking at her suffering. The girl remembered a cheerful dinner together. For her in this world there were things that she wanted to protect with her own hands. She stood up and heroically said that she needed to be stronger to save her friend. Without letting her finish, mercenary number 2 began to strike, charged with mana. The fist flew at the girl, who gloomily lowered her head. She raised her cold gaze and asked to give her strength. At that moment Bruno came to the rescue and hit the mercenary in the face. The shock wave created a clap around. The man fell to the floor, and the number 1 mercenary was scared again. Brother stepped forward, greatly surprising Yun with his appearance. He threw his jacket over her. She accepted it, and the praise addressed to her with a smile. A calm warmth appeared on her face. The mercenary looked at the stranger with irritation. In an instant, the frightening figure of the man appeared in front of his face. His huge hand covered his face, and pressed it with a light movement to the floor. Bruno carried his wife aside. The second mercenary rose from the blow. His hand reached for the knocked-out knife. He was shaking all over. He got into a fighting stance and looked forward in horror. Bruno's hand was also shaking with fear. The mercenary ran into a mad attack and screamed loudly. At the last moment, he noticed a fist near his face. With a backhand, the player was able to fight off the attacker. He stood up and released mana and promised that the terrorist would pay for what he did to Juliet and Yuna, to which he only asked for mercy. But the huge beast had already rushed at the prey. The blow of revenge smashed the bandit's head. A few days before the terrorist attack in the shopping center, it was night. On the night path, the voice of a guy was heard, shouting that he did everything as he wanted and asking what else was needed from him. A member of the Jainwan clan put his hand on his chest and said that according to the head of the Sungjun clan, he alone was to blame for the disaster in the mountains. No Name stood opposite and checked something on his phone. The guy asked if they really wanted to kill him. Unable to bear it, the fighter rushed to the attack, promising to kill Sungjun too. The guy pierced the air with his spear. Realizing that he missed, fear appeared on his face, and then blood splashed. Jainwan looked at his body and saw a blade sticking out of it. He immediately thought of a gift that allows him to distort the perception of his opponent. No Name stood behind him, covered in purple mana. In his hands was a long rope and a sword. He said that the guy was talking too much. He tied the rope around his neck. He threw it on one of the beams and said that the clan leader asked him to convey something. By pulling the rope, he was able to make a gallows for the wounded man. While the guy was suffering, No Name recited the following: "Don't worry, I will take care of your family, especially your wife. I will treat her very well." The warrior's legs dangled in the air, his body convulsed. After a few minutes, it completely went limp. This event was reported on the news. At this moment, bandits gathered in the warehouse of the Twilight Mall. No Name looked at them with irritation and thought that the legendary clan reacted faster than he expected. It was time to get out. The guy turned around. One of the bandits asked who the child was behind him. Yunha appeared in the reflection of the glasses. He smiled evilly and said that he finally noticed him. The mercenary studied him with his eyes, not understanding where he came from and how long he had been chasing him. The bandit suddenly realized that they were strangers and asked why he was scaring the child. He approached him, intending to deal with him with one blow. The hero had already rushed to attack. The man smiled nervously, without even revealing the blade of his sword. His head and wrist immediately separated from his body. Everyone in the warehouse immediately froze from what they saw. Yunha awkwardly scratched the back of his head, saying that he was not going to kill anyone. Everyone took out their weapons and were about to arrange retribution, but No Name stopped them. Everyone froze. They were warned that this kid was dangerous. The young man smiled and asked if they were really afraid of him. He wasn't even a player. Childishness allowed him to make a face and ask if everyone was scared. The crowd couldn't stand it and ran to attack. Yunha smiled. This was what he wanted. At great speed, he rushed through the crowd, using Heavenly Step. The entire warehouse was splattered with blood. Short screams were heard. Stopping, the child pointed his sword at No Name and asked what he was waiting for him to strike first. The thug clenched his teeth in fear, noting that the boy dealt with the B-rank guys in one fell swoop. He began to emit purple mana, realizing that someone like him cannot be attacked directly. The killer quickly moved to the side. He understood that this would not work on the 12 zodiacs, but the child would definitely not notice him. However, the child calmly followed him with his eyes. No Name made a wide strike and the boy jumped. His leg was filled with mana. The man was able to block, but it was painful. After the hit, he broke the distance, and the child sarcastically remarked that No Name was not that cool. He decided that people did not notice him because he was boring as an NPC. These words angered the mercenary, and he released more mana. After which he immediately rushed to attack. Yunha easily dodged. The villain was able to push the guy to the shelves with boxes. The kid dodged all his attacks and made sarcastic remarks. The youth abruptly fell to the floor and did a sweep, noting that without his gift he really is a non-entity. Yunha quickly gets up, jumps with a knife at the leader of the terrorists and promises that he will not let him die. He presses the enemy to the floor and swings the knife. Blood splatters from the blows. Very soon the services are filled with twilight. Yukna again agrees with Soyeon that it was she who beat all the terrorists. They stand under one of the garage arches and make a pact. Zodiac approaches the tied-up no-name and tells the boy that she will turn a blind eye to what he did. The boy squats in front of the killer and shows him his hand. Says that he always wanted to take a closer look at him. His small hand reaches for the anonymous image and deftly pulls off the glasses. Both cold-blooded warriors suddenly get scared. Both start to feel sick. Yukna puts the glasses back on and the young man finds an appropriate comparison with an evil flounder. The hero's friends and his sister enter the garage. Everyone is alive and smiling. Yukna smiles back at them. She leaves everything and runs to her sister. Soon the news tells about the events of the day. An unknown person presses a button on the remote control. The presenter reports that the terrorists were captured by Soyeon's Zodiac. A man with a scar on his face, a crazy look and red hair looks at the screen. Around him is the dark decor of a rich room. On the TV you can see a frame with a ghostly wind. The hero's group is shown and the man groans. He smiles, showing sharpened teeth, and says that he was found. A protective dome was created near the hero's house. The Zodiac was hosting a party, who imposed a concealment zone on the entire cafe to make it harder for ordinary people to notice them. This was to be expected from the best magician in Seoul. The barista went behind the counter. The magician notes that the boy contacts her for the first time on his own and he says that he wanted to say thank you, but that was not all. Yunha looked at the girl and asked her to tell how it ended. She puts a glass of lemonade on the table and tells him that No Name and his henchmen were the first people sentenced to death in history. The wind swayed the clean curtains. The Zodiac explained that she cannot tell the boy who hired them. She looks at the boy and asks if that's all he wanted to talk about, and he asks what happened to Twilight. Afternoon he came back, his heirs left and started working in social services. Soyeon gets up and says she needs to go check something. The boy offers to meet later. The barista takes away the empty glass. The future of Twilight has also changed. Before the hero returned, the sons of Eun-hee started a war for succession and the eldest one, and his parents survived the invasion of monsters and his sister performed a miracle. The junior high school students did not die. The number of victims in the incident on Mount Bakansan was minimized. A terrorist attack occurred in the shopping center and now the Twilight is fighting for power by other methods, which means that the future is changing and in this case the hero imagines all the events of the future with a happy outcome. A blush lights up his cheeks. The day is drawing to a close and the sunset brightly illuminates the entire alley. The family gathers for dinner and the sister is about to say something. She looks forward seriously and says that she wants to become a player. Yunha spits out the soup. He slowly turns his gaze to his sister. He feels sick from the realization of this news. The future has changed too much. He slaps his hand on the table and says that he is against it. His sister looks at him resentfully, but he only says that it is dangerous to be a player and this job is not for her. Yuna puts her hand on her chest and says that she doesn't know for sure until she tries. Besides, her brother himself said that she has talent. He admits it, but reminds that he taught her to control mana not so that she would become a player. The parents watched the children's argument with confusion. Yunha just wanted the mana not to overflow his sister and not undermine her health, so that she would live a long and happy life. But the girl declared that she would become a player, no matter what he told her. The hero looks at her angrily and asks what is wrong with her ordinary life. Being a player does not mean basking in the rays of glory, it is dirty and hard work. Yuna looks at him meaningfully and says that she wants to be a person who can save others. Yunha grimaces, while her sister says that she cannot stand aside and watch someone suffer. Mom smiles and says that her daughter will become whoever she wants, which greatly angers the hero, and the youngest screams that she hates him. Mom looks sternly at her eldest son and asks him not to scream and begins to calm Yun. The guy asks if the parents are not worried about Yun. Mom looks at her son and explains that she knows how dangerous it is. The family smiles and concludes that if Yuna dreams about it so much, then let her wish come true. She asks if her sister can handle everything. She runs to hug her mother and says of course. Yunha looks irritably at her plate. Time passes. The head of the council sighs tiredly and asks Chang-hoon to tell her how things are. The man turns on the screen and talks about the terrorist attack in the shopping center, which occurred due to an internal conflict. He showed a diagram that reflects the current situation. At the moment the president and his sons have divided power, and the strength of the youngest son is now very insignificant, and the eldest and middle are competing with each other. Bayunin is the eldest son who is notorious for his tendency to act rashly. However, many believe that he will be the one to inherit his father's business, and yet, Jonin is a much more responsible person than his brother. Everyone looks at each other. The leader says that Bayunin organized the attack on the shopping center managed by Jonin. The old man looks at the girl and asks if the president knows. She rubs the bridge of her nose and says of course, because that is why he returned to lead the company. Chang-hoon changes the slide and says that this is not all and asks to look at the more recent information. He adjusts his glasses and says that Bayanin used the services of not only No Name and mercenaries. He dragged the entire Endless Sea clan into this matter. This news shocks everyone. Chang-hoon shows the diagram and reports that during the incident on the mountain, 92 hounds were killed, including the Hellhounds. The Endless Sea clan took 70% of the mana stones, but they only sold half of it, and many of the hounds' mana stones were used to carry out the attack. The leader looks at him and asks if the clan was just waiting for the price of the stones to rise. He explains that it is pointless because it is very easy to get mana stones. The girl's eyes sparkle. She says that in that case, it can be assumed that the sold stones were used for the attack and they used all of the Shinra clan's available resources to find out their location. The man looked at her intently and said that such a scenario is impossible. Everyone looks at the screen. The old man reminds them that this is only circumstantial evidence, and they have no direct evidence. The others look at the screen and listen carefully. Chan-hong assumes that everyone gathered here knows. The frame changes, a mechanism sounds. The leader rubs his chin and says that in April, when Soyeon found out that Sung-jun was cheating on her with the heiress of the clan, his train of thought is simple. Having lost his connection with the Dan Gun Company, he turned his attention to Twilight. The girl looks ahead coldly and says that this is exactly why she gathered everyone here today. The old man looks at her and asks if the leader really wants to start a war. She smiles and says that this is not a bad idea. The others shrug their shoulders. They say that the Phantom Wind is one of the members of the Endless Sea clan, but they are not the only clan that the Zodiac is a part of. The Lightning Lord is with them. But the Lightning Lord is still too young, and even if he is a genius, he will not be able to resist the Phantom Wind. The leader gets up and says that, unfortunately, they will not fight with anyone. She shrugs her shoulders and clarifies that they cannot allow them to exist peacefully either. They will support Jianjin in the fight for the inheritance. The girl's hand is covered in mana. The paper burns in her hands. A crazy smile on her face, she suggests discussing how they can stop the clan of the Endless Sea. There was a sign with the class number above the door. Someone asked how this was even possible. The protagonist smiled awkwardly and thought that this was very similar to the previous situation, since they were in the same class again. Minji crossed her arms over her chest and asked if they would really continue to study together. Siona said that she was afraid that they would be separated. Imagining a smirking Senna, Yunho was glad that they would not have to cross paths and hoped that this year would pass peacefully. Yunhyuk leaned towards him and pointed at someone. A group of children looked at them with displeasure. A boy gritted his teeth and asked if he could hit them. A child asked him not to create unnecessary trouble. The magician frowned sternly. The children immediately looked away and pretended that nothing happened. The girl looked down and asked her friend to tell her about the rumor about his dad killing the head of KK Pharmaceutical. Now the whole school was afraid of him. Imagining their father as a demon, the player asked where his friend got that from and said that he had nothing to explain. The demi-human frowned sadly and asked if they were sure that everything would be okay. The protagonist frowned and asked her not to worry about it. Yunho looked at his friend and asked when he managed to grow so much. The student replied that he trained a lot like the boss and also drank the juice that Siakan gave them. The boy looked at him in confusion and asked what that meant. The child's mouth dropped open in surprise, remembering that he asked them to drink juice to replenish their mana and wondered if it affected more than just magic. The magician was upset and thought about how he would now drink a mug a day. Their classmate burst into the classroom and said that the teacher had arrived. A man in a formal suit entered the office. Yunhyuk turned away and said that it was time for him to return to his seat. The man stopped in front of the class and introduced himself as the new homeroom teacher. A blue aura enveloped his body. The player sternly knitted his eyebrows and, feeling an unusual flow of mana, wondered who this man was. The old man put his hand on the book. Next to him stood a man with a report. The heroes were by the window. The employee reported that he had sorted out the parents' demands to expel Senna for her terrible attitude towards other children. The man looked outside. His subordinate added that KK Pharmaceuticals wanted to scatter the children into different classes, but they stopped their attempts so that Hyan would remain in the same class with her friends. The girl smiled happily. The stranger asked if this company really belonged to Kimgan's relatives. The worker confirmed this. The old man frowned and concluded that someone was trying to interfere with the child he treasured like his own granddaughter. The man asked who would be looking after them. The worker handed him a journal and told him that their homeroom teacher was a hunter but left due to an injury. The stranger opened the journal and asked what organization the man worked for. His subordinate replied that Donghun was a member of the S-rank Regulus clan. The book had a dossier on him. The old man concluded that he was a reliable person. In the memory, Ha-yun looked back when the man asked who she wanted to be in the same class with next year. Sitting on his lap, the girl answered that she wanted to study with her friends, but her dad thought it was impossible. The stranger promised to fulfill her wish. The child raised her eyebrows and said that she understood everything perfectly and knew how everything worked. The old man apologized for forgetting how grown up she was. The student's mouth opened in surprise when he asked if she wanted to hear a prediction from him. The schoolgirl smiled widely when the man promised that her friends would study in the same class with her. The boys were standing in the school corridor. The stranger put his hand on the cover of the book. The old man smiled and felt a very unusual feeling. Sitting in his chair, he realized that he had actually begun to consider Hyen his granddaughter. The sun's rays illuminated an abandoned warehouse. The protagonist stood inside with his sister, wondering how much longer they would have to wait. Yuna smiled widely and asked how they first met the lady. Yunha replied that they met by chance in joy. Dust rose from the ground. The girl clenched her fists in excitement when the boy said that she had finally arrived. A magical vortex swirled in front of them. Gusts of wind flew under the roof. The student looked back and saw them enter the warehouse through the window. Someone took a step forward. Soyeon opened her fan and apologized for the wait. The child was indignant at her unpunctuality. The girl snapped her fan shut and called him very rude. The schoolgirl frowned excitedly. She bowed and said that she was very pleased to meet them. The woman narrowed her eyes slightly and asked him to drop the formalities and call her by her name. The huntress noticed a large amount of mana around Yuna and was surprised that she was able to control it, which meant that she could be made a rising star. The mage asked if the ally had brought what was needed. Ghost Wind summoned a magic ball and confirmed it. Zodiac handed it over to the player and explained that it was a weapon and mana stones. The protagonist looked closely at the crystal. The gem sparkled. Yunha concluded that it was of pretty good quality. The boy asked if his sister was sure of her decision. The girl nodded affirmatively. The child took out a dagger and declared that he would not stop her anymore. The student picked up a sword. The mage asked her to be careful with the weapon. Closing his eyes, the player said that he did not know if she would be able to do it and offered to begin. He threw the stone to the other side of the warehouse. A black aura enveloped him. A powerful explosion was heard in the room. The creature put its paw forward. Its ears twitched. The schoolgirl tensely clutched the sword in her hands. A cute monster with red cheeks and shining eyes appeared in front of them. Yuna raised her eyebrows in surprise. The girl looked back and asked if it was the monster. The protagonist confirmed it and asked his sister to kill it. The student frowned in concern. Yunha remembered how her parents had supported her at the table and decided that he couldn't make her change her mind, but he had to explain how cruel a hunter's life could be. The schoolgirl slowly approached Porori. The beast jumped towards her. The sister smiled and thought it was harmless. The boy lunged forward and shouted that she was just imagining things. A black aura enveloped the squirrel. The monster opened its hideous fanged mouth. The child kicked it with his foot. The monster flew to the side. Its terrifying mouth closed. The mage looked back and explained that they couldn't judge their enemies by their appearance because their lives were at stake. Yuna looked down. The player asked if she could continue. In the memory, her brother rushed into battle. Juliet released a wave of fire. Clutching the hilt of her sword, the girl thought about how she didn't want someone to save her forever and wanted to protect her loved ones. Frowning confidently, the student realized that she couldn't let her brother bear this burden alone and declared that she could handle it. Blood dripped from the sword onto the mana crystal. The student's eyes widened in fear. The weapon fell to the ground. Her sister fell after it. Soyeon narrowed her eyes and thought about how she managed to kill Porori only after the 15th strike. Yuna looked at her blood-stained hands in horror. The protagonist hugged her and praised her. Looking at them from the side, the girl remembered what she had to go through to reach her current level and decided that a hunter should be able to adapt to anything. The girl started crying. The woman was outraged that her brother had made her kill the monster so suddenly. Ghost Wind smirked and called him a scary child. A few days later, there was a sign hanging above the doors. Someone put a box on the table. Standing nearby, Dahan asked those sitting in the front desks to hand out milk to all the kids in their row and warned that there should be no extra packs left. The man went out the door. The kids started handing out milk. Yunha took one pack. The boy remembered that Baekryun didn't like milk either. Someone put a hand on his shoulder. Yunhyuk took his friend's hand and gave him a thumbs up. The child's mouth opened in surprise. A bag of cocoa appeared in his hands, which turned regular milk into chocolate. The magician looked around and asked where it came from. The student replied that he bought them today, and asked his friend not to tell anyone. The player frowned and asked what they would do if they were caught. The schoolboy wondered if they had ever been afraid to break the rules. The protagonist closed his eyes and mentally agreed with him. The boys poured the powder into the pack and shook it. Yunhyuk looked at the box and noticed that they had recently started writing something strange on them. Yunha looked sadly at the text and realized that this had happened last time too. On the milk was written a wish for those in Italy to return alive and well. The sun's rays illuminated the school. The boy climbed the stairs and remembered that his sister was in the 6th grade, in room number 4. In the past, Yuna cried on his shoulder. The child felt guilty about it. The children played tag. The magician hoped that she felt better. Suddenly, they ran into a high school student. The guy looked back and asked the player to watch the road. The protagonist clenched his teeth in tension. The boy put his hands on his hips and asked what this kid was doing here. His friend clenched his fist and said that the younger student should apologize. Yunha looked at the tallest bully and noticed that his face looked familiar. The boy imagined an older version of him and remembered his name. The gang surrounded the helpless man. Kanghyuk would control the alleys of Songbaku in the future. He had the gift of using other people's fears and subjugating others. A binary code appeared behind him. This hunter knew a lot and had all the information about the darkest alleys of Songbaku. The boy frowned in displeasure. The child assumed that he himself grew up there, so he knew a lot about this area. The boy pushed him in the back and called him impudent. The bully grabbed the younger student by the shirt. The bully clenched his teeth and wanted to teach him a lesson. The mage narrowed his eyes and wondered what he should do. The villains ordered him not to even think about complaining to the teachers. The player decided to just scare them for now. A magic fist appeared behind his back. Kanhyuk swung his fist and screamed. The magic hand flew forward. Yuna pursed her lips. The boy froze in place when someone called out to him. The protagonist's eyes widened and he recognized that voice. Everyone who was watching the fight looked around. The young man blushed embarrassedly. The girl put her hands on her hips in displeasure and reminded him that she asked her classmate not to hurt anyone. The bully smiled awkwardly and said that it was not like that at all. Yunho wondered if he had fallen in love with his sister. The bully closed his eyes and raised his hands. The boy punched his palm and asked himself how such a villain dared to dream of touching his sister. The child, covered in a bright aura, wished to kill him. The high school boy explained that he had bumped into them and did not apologize. The student pushed Kanhyuk away and asked if they really wanted to teach her brother a lesson. The boy's eyes widened in surprise when he heard that they were related. The young man immediately turned his head. The schoolgirl adjusted the mage's shirt. The high school boy said that they did not look alike at all. Yuna cast a stern look at her classmate. Scratching the back of his head, the bully apologized and promised not to do it again. The girl took her brother aside. The bully apologized to him and hoped that everything was okay. Waving his hand, Kanhyuk wished the player a good day and promised to deal with those who decided to offend him. The protagonist gritted his teeth and mentally wished to kill him if they met again. There were trees outside the window. Yunha asked his sister if she really liked this scoundrel. The student asked not to call him that. Walking down the corridor, the boy asked his question again. The schoolgirl silently looked ahead. She crossed her legs. A smile appeared on her face. Yuna closed her eyes and declared that she still loved her brother more than anyone else. The child frowned in confusion, and the girl decided to walk him to class. The mage raised his fist to his mouth, coughed, and agreed. The student hugged him and hoped that he loved her just as much. A few days ago, a woman was walking in the rain. She had groceries in her bag. Looking at her phone screen, the old woman hoped that she would finally see her grandchildren, who had last visited a long time ago. A smile shone on her face from the thought of how much they had grown up. There was some noise coming from the alley. The grandmother looked away and assumed that she had imagined it. There were trash cans by the wall. The woman looked into one of them. A little boy in dirty clothes was sitting there. The lid of the can had fallen to the ground. The old woman raised her hand, thinking about the terrible fate of this little boy, and asked if he was okay. The grandmother put her hand on his cheek and felt how cold his skin was. The child's eyes lit up. In the memory, people smirked, saying that no one would buy a half-man anyway, so they might as well just throw him away. The wolf waved the stranger's hand away. The boy jumped out of the trash can and fell to the ground. He raised his hand and asked the passerby to leave him alone. His clothes were covered in mud. The woman assumed that he had nowhere to go, and decided that he should not be left in the rain. The child slapped his umbrella with his hand and asked the stranger not to come near him. The wolf pressed himself against the wall. The old woman realized that she could not leave him there. The half-man covered his face with his hands and clenched his teeth. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The grandmother raised the umbrella over him and offered to let him stay with her if he had nowhere to go. After a while, the car stopped in front of the house and the children ran out. The woman patted them on the head and said that they had grown up a lot. Their mother put her hands on her hips and said that even with her, her son was not so affectionate. The old woman turned to her and explained that even though she had 3 children, she would always be her little daughter. The grandmother smiled and suggested that with her, the road could not have been calm. The woman approached her youngest granddaughter. Yoon hid behind her mother. The old woman reminded her that they had seen each other last year and asked how old she was. The girl tensely folded her fingers. Suddenly, the child ran up to the grandmother. She held out 3 fingers. The baby smiled broadly and said that she was 3 years old. The woman hugged her granddaughter and called her charming. The sky turned orange. The old woman decided that her relatives were hungry and suggested that they go into the house. The children entered the open gate. The protagonist frowned tensely. His eyes lit up. Yuna looked back when her brother asked her to stop. Yunha saw a cluster of mana in the house and thought that it couldn't be a monster. The boy put his index finger to his lips and crept up to the house. The child carefully opened the door and wondered who could have gotten into their house. The half-human was sitting on the floor. The mage noticed that the stranger did not seem big and strong. The wolf pricked up his ears. He looked around and assumed that the chicken had already been delivered. The player lunged forward and thought that he could handle him if he attacked openly. The parents were carrying boxes of things into the house. They flinched in fear when they heard a crash. The protagonist's eyes widened. His family crowded at the threshold. The half-human dropped the table. Yunha asked how he got here. The wolf gritted his teeth and concluded that it was not the food delivery man. The boy's eyes widened in shock and realized that Paran was in front of him. The wolf scratched the wound on the back of his head. White liquid filled the glass. The man smiled and explained that he should have told him everything right away. His wife agreed and said that they wouldn't mind. Holding the bottle in her hands, the old woman said that she wanted to tell him everything when she arrived. The boys sat at the table. The child remembered that his friend was from this very area. The magician imagined the grandmother holding an umbrella over him, and was surprised that they met like this. The player squinted and thought about how much their future had changed. Holding a chicken in his hands, the wolf asked him what he was staring at. The half-man frowned furiously and said that he would not share with him. The woman asked him not to act like that. The protagonist smiled awkwardly. Getting up from the table, the old woman explained that her grandson simply had a stern look and asked if they wanted more. Paran called her a witch. The stunned Yunho was engulfed in flames. Taking the bottle, the boy remembered that his friend had always been a little crazy and was outraged that he had the nerve to treat his grandmother so rudely. The child stood up and said that he wanted to play with him in the yard. The wolf bared his fangs and asked what they were talking about. The woman smiled and hoped that they would get along. The mother asked her son to be careful. Yuna confidently knitted her brows and said that she also wanted to play. The magician asked her to stay here. The player approached his friend and called him. Paran replied that he did not want to go anywhere at all. The protagonist grabbed him by the shirt. Yunha frowned angrily and asked him to go with him nicely. The boys went outside when it was already night. The boy threw his friend to the ground. The half-man put his hand to his back. He had an angry look. It turned out that his chicken leg fell to the ground. The wolf looked back and reminded him that dogs should not be touched while they were eating, and was indignant that he was not even allowed to finish his meal. The child summoned streams of mana and explained that dogs should not be touched because they bite. A dome appeared above the heroes. Paran asked what it was. Taking a step towards it, the magician thought that his relatives should not hear this, and declared that his friend was not a dog at all. The player put the bottle on his shoulder, and added that he did not look like a human either because of his behavior. The protagonist swung the bottle and decided to teach him some manners. Clenching his fists, the half-human asked if he really wanted to fight, and stated that he also wanted to beat him up. Yunha jumped up from his place. The boy jumped into the air and swung the bottle. The child hit his comrade on the shoulder. The magician frowned angrily and shouted that he had always irritated him. The wolf pressed his arms to his chest and wondered where he got so much power from. The player hit him on the other shoulder. The protagonist hit him a few more times and explained that his grandmother had fed and nursed him back to health and allowed him to live in her house. Yunha hit him on the head again. Paran fell to the ground. The boy, overcome with powerful energy, asked how he dared to call her a witch. The half-human began to cry and beg for help. The relatives smiled and laughed happily. The child said that outside the barrier, you can't hear what's going on inside. The magician grinned and asked if he didn't have telepathy. The wolf put his hand to his cheek and replied that it was obvious that he didn't have anything like that. Raising his hand, the dog said that he was only 10 years old and asked when he would learn to do that. The player remembered how his friend smiled and told him that he learned to use telepathy at the age of 10, and realized that it was a lie. The clouds covered the moon. The protagonist decided that this was another reason to beat him up. Yunha loomed over his comrade like a menacing shadow and offered to play. A scream was heard from under the huge dome. The next day, the sun's rays illuminated the gate. Gritting his teeth, Paran realized that he was beaten in a way that was not visible, and concluded that Yunha looked more like a bandit. The heroes sat around him. The man looked back and said that he was 10 years old. His wife understood that he should go to the 3rd grade. The half-man frowned and said that school was trash. The boy gave him a menacing look. The wolf trembled with fear and said that he did not want to go there. The child rose to his feet and remembered that he was constantly bullied at school. The magician put his hand on his friend's shoulder and decided to take him in. The player explained that he should go to the 2nd grade. The dog looked at him displeasedly and repeated his words. The main character narrowed his eyes madly and whispered that he had better agree. The woman asked how he liked the idea. Paran smiled tensely and agreed to go to the 2nd grade. Yunho was happy that they would go to school together. The old lady smiled and was surprised that they were able to become friends in just one day. Her daughter said that it was very good. The half-human broke out in beads of sweat, and wondered if they did not notice the threat towards him. The heroes considered his smile happy. The boy squeezed his shoulder and grinned. The child pulled his friend along and suggested that they play some more. The wolf opened his mouth in fear. Clouds floated above the mansion. Gale sat at the table surrounded by bodyguards. Sitting opposite, Albert reported that 4,000 Korean citizens in their country were in a difficult situation, and stated that they were ready to facilitate their return home. Leviathan opened its mouth wide. The man asked for allies to help destroy the monster in the North Atlantic, because it was a disaster that could easily destroy an entire country. Holding the mug in her hands, the girl decided that this was to be expected, but the conditions could not be worse. The woman smiled and explained that they would not send hunters to such an unfamiliar environment, but they would provide potions for the players of Europe. The ambassador took the mug and decided that the potions they presented before the negotiations were actually very effective, and the ability to take them orally made them extremely valuable. The Italian representative narrowed his eyes and reminded them that Korea supplied these potions in exchange for Mediterranean mana stone alloys. The Sky Maiden frowned and asked if they did not need much more. Genko raised his leg. He smashed the table with one blow. The bodyguards immediately got into a fighting stance. The man said that Korea must help them get rid of Leviathan if they wanted their people to return home. The ambassador smirked and asked if the local hunters were so weak that they were afraid to crawl out from under the skirt of the Zodiac. Gale took the napkin from the guard's hands. Albert asked his comrade to calm down. The representative of Italy gave him a sly look and was surprised that he did not even argue. The bodyguards folded their hands behind their backs. Genko said that he hated Koreans who were only capable of eating kimchi and pretending to be strong. The girl removed the napkin from her mouth. Suddenly, an incredible pressure fell on the room. It knocked the man off his feet. The woman got up from the table and promised to do everything in her power to help Italy, for the sake of the well-being of the Korean citizens who were there. The celestial maiden placed her hand on her chest and promised to send the country's strongest hunters, hoping that it would be enough to ensure the safe return of the people. Zodiac raised her hand and snapped her fingers. The ambassador clutched his chest. His comrade bowed his head to the ground. The representative of Italy placed his hand on the table. Gale turned away and left. Albert said that she would not succeed. The villains looked after her. The girl explained that they could complain wherever they wanted and promised to report the ones sent to the International Mana Management Committee. Genko swung his sword and shouted that he would kill her. The man clenched his teeth angrily. Ice appeared under his feet. The ambassador narrowed his eyes and flashed his burning eyes. The representative of Italy raised his hand and immobilized his colleague. The woman looked back and concluded that they still had a head on their shoulders. The celestial maiden asked them to leave and walked out the door. The villain frowned furiously and was outraged by her behavior. There were golden birds painted on the wall, and someone said that they should have stayed calm. Sangjin folded his hands behind his back and said that the Zodiac should live up to its status. Gale asked who he was speaking on behalf of as he read the documents. Jong-in smirked and laughed at the fact that his partner only thought about work. The man straightened up and apologized when the girl asked him to be quiet. The manager approached her and told her that Italy had gifted them a Maserati Gran Turismo. The bodyguard presented a red car and explained that Big Mom had sent them one of her favorite brands as a sign of friendship. The woman asked to send the car back. The guard opened his mouth in surprise and asked why. The heavenly maiden looked down and remembered that this man was not as friendly as he seemed. Big Mom smiled slyly. The Zodiac concluded that she was clearly plotting something and wanted to show how much she despised Korea. Jong-un saluted when Gale asked him to gather the men and keep an eye on the Italian ambassadors. The office door slammed shut. The girl stood up from her chair. The heroes headed for the exit. Sangjin suggested that the meeting had gone better than expected. The woman stated that they owed Alice Company and its engineers. The celestial maiden opened the windows and wanted to thank them once the negotiations with Italy were over. The man folded his hands behind his back and decided that responding to the ambassador's aggression was still a risky decision. Zodiac narrowed her eyes and asked if he was really saying this as her bodyguard. The manager looked away and remained silent. The huntress closed her eyes and said that the divine spear was waiting in the next room. The man walked out of the ice-filled room. Gale concluded that the Italians should be afraid of her. Juliet walked down the street, humming something to herself. The doctor smiled broadly and said that she was 6 weeks pregnant. The girl looked at the plane flying in the sky. The woman stopped and raised her hand. The huntress took her phone out of her pocket and made a call. The guys ran across the road. Standing in front of the roadway, the player did not know whether to tell her lover about everything now. Bruno asked how she was doing. Juliet smiled and asked him to come home early because they needed to talk. The girl closed her eyes. The man agreed. The woman closed her eyes and wanted to see how happy he would be when he found out. The huntress opened her eyes when she heard someone's voice. The player looked up, and someone called her. Someone approached her. Juliet broke out in a cold sweat. Genko raised his hand and asked how she was doing. The girl stepped back. The man said that they had not seen each other for a long time and noticed that his friend had become a beauty. Albert and his assistants stood behind her. The ambassador covered his girlfriend's mouth with his hand. The Italian representative grinned maliciously and said that it was time for the bird to return to its cage. The phone lying on the table vibrated. Bruno looked up from the computer and thought about what they had just talked about. The hunter put the phone to his ear and asked what happened. He lowered his head when the woman thanked the guy for everything and asked him not to look for her. The player jumped up from the table and asked what it meant. Juliet held the phone with trembling hands. Sitting in the car, the scoundrel said that it was the right choice. Albert sat in the front seat. His colleague explained that loved ones should be given the opportunity to live a normal life. The sun's rays illuminated the city streets. The guys walked along the street. Hyen suggested going to her father's cafe, because there was good air conditioning there. The main character looked back and said that he would join them as soon as he left his bag at home. Minji pointed at him and asked him not to be late. Yunho was indignant that his friend was always looking for a reason to find fault. The children looked back and saw their friend. The boy frowned tensely. Juliet got into the black car. Genko smiled slyly. The child wondered what they were doing here. The magician imagined the inscription on the milk and thought that there should be no business between Italy and Korea this year. The hunters pointed their guns at Leviathan. The government of the goddess sent 3 thrones to save the Koreans in Italy. because of which the country suffered great losses. Someone lost his left arm. Myungwon opened his mouth wide and lost his mind due to the berserk state. Yongji's hands were handcuffed. The florist was sitting behind bars, she was taken hostage. Jenko grabbed her by the chin. The man stuck out his tongue and slyly knitted his eyebrows. The soldiers pointed their guns at the man. Several countries started a wave of protests. Blood splashed on the pole, and it all ended with Big Mom ordering the ambassador to be publicly executed. The car drove away. The player was afraid for Juliet and asked her friend to stay here. Minji asked where he was going. After tying his shoelaces, the protagonist asked her not to follow him and decided to find out where the Italians were going and contact someone. A powerful aura enveloped his shoes. Yunha dashed forward. He had a determined look. The boy ran around the corner. The people got out of the car. Albert adjusted his glasses. Jenko was surprised that a child was watching them. The magician frowned and realized that they knew about his presence. The man jumped off the car. He approached the player. The ambassador swung his hand and asked if he really had any business with them. The protagonist looked at his hand tensely. The Italian representative hit him hard in the shoulder. The blow threw Yunha aside, but he managed to stay on his feet. The boy's eyes flashed. The villain opened his mouth in surprise and asked what was wrong with him. The villain scratched his head and suggested that even children here knew how to use mana. His colleague asked him not to talk nonsense. Jenko smirked and decided to teach him a lesson. The man took a step forward. He suddenly jumped up from his seat. The ambassador swung his leg and wanted to beat the child. The magician bent down and dodged his attack. The player jumped to the side and wondered if they were going to kill him. The protagonist turned around abruptly. Yunha jumped into the air and swung his leg. The representative of Italy ducked and was able to dodge. The villain turned around in a flash. The villain raised his hand to grab his opponent. The boy gritted his teeth and realized that he could not dodge in the air. Mana concentrated around his feet. Jenko blocked his attack with his hand. The mage did a somersault. A clot of energy appeared in his hand. The player threw it at the enemy. The protagonist landed on the road. The man shook his hand and thought about how incredible he had mana. Suddenly, his body seemed to dissolve into thin air. The ambassador appeared behind the enemy and called him an ordinary child. Yunha looked back in fear. The representative of Italy grabbed him by the throat. The villain lifted the boy in front of him and said that this was much more fun than he thought. The mage grabbed his hand and tried to free himself. He closed his eyes when the enemy poured a large amount of energy into him. The villain grinned and said that he was not the only one with the ability to use mana. The player gritted his teeth and realized that he could die if this continued. Jenko's eyes flashed crazy. The protagonist felt like his oxygen was running out. Juliet ran out of the car and asked the enemy to let the child go. The girl put her hand to her chest and reminded him that they had promised not to touch her loved ones. The man looked back and asked if they knew each other. Yunha narrowed his eyes tensely. The woman frowned menacingly and said that it was an ordinary child. Smiling widely, the ambassador did not believe her and said that such people should be killed while there was an opportunity. Albert turned his head and called out to him. The representative of Italy clenched his teeth in displeasure. The villain let go of the boy and was indignant. The magician fell to the ground and began to cough. The huntress ran up to him. Putting her hand on his shoulder, Juliet thanked her friend for his help and explained that this was enough. The player asked what was going on here. The girl sadly frowned and said nothing. She took the ring off her ring finger. The woman gave the ring to her friend and asked her to give it to Bruno. The protagonist frowned and called out to her. Yunha opened his mouth in surprise. The huntress closed her eyes and said that she had been happy until that moment. Juliet turned away and left. The boy stood up and called out to her. The villain raised his hand when the child tried to object. Jenko grabbed his face and threw him forward. The magician crashed into a trash can. The man pointed at him and asked him to control himself. The car door slammed shut. The player sat on the ground for a while. The protagonist looked down and thought about how he was sure that this life would be different. In the memory, his mother hugged him. Minji and Hyang cried. Yunha saved her loved ones in this life and reduced the number of victims on Mount Bukin. The boy watched the sunset. These moments gave him confidence. The child remembered Juliet smiling and wondered what the price was. The magician stood up and asked if he should really go with the flow of the past. The player clenched his fists and declared that he had already done so much to change the future. Holding the ring in his hands, the protagonist decided that the girl should also be in his happy future. Yunha clenched the ring and asked her not to cross herself out like that. A box of potions fell to the floor. Siakin wiped his forehead and sighed heavily. Closing his eyes, the man remembered how he was asked to make 1,000 potions and concluded that in order to cope with the government order, he needed to reduce his sleep hours. The girl at the counter smiled widely. The woman looked at the alchemist in surprise and asked what happened. Holding her hand, the engineer admitted that he felt happy. The phone lying on the table vibrated. Siakin put the phone to his ear and asked what happened. The boy apologized for calling without warning. Lowering his head, the child explained that something happened and said that he needed a little help. The jars of potions sparkled. The sun's rays illuminated an abandoned warehouse. The heroes stood in the field behind it. Waves of blue energy enveloped the tree. Soyeon raised her hand and snapped her fingers. The roots seemed to come alive and shot forward. They approached Yuna, who was standing nearby. The girl frowned tensely. She jumped back and managed to avoid the blow. Watching the child dodge the roots, the girl called her reaction wonderful. The woman waved her fan and asked what would happen next. A gust of wind threw the student into the air. A giant whirlwind appeared behind her. The huntress stood in front of the tornado, the schoolgirl, and it screamed. The ghost wind furrowed her brows sternly and decided that she was wrong to call her wonderful. Suddenly, the zodiac looked up. A wave of energy burst out of the general flow. Yuna stood on it as if on a surfboard. The girl looked down and asked her mentor not to do it too abruptly. Soyeon explained that training is much more useful if it is close to real conditions, and thought that her protege was doing well. The girl waved her fan. The tornado evaporated in an instant. The child hung above the ground for a moment. The student immediately fell down. Her hand was enveloped in blue energy. The schoolgirl landed on a dense cluster of mana. She managed to land softly on the ground. And she immediately rushed forward. The woman summoned ice arrows around herself and called her quite stubborn. The projectiles flew forward, but Yuna managed to raise her shield in front of her. Ice shards crashed into the mana cluster. The girl continued to run forward. The huntress assumed that she had good wits due to her young age. In the memory, the child fell on mana jelly. Then she closed it like a shield. Ghost Wind decided that she had enough mana to use reflective and defensive abilities. The student opened her mouth wide and shouted that she did it. The tree root grabbed her leg. The zodiac said that she still had something to learn. The root began to throw her in different directions. The schoolgirl found herself high in the air and asked to let her go. Soyeon concluded that her abilities had improved a lot over these 3 months. The girl opened her fan and explained that she needed to come down herself, as this was part of the training. The phone in her hand vibrated. The woman looked at the screen and thought about how the main character did not call her that often. The huntress frowned and wondered if something had happened again. The streets were empty in the evening. Bruno squatted down and opened the suitcase with weapons. It contained a submachine gun and several types of melee weapons. The man took out a knuckle duster and realized that everything was in place. The hunter unbuttoned his shirt and looked around. He stood in front of the wall. The player looked at his scars in the mirror and decided that he was no longer in the shape to be called a grizzly. In the past, people looked around when they saw him with ice cream in his hands. The heroes grabbed the villain who was harassing Juliet and trying to justify himself. The girl reached out to take the ice cream. The guard said that everyone in Sicily knew her name. The hooligan opened his mouth wide and shouted that he came here on vacation and did not know her. The jacket fell to the ground. The pervert looked up when a wide shadow loomed over him. The villain clenched his teeth in fear as the shadow approached. Bruno punched him and threw him into the air. The man returned to his beloved. The girl smiled broadly and called him a real bear. The woman narrowed her eyes and thanked him for everything. The hunter raised his fist to his mouth and remained silent. There was a fountain in front of the mansion. Important people were sitting at a table. Someone announced that Big Mom had chosen the Mayron family as the rulers of Sicily. The participants of the meeting opened their mouths in displeasure and asked what would happen to them in this case. The old man slammed his fist on the table and was indignant that there were already those here who had defected to their side. The man frowned furiously and ordered everyone to be silent. The people froze in their seats. The head of the family announced that it was decided that Valentine would unite with Mayron. The princess looked at him sadly and said that this was not an alliance at all. The old man said that the Mayron would simply rule over them. Juliet's father opened his mouth wide and shouted that he was doing this to protect the family from falling apart, and that the Mayron would simply be their temporary allies. Bodyguards stood around him. The villain looked away and explained that, as a symbol of their union, his daughter would have to marry Vincent. The girl's eyes widened in shock and she asked what that meant. The woman frowned in displeasure. In the memory, the Mayron family boss's son was sitting surrounded by beauties, food, and alcohol. The princess's mouth widened and she was indignant when her father asked her to marry him and have a child. The man furrowed his brows sternly and explained that because of her gift of enhancement, which increased the effectiveness of mana, the child born from their union would also have this effect. The guard clenched his teeth in tension. With a blazing eye, the scoundrel explained that this child would receive a gift stronger than any of Valentine or Mayron, and declared that they would take him away to continue their family's business. The huntress trembled with anger. Bruno stood behind him, wondering if her father thought of other people as objects and only cared about the stability of the family. The old man narrowed his eyes indulgently and asked Juliet to think about Valentine's future. The scoundrel raised his hand and explained that Vincent was not so bad and that they would have a great heir. The girl turned away when the head of the family asked her to have the courage to endure becoming his mistress. The woman put her hands on the table and tried to object, but her father interrupted her, saying that the owner of the Valentine name was obliged to do everything possible for their well-being. Black silhouettes with red eyes begged the huntress to bear a strong air. The player turned to her brother in horror, counting on his support. Albert silently closed his eyes and lowered his head. Juliet's hand trembled. She bowed her head and agreed. The people left the meeting room. Bruno stood behind the girl and looked at her sadly. There was a guard standing behind the door. Moonlight illuminated the room through the window. The man put his hand to his chest and asked his girlfriend to tell him everything that was on her mind. The woman sat silently on the bed. The hunter sat down next to her. Tears fell on her white shirt. The player's mouth opened in amazement when the princess hysterically declared that she did not want to get married like this and did not want her child to be considered a thing. Bruno took her hand. Kissing it, the man promised to protect his girlfriend even if he had to fight the whole world, and suggested that she run away. Juliet's eyebrows furrowed in excitement. A smile appeared on her face. The transparent curtains fluttered in the wind. There was no one in the room. A marker appeared on the screen indicating the girl's location. The hunter put the phone in his pocket and promised to get his beloved out. The player went out the door. Someone was standing in the hallway and waiting for him. Bruno frowned tensely. The main character was standing in front of him. Yunha confidently frowned and said that he would go with him. The car was driving along an empty highway. Sitting in the driver's seat, the man thought that he did not want to involve his comrade in a dangerous situation, despite his outstanding features. The hunter said that it was not too late to turn around. The boy looked out the window and said that there was no need. Turning his head, the child asked if they had not already discussed this and repeated that he wanted to go there. The player narrowed his eyes in irritation and agreed. The navigator was open on the phone. Bruno explained that he could track his girlfriend's movements using her phone. The mage's eyes widened in surprise when he saw that this was Alice's hotel. The man suggested that he put on armor because it was dangerous to go there without equipment. The protagonist looked at the potions hidden under his jacket and replied that it was unlikely that there was armor that would suit him. Besides, it would be difficult to move with it. Yunha picked up his jacket and counted the potions. The hunter concluded that they were going to a real war, although for his friend it looked like a normal thing. The boy took out a ring. The player asked if he knew how to use it. The decoration lit up. The child answered in the affirmative and thought that a wedding ring that strengthened mana was simply genius. At the bottom of the ocean lay a dead leviathan. In the 26th year, the Alliance of Southern Europe made a successful sortie into the abyss. People rejoiced, meeting the heroes. Everyone believed that it was impossible to survive there, and admired the team that returned from the Black Dungeon. The guy opened the book. The guys excitedly studied the mission summary. The pages were stained with blood. The truth written there was disgusting. A woman sat on the throne. The players from Italy who were in the vanguard now bore the surname Mayron, and the woman who was used to reproduce strong DNA was called Mother. The magician hid the ring and thought about how his friend had failed to save Juliet and died before the regression. The car stopped at the side of the road. Bruno went outside and asked his friend not to regret his decision. The guards frowned, not understanding who they were. The villains headed towards the heroes, shouting that this was a closed area. At that moment, the guys made a sharp dash forward. They struck the enemy and wished him death. The office door was closed. Sitting with a bottle of wine in his hand, Jenko asked why they decided to change the entire hotel. Tom, standing behind him, suggested that there was some reason for it. The man called it strange that they decided to do this on the day they found out about their meeting. Juliet crossed her legs and decided that the hotel simply did not like such fools. The manager pointed at her and explained that no one knew that she was here. The criminal grinned and said that they wouldn't have come if she hadn't been on the news. Albert was writing something on his tablet. The ambassador said that he was the one who gave away his sister. The girl, crossing her arms over her chest, thought it was funny that they had followed her all the way to Korea, and asked if the people of Mayron didn't know the feeling of shame. The bottle was lying on her lap. Frowning menacingly, the villain asked if the hostage could sit quietly, and said that she was too sure that they wouldn't hurt her. The villain rose to his feet and explained that they didn't feel sorry for her at all. He grabbed the woman by the shoulder. Jenko grinned madly and said that if he wanted, they would have had fun with her in bed already. The princess pushed his hand away and was indignant. Juliet spat on his forehead. The man clenched his teeth in anger. The ambassador waved his hand and said that she really wanted to die. Enveloped in blue lightning, Albert called out to his partner. His eyes lit up. The representative of Italy pressed his hand to his chest and called his brotherly love heartbreaking. The criminal covered his face with his hand and said that he needed some fresh air. The villain handed the tablet to Tom. He looked up when he was called out. Smiling, the girl complained of hunger and asked him to buy a bento from the 24-hour kiosk and some bread. The man covered his face with his hand. The manager offered to call the maid. The ambassador frowned menacingly and said that his sister wanted food from the 24-hour kiosk. The villain stopped on his way to the door and called out to him. Tom looked back and hoped that his comrade remembered that he was not Valentine, but Mayron. The representative of Italy narrowed his eyes sternly and asked him not to worry about it. The villain smiled and said that he would be right back. The door slammed behind him. The siblings were sitting opposite each other. The woman stood up from the couch. Albert asked where she was going and reminded her that she was not allowed to leave the room. The princess frowned with displeasure and asked if he still lacked tact. The man closed his eyes when the huntress slammed the toilet door behind her. The player sat down on the toilet lid. In the memory, Bruno kissed her hand and promised to protect her. Juliet looked away and thought about her lover. The girl lowered her head and covered her face with her hands. There was a sign on the door that said men's toilet. Jenko went out into the corridor and decided to call the servants on the way back. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened. He turned around when he sensed killing intent. The protagonist jumped into the air and swung his sword. The criminal was able to block his attack with his hand. The ambassador was unable to stay on his feet. His head hit the wall. Yunha spread his legs wide and concluded that he was very lucky today. The representative of Italy angrily gritted his teeth when he saw him. The boy swung his sword and asked him to pull up his pants. The child raised the weapon in front of him and said that he would give the enemy a few seconds. An hour before entering the hotel, Suyan summoned a magic circle and used acceleration, which allows you to increase your movement speed. The mage stood in the center of the circle. The girl strengthened his muscles to increase his physical strength. The player clenched his fists and restored his defense and mana. The circle under his feet disappeared. The protagonist thanked his friend for her help and asked what he should do with the hotel guests who might come under fire. Yunha fastened his belt. The woman asked him not to worry about it because the government issued an evacuation order, and he also had enough potions. Standing in front of the enemy, the boy realized that this was his chance because the enemy was unarmed in a narrow space. The child frowned and realized that he could not miss such an opportunity. Jenko pounced on him with the intent to destroy him. The mage managed to dodge his fist. The man punched the wall behind him with all his might. The player pushed himself off the wall. The protagonist smirked and stated that he had enough potions and buffs to handle this. The criminal frowned furiously. Yunha asked if he wanted him to fight at full strength. A powerful shield appeared in front of him. The boy approached him and swung his magic sword. Its blade slammed into the barrier. The child struck hard. The shield shattered into pieces. The ambassador thought that this was very unlike the man they met on the street. The mage rushed to attack and asked why the enemy was inactive. The player kicked the enemy in the stomach and threw him back. The Italian representative crashed into the wall. The shield appeared in front of him again. The protagonist continued to strike. The villain realized that it was impossible to fight here, because in such conditions it was impossible to even turn around. The barrier cracked. The villain decided that he needed to leave. Yunha frowned and swung his sword. The blade pierced the protective field. Jenko jumped to the side to avoid the blow. The man took a gun out of his pocket. The boy put up a shield in front of himself and covered his face with his hands. The child frowned in confusion. The criminal ran out the door. The magician asked where he was going. His hand was enveloped in blue energy. The player cut the air with his sword. The shield surrounding the ambassador collapsed. The Italian representative tensely clenched his teeth. The villain headed for the exit. The protagonist wondered how such a person could be one of the Tretisci. Yunha rushed after him in pursuit. The villain fired several times and wished to kill him. The boy dodged the bullets and shouted that his funeral would be today. The child took out a potion and thought that soon all the buff effects would disappear. The mage immediately drank the contents of the vial. In the memory, Albert was sitting at the table. Jenko assumed that these were the same potions that the goddess constantly talked about. Looking around, the man realized that he should have finished off the enemy back then, and decided that there was no time to go up to the 18th floor. The criminal realized that he had to find a weapon, and saw a knife stand on the table. The player saw a broken window ahead. The protagonist headed straight for this room. A kitchen knife flew past him. Yunha looked ahead tensely. The knife hit the blade of his sword. An explosion of energy broke all the glass in the room. The ambassador opened his mouth wide and asked the enemy what he was. The boy frowned and called himself the one who would kill him. The child threw the enemy back. The mage immediately dashed forward. The sword hit the protective barrier. The Italian representative's eyes flashed, and he noticed that his opponent was running out of strength. The villain grabbed his arm. The villain went behind him and twisted his shoulder. The player fell to the ground and closed his eyes. Jenko snatched the sword from his hands. The man swung the blade and asked if he would need a weapon to fight him. A wave of dark energy appeared under his foot. The criminal jumped back as restless souls filled the room. Clots of darkness absorbed the mana around the ambassador. The Italian representative swung his sword and called for them to disappear. Suddenly, the villain looked away. The protagonist made a sharp dash towards him. The blade of a dagger flashed in the air. Yunha dealt several powerful blows to the enemy. The villain blocked his attack with his sword and wondered what was going on. The boy kicked him in the chest. Jenko's body flew back, knocking over all the furniture in its path. The heroes stood in the ruined lobby of the hotel. The man grinned and said that each attack of his opponent was getting weaker. The child clenched his teeth in anger. The criminal asked where all his courage had gone. Someone approached the door. Albert frowned sternly and explained that they were doing this for the Valentine family. The ambassador stared at the door, but did not wait for an answer. Turning the corner, the Italian representative said that he needed to leave for a while and asked his sister to call him if she needed anything. The villain went out into the corridor. He stopped and closed his eyes. Albert adjusted his glasses and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Bruno came out to meet him. The man frowned sternly and asked where his beloved was. The ambassador looked at him with burning eyes. Taking a few steps forward, the Italian representative warned him that he would be killed for stealing Juliet and decided to give him one last chance. The villain raised his hand and offered him to return to Valentine to destroy Mayron. The wall behind him collapsed. The hunter held out his knuckles and declared that he would never do that. The villain took a gun out of his inner pocket. Blue energy enveloped him. The player took a fighting stance. No one would believe that this confrontation would turn into his complete defeat. Genko grinned and asked what was wrong with his opponent. The protagonist was squatting. Yunho wiped his chin and asked what they were talking about. The boy drank another potion and said that everything was fine. He smiled maliciously and asked the enemy where his elixirs were. The man clenched his teeth in displeasure. Powerful waves of mana swirled around him. The child frowned and blocked them with his dagger. His hands shook from the crushing force. He had to redirect the flow upward. The mage slammed his feet into the ground. The player looked up determinedly. The criminal asked if the potions were not helping him at all. The hellhounds opened their mouths and rushed forward. The protagonist jumped back. The ambassador offered him to play with the dogs. Yunho rose into the air and brought down a rain of needles on the monsters. The boy touched the blade of the dagger and realized that he had to try something different. His weapon turned into a magical drill. The child broke through the monsters and headed straight for the enemy. The representative of Italy parried his attack with a few swings of his sword. The villain held out his weapon in front of him. The mage pointed the drill at him and smiled. The player approached him closely in one dash. A pistol appeared in his hand. The villain also took out a firearm. The protagonist fired several times. Genko responded in kind. The bullet hit the protective barrier. The force field shattered and Yunho was injured. The boy fell to his knees, the man glad that he finally had time to catch his breath. The criminal spread his arms and declared that this was his territory. A smile lit up his face. Numerous magical arrows appeared around him. The ambassador's eyes lit up. The child clenched his teeth in fear. He had to jump back to avoid the hail of arrows. The Italian representative lowered his weapon and suggested that he try to dodge the next attack. The arrows curved and rushed forward. They crashed into the ground and exploded. The mage jumped forward. He cut the air several times with his dagger to stop the projectiles. One arrow still wounded his leg. The player frowned angrily and swung his knife. Another arrow pierced his thigh. The protagonist cut the flow of purple energy. Numerous traces of destruction appeared on the floor around him. Yunho looked ahead tensely. The villain raised his gun. Standing a few meters away from his opponent, the villain said he wanted to kill him. The hellhounds grabbed the boy by the legs. A shot rang out. The chandelier above his head swayed from side to side. A wave of blue energy turned into a vortex. The child realized that he would not have time to jump back. The magician made a sharp dash forward. He turned around and raised his gun. The monsters had to let go of his legs. The player jumped into the air and raised his dagger to strike. Genko blocked his attack with his sword. The man narrowed his eyes and asked who his enemy thought he was. The criminal threw his opponent back. A magic circle appeared under his feet. Several more such circles appeared throughout the room. The protagonist looked down in fear and realized that this was a magic trap. A strong explosion destroyed the glass. The shards fell to the ground. A cloud of dust rose above the rubble of the walls. There were traces of blood near Yunha. The boy wiped his chin and realized that he couldn't fight in this state. The child took out a potion and decided to recover. The ambassador grabbed his hand and asked if he hadn't been taught to share. The Italian representative abruptly snatched the potion from his hands. The villain drank it in one gulp. The magician thought that his affairs were bad. The player rose to his feet and realized that it was time to leave. The villain said that this country makes excellent potions that quickly restore mana. The blade of a sword flashed in the air. The protagonist looked around in fear. Genko knocked the weapon out of his hands, and the dagger flew into the air. The knife fell to the ground. The man said that leaving like that was impolite. The criminal kicked his opponent in the chest. Yunha flew back. The ambassador explained that he was not going to kill him so easily. The boy fell on several magical traps. A powerful explosion was heard in the hall. The Italian representative looked at the destroyed ceiling and said that the dog needed to be kicked to wake it up. The villain smirked and asked how a child could sneak up on him from behind. There were traces of blood on the floor. A cloud of dust rose around the destroyed wall. Raising the gun to his forehead, the villain asked if his enemy had died and decided that it couldn't have happened that easily. Suddenly, Genko's eyes widened. The vial fell to the floor and broke. The mage said that he should have done it sooner. His silhouette appeared in the smoke. A powerful blue aura enveloped the player's body. The man picked up the gun and asked how many potions he had already drunk. The protagonist wiped his cheek and explained that it was just fruit juice. Yunha froze in place. Engulfed in flames, the criminal realized that his mana and stamina were fully replenished, and his buff was restored without interruption. The ambassador gaped in surprise, thinking that this couldn't be true, and asked if he really had a gift. The boy pulled out a ring and said that it was more than just a gift. The Italian representative frowned furiously. The ring was engulfed in bright flames. The villain covered his chest with his hands and wondered how much stronger his opponent had become. The villain grinned and decided that he still had a chance. There was a knife on the floor, and Genko concluded that his enemy's accuracy was not at its best. The man held the weapon out in front of him and realized that he still had the advantage. The child reloaded the pistol and frowned menacingly. The magician pointed the weapon forward. The criminal took a step back and thought that it was a mistake. The ambassador grinned and realized that he could gain the upper hand. The player lunged forward. He managed to slip past the villain. The Italian representative gaped in shock. The protagonist turned sharply and rushed towards him. Yunha threw the dagger and cut off the enemy's left arm. Jenko looked at his shoulder in horror. The man grabbed it and screamed. The boy said that he couldn't feel pain from this because they had just started. The heroes were reflected in the blade of the knife. The child reminded that the dog needs to be kicked to wake it up. The criminal looked to the side and saw something fly past him. The dagger ended up in the owner's hand. The ambassador clenched his teeth in anger. The magician put the knife on his shoulder and declared that he was not a puppy, unlike the enemy. The hotel corridor was empty. Suddenly, Albert ran out from around the corner. Bruno swung his knuckles. The man punched the floor and destroyed it. Pieces of the wall flew into the air. The representative of Italy took out a gun. The bullet ricocheted off the wall. The villain jumped to the side so as not to fall. The villain landed on his feet when the earthquake ended. The floor behind his wall collapsed. Albert looked back in horror. The hunter approached him and swung his fist. The ambassador easily dodged his blow and said that he was not the same as before. The representative of Italy intercepted the weapon. The villain pointed it at his opponent and was upset that he did not live up to his expectations. The player missed the blow in the back. A cloud of dust rose around the heroes. The cartridge case fell to the floor. The villain frowned and asked what his enemy's plan was. The protective field in front of Bruno protected him from the bullet. The man clenched his teeth in anger. He swung his fiery fist again. Albert confidently looked at the brass knuckles and said that his opponent was losing for 2 reasons. The ambassador dodged the blow and said that his attacks were monotonous. The representative of Italy picked up 2 pistols and added that his mana was running out and the effect of the potion was coming to an end. The hunter raised his shield in front of him. The villain explained that he could not move normally while the potion was in effect. The player covered his chest with his hands. The villain concluded that the enemy had checkmated himself. The protective field cracked. Albert pulled the trigger. Juliet ran out into the corridor and asked them to stop. The girl frowned and exclaimed that this was not what they had agreed on, and that the Tretisai had promised not to touch people close to her. The ambassador turned to her and asked if she could talk about promises. The Italian representative pointed a second pistol at his sister and asked her to stand still because they were almost done. The woman rested her forehead against the barrel. The princess grabbed the pistol and asked her brother to do it. The villain pursed his lips angrily. Juliet turned to her lover and declared that it was not worth it. The girl reminded him that Tom and Jenko were there, frowning sternly, and asked him if he thought he could make things easier for anyone by coming here. The woman's eyes widened when Bruno said that he had promised to protect her at all costs. Albert doubled over and said that her word would be enough, and the villain asked him not to move. The hunter took a step forward. The ambassador immediately fired, and the princess screamed. The player raised his hand and stopped the bullet. The Italian representative's eyes widened in shock. The guard clenched his fiery fist. The bullet melted in his hand. Bruno frowned furiously and shouted that he needed his beloved, even if the whole world became his enemy. Juliet looked at him sadly. The man swung his fist and clenched his teeth. A wave of fire rushed forward. The villain shuddered tensely. He managed to dodge the attack, and the girl was protected by a barrier. A fire started in the hotel corridor. The hunter grabbed his hand and called out to his beloved. The woman closed her eyes. She extended her hand forward. The princess smiled and asked her friend to protect her. The heroes stood in the middle of the destroyed hall. The protagonist turned away and asked the enemy to stop faking. Yunha tensed his fingers. The boy raised his leg and suggested that the enemy would still be able to heal his hand with magic. Jenko's eyes widened in fear and asked him not to do it. The child decided to step on his severed hand. The man's eyes turned bloodshot. The mage crushed his limb. The criminal watched this from the side. The ambassador opened his mouth wide and screamed. A huge amount of energy erupted from the magic circle under his feet. The player turned to him and asked if this was explosive magic with an expanded area of effect. The protagonist jumped to the side and thought that he would not be affected if he ran far enough. Waves of fire rushed after him. Yunha spread his arms, trying to hide from them. The boy looked back and realized that the mana was following him. An ominous energy crashed into his leg. A powerful explosion was heard on the battlefield. The shock waved through the child out of the cloud of smoke. The mage rose to his feet and plunged the dagger into the ground. He clenched his teeth tensely. Red lightning fell on him. The player swung the dagger. The protagonist deflected the arrows with swings of the knife. Yunha frowned angrily and realized that there was very little left. The enraged villain swung his sword. The boy jumped forward. The child got close to the enemy and cut the air with the dagger. The villain opened his mouth in fear. A bright current ran through the mage's body. The player looked down and realized that he had reached his limit due to his small body. Jenko grinned maliciously and decided that this was his chance. A huge cage appeared in the air. The protagonist looked up. He was imprisoned. Yunha tried to break through the bars and thought that he needed to finish the fight quickly before his body gave in. The boy destroyed the cage with a swing of his knife. His weapon shattered into pieces. The boy clenched his teeth in anger. The man struck and threw him back. The child landed on his feet and raised his hand. The mage placed it on the ground and cast the grudge soul spell. The criminal frowned furiously and wondered what was happening. The veins on his arm bulged. The ambassador rushed towards his opponent and shouted that he had had enough. The player blocked his blow with his pistol. The heroes jumped back in different directions to increase the distance. The protagonist felt the bones of his hand being crushed. Yunha looked down tensely. The representative of Italy swung his sword and wished him death. The boy slipped under the blade and rushed forward. He turned around abruptly. The child fired several times. One of the bullets pierced the villain's chest. The villain poured a huge amount of red energy into his weapon. Genko cut the air with it. The magic whip wrapped around the magician's leg. The player fell to the ground as the energy pulled him along. The gun fell from his hand. The man delivered a powerful blow to the enemy's chest. The criminal loomed over him and swung his fist. The ambassador hit the protagonist in the face. The representative of Italy opened his mouth wide and wished him death. Yunha raised a trembling hand. Suddenly, it fell to the floor. The villain froze above him. He took a few steps back. The villain summoned magic arrows around himself and declared that it was over. Spears fell to the ground. A cloud of dust and smoke rose in front of Genko. A smirk appeared on his face. The man rolled his eyes and was glad that he was able to win. The criminal turned his head and decided to strangle the enemy if he was not dead yet. The ambassador extended his hand forward. Suddenly, the boy grabbed his wrist. The child bared his teeth furiously and bit his opponent. The Italian representative opened his mouth in horror and screamed. The villain kicked his enemy in the side. The mage flew to the side and crashed into the wall. The protagonist spat out blood. The villain called him a pathetic insect and said that he no longer had a way out. Blood oozed out of his wounds. It splashed onto the floor. Genko wondered if his wounds were that serious. The man looked at his hand and realized that he could not control his mana. A red aura enveloped his palm. The criminal fell to his knees and thought about the counterflow of mana. The ambassador spread his arms and raised his head in unbearable pain. The Italian representative pursed his lips and asked what just happened. Yunha took out an empty vial. The boy smiled and said that it was the venom of the shadow spider, which causes an explosion of mana. In the memory after the blow, dust rose. Then the scoundrel looked to the side. He realized that the enemy hid poison in his mouth. The villain fell to the ground and asked if he wanted to die too. The child said that he wouldn't carry only poison. The magician uncorked another potion and drank it. The player threw away the empty bottle and explained that he also had an antidote. Genko fell head first into the floor and insulted the opponent. The protagonist raised his gun and asked what was wrong with his pronunciation. Yunha pointed the gun at the enemy. Trembling with fear, the man said that he was too sure that he would not regret it, and explained that his death would affect the situation in the world. The boy frowned sternly. The criminal said that the whole planet would become his enemy, and doubted that he had the strength to stand up to the whole world. The child put the gun in his mouth and asked him to shut up. The magician squatted down and said that the survivor determines the price of death. The player prepared to pull the trigger, and added that he would decide for himself whether the world would become his enemy or not. The ambassador's eyes widened in fear. The protagonist asked him to accept his death with dignity. A shot rang out. Blood spurted from the head of the Italian representative. Furniture was scattered in the hall. The gun fell to the ground. Yunha sat down next to him and began to breathe heavily. The boy closed his eyes and wondered if he should drink the last potion and go to Bruno. Tom hid around the corner. The man with the bag in his hands trembled and wondered what was going on. The manager clenched his teeth in horror because he could not believe that a child had killed Genko. The Italian representative ran and decided that even he could not do it. Soyeon was sitting in Gale's office. The villain frowned angrily and thought that until the Korean hunters arrived, their priority was Juliet. Bruno continued to fight Albert in the hotel corridor. The man swung his brass knuckles. The villain looked up and saw a wave of fire. He managed to dodge and the fiery attack hit the wall. A hole appeared in its place. The ambassador wondered if it was a power-up effect. The hunter ran up to him and swung his fist again. The Italian representative frowned sternly. The heroes looked around as the girl asked them to stop. Someone put a knife to her throat and declared that the game was over. Tom grabbed it and ordered the enemy to remove his mana if he did not want to see his beloved die. The player lowered his hand. The villain left a cut on the woman's neck and asked him to stay still. Standing at the other end of the corridor, the villain asked his opponent to raise his hands. The guard silently obeyed him and let go of the brass knuckles. Albert adjusted his glasses. His colleague explained that they had to end it quickly, because Genko was dead. The man reloaded the gun. At the same second, a bullet pierced Tom's forehead. His eyes rolled up. The princess turned and glared at him. Juliet's eyes widened in shock. The girl's brows furrowed in excitement. Smoke billowed from the gun's barrel. The ambassador smiled broadly and was glad that they were finally dead. The Italian representative closed his eyes and explained that he had been waiting for the moment to kill him all this time. Bruno frowned tensely, the villain surprised that it had happened so soon. The Valentine member spread his arms and concluded that there were no Marins left in this country. Casting a long shadow, Albert suggested that his sister return to Valentine. Standing in the middle of the ruined corridor, the man declared that they would destroy Mayron and rebuild their family, because no one could stop them. With her arms spread, the woman asked if her brother had gone mad and said that Genko's death would do little good. Looking away, the princess decided that he was not so crazy as to say such things and wondered if the weight of responsibility was affecting him so much. The ambassador narrowed his eyes slyly and explained that they could take advantage of his death in Korea, because Mayron would be defeated if they fought here. The representative of Italy pointed a gun at Bruno and said that he could protect his sister. The hunter frowned tensely. The villain asked them to return to Valentine and live the rest of their lives for their family. The villain looked around in surprise when someone asked why they should do that. The protagonist lunged at him with a knife and asked who he was to take his people without permission. Albert jumped back, but the blade cut his leg. The man jumped into the air to dodge another blow. The ambassador kicked his opponent. The representative of Italy gritted his teeth in displeasure. The tip of the knife pierced his leg through and through. The villain pointed a gun at the enemy. The bullet passed through Yun's thigh. The boy landed on his feet and touched the floor with his hand. The villain turned around and decided to get rid of Bruno first. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Juliet hugged her lover and summoned several magic circles. Lying on the floor, the child said that his opinion also mattered. Smiling, the magician asked his friends not to leave and realized that he had bought them some time. The girl smiled back and said that she would never leave like that again. Her hair was enveloped in light energy of amplification. A protective dome appeared above the heroes. Albert gritted his teeth and realized that things were bad for him. Standing behind her lover, the woman said that he must stay alive. Bruno jumped up. The hunter approached the enemy and swung his reinforced fist. The man stepped on his wounded leg. The ambassador summoned a shield in front of him and realized that he could not move. Several blows destroyed the protective field. The player jumped to the side as the Italian representative flew right above him. The villain crashed into the wall. Blood gushed from his mouth. The guard immediately rushed towards him. The villain tried to raise his shield again. Pistols flashed in his hands. A powerful wave of energy burst out of them. Bruno destroyed it with his fist. The man kicked off the ground with his foot. He clenched his teeth furiously and swung his brass knuckles. The hunter hit the enemy in the face with all his might. Cracks appeared on the wall. The ambassador's body broke through it. Shards rained down on the ground. The Italian representative fell from the skyscraper and thought that he could not die like this. His memories crumbled like a broken mirror. The villain realized that he had promised to destroy Mayron and revive Valentine. The villain raised his head and lost consciousness. His body fell to the ground and raised a huge cloud of dust. Albert grabbed the edge of the funnel. The ambassador climbed out of the hole and concluded that he still had a chance. Smoke hovered before his eyes. The representative of Italy decided that he needed to escape now. Gusts of wind raised ash. The villain noticed that his direction had changed. Suyeon stepped forward and called out the name of the enemy. Holding a fan in her hands, the girl arrested the villain on suspicion of plotting a terrorist attack on the Alice Hotel. Sitting in a chair, Gale realized that the situation had changed and decided that they could not allow them to become a threat in the region. Albert sat behind glass in a straitjacket. The heavenly maiden wanted to listen to him. Frowning, the man replied that this was not his doing, and was outraged that Korea was interrogating him and restricting his freedom. Raising her hand, the Zodiac asked what he would do in this case, and reminded him that they had a video of Tom's murder and a video of her and Genko kidnapping Juliet. The ambassador closed his eyes in irritation. The girl scratched her chin and asked if he really thought that a primary school-age child had killed Genko and planned the attack on the hotel. The woman narrowed her eyes slyly and asked who would believe that. The Italian representative gritted his teeth. Introducing the Fanged Snakes, Gale explained that she had analyzed the political situation and Big Mom's position and had concluded that the criminal had killed Genko to thwart the Mayron family. The Celestial Maiden reported that they were not the only hunters from Italy, and the villain remembered Tom's grinning face and concluded that he was not the only one sent to spy on him. The villain looked down and decided that the Mayron family had decided to be secretive. Crossing her legs, the Zodiac said that they had arrested all the Italians and offered the hostage a deal. Albert lowered his head and asked what they wanted. The girl stepped forward and explained that she had to process a lot of lies. The woman leaned toward the prisoner and said that they wanted a lot. Clouds floated above the city. There was a patience card on the wall. Someone asked if the protagonist was not going to listen. The mother grabbed him by the ear and was indignant that he would have to recover for 12 weeks. Yunha admitted that he was wrong. Sitting next to the hospital bed, the girl explained that she did not want her son to overexert himself. The boy smiled and said that he understood this. The woman cast a loving glance at him. She rose to her feet and promised to come to him again in some time. The child looked at the door when it slammed shut. In the memory, Yuna chased him down the hallway. The magician scratched the back of his head and asked his parents for forgiveness. The player looked at the remote control and decided to watch the news. The protagonist pressed the button. A report started on the TV. The presenter reported that explosions were heard in Alice's hotel, which were attributed to the appearance of a red dungeon, which occurred due to the incorrect distribution of mana. The journalist was standing in front of the building. Since there were no civilians in the hotel at the time, the Italian hunters carried out a raid, but died. Scratching his chin, Yunha decided that this sounded plausible, and remembered that an agreement between Italy and Korea was eventually reached. Someone opened the door of the room. Juliet entered with gifts and asked how the captain was feeling. The boy asked her not to call him that. The girl put coffee on the table and said that he needed to learn to be proud of himself. In the memory, the heroes looked at each other and blushed. The child asked if they regretted forgetting about him in the hotel. The guys looked at each other and nodded. They bowed their heads and thanked their friend for helping them not to spend the rest of their lives in eternal despair. The magician stepped back and asked them to stand up. Without raising her head, the woman wished to forge a holy bond with her humble words. Bruno promised to give everything to whoever accepted him and swore to protect the honor of his brothers. The heroes put their hands on their chests. They smiled confidently and called the sun their father, and the moon their mother. The player smiled inside. The princess said that she would still call him captain. Raising his hand, the protagonist thought about not wanting to become a hunter and said that he had his own opinion on the matter. Yunha raised his eyebrows when Juliet suggested that their child would help him and asked what she was talking about. The girl put her hand on her lover's chest and explained that they would have a child. The boy congratulated them and was glad that they were now safe. The woman put her hand in her bag and offered him to look at something. She handed her friend some cards. The child asked what they were. The magician looked at the IDs. The princess asked him to pay attention to the names. The cards had pictures of the heroes and their new names. The player's mouth opened wide and he asked what they were. Juliet explained that they had decided to start a new life and change their last names. Bruno nodded, and the girl winked and added that they had decided that taking the captain's last name would be a good idea. The main character bowed his head and shouted that it was not so at all. His voice could be heard even from the street outside the hospital building. There were stacks of books in the corridor. The stranger was sitting in his chair and reading. Bruno smiled and said that he had heard rumors that he had stopped the spread of information and prevented their disclosure. The hunter bowed and said that he would be in his debt. The player narrowed his eyes and remembered that this man had given them a house when they first arrived in Korea and had helped them a lot during the last incident. The man smiled broadly and explained that he had the right connections. In the memory, they were sitting at the table with Gale, when the heavenly maiden was interested in the identities of the Italians, and the old man had to play it so as not to reveal them. Sitting by the window, he added that he had given up the hotel business and decided to invest in pharmaceuticals since Alice had weakened in competition with the Don Group and Un Group. The stranger narrowed his eyes and asked his comrade to be careful, because the Zodiac's words about stopping the investigation cannot be trusted. The guard nodded and agreed with him. Looking at him, the man remembered that he was currently unemployed and offered to become his personal mercenary. The old man looked at the frame and said that he did not have to constantly follow him. The photo depicted children. The stranger asked his friend to protect them at all costs. Bruno beamed with admiration. The man asked not to stare at him. In the photo, Hyan was sitting in his arms. He just wanted to see the bright smile of these guys. The hunter accepted the boss's offer and went out the door. Looking out the window, the old man concluded that his age was beginning to show. He frowned and realized that he had become too emotional. The stranger stroked the book and asked what his beloved thought about it. In one of the frames was a family portrait. A warship sailed through the raging ocean. The warrior clutched his spear in fear and shouted that it was approaching. The Leviathan's eyes flashed with fire, and its mouth opened wide. A wave of powerful energy emerged from under the water. The monster's spikes appeared above the surface. A huge shadow loomed over the side, and the commander ordered to open fire as soon as the enemy appeared. The monster hit the ship with its tail and sank it. Debris flew into the air above the second ship. The guy clenched his teeth in horror and trembled. The beast emerged from the water and towered over the ship. Traces of mana appeared under the hunter's foot. A huge block of ice protected the ship from disaster. Someone stepped forward and ordered the others to attack. The Leviathan dove back under the water. The man jumped off the side and decided to clear a path for the others. Ice immediately formed under his feet. The monster looked at the enemy through it. The old man grabbed the magic weapon and declared that he would do it even if he lost his arm. A giant mountain of ice appeared in the middle of the ocean. The monster destroyed it with a powerful blow. The beast opened its mouth as the divine spear appeared above it. The player pointed the weapon at it and used a frost current spell. The spear was covered in sharp ice spikes. Someone threw it at the enemy. Reading the news on his phone, the protagonist realized that the future he knew had hardly changed. Yunha frowned and thought about the Zodiac stepping down from the throne a few years after losing his arm. The heroes were walking around the city. It was the second day of the exam at the academy. Yoon jumped into her brother's arms and suggested playing because she was bored. Looking towards the exam room, the boy wondered why their sister had not come out yet and decided that the test time was extended because there were too many applicants. The boy frowned tensely and hoped that nothing had happened to her. A few hours ago, the screen showed children going through a testing strip. There were quite a few of these monitors. The examiners did not look at the gifts of the applicants, but determined who of them was suitable to become a player. There were people sitting at the table in front of the screens. The head supervisor took a sip and asked to place cameras in the second training hall at numbers 39 and 40. The old man crossed his arms over his chest and realized that they were talking about Yahello, who received the highest score among the applicants for the level of internal mana. His colleague said that her skills were beyond doubt. The girl jumped over the obstacle. It was the child who was recognized as a seed. The student rushed forward along the path. The observer asked who was performing under number 39. Yuna ran with a smile on her face. She was under that number. The schoolgirl jumped forward. A magic circle appeared in front. The applicant approached him. The examiner's mouth fell open in surprise. The girl had fallen into all the traps set. The head supervisor realized that this was just another newbie. The hunters decided to focus on these two numbers. The spectator adjusted his glasses and noticed that they did not use mana at all. The man raised one eyebrow in surprise and asked what that meant. Yuna was barely keeping up with her competitor. The observer asked if they were really passing the exam using only their physical abilities. The exam participants stopped at the finish line and wiped the sweat from their faces. The girl remembered how Soyeon had slammed her fan shut and asked her not to use mana during the test. The girl said that it could only be used in extreme cases. The root-bound student asked if she didn't need to learn to manage mana well in order to become a player. The tree shook her from side to side. The woman told her that hunters always get into unfavorable situations and should know how to resolve them in advance. Putting her hands on her hips, the schoolgirl realized that her mentor was right and concluded that her competitors were dependent on the use of mana. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled and her cheeks turned red. Yonghwa drank a glass of water. Yuna did not think that there would be anyone else who would decide not to use mana and was surprised that she managed to be faster than her. The girl looked back when the student praised her speed. The girl clenched her fists happily and declared that they both completed the running test without using mana. The heroines silently stared at each other. Suddenly, the student lowered her gaze. She turned away and left. The rest of the children barely completed the test. The schoolgirl assumed that her competitor was simply not very sociable. The children gathered in front of the gate. The examiner decided to explain the rules of the last test. The man pointed at the door and said that there was a labyrinth inside. The supervisor presented intricate paths and explained that the structure of the labyrinth would change at a set time and that all participants would be given a random entrance. The applicants frowned sternly. The host announced that there would be assistance with drinks and snacks in certain areas, adding that they were allowed to use weapons and mana and team up with other participants at will. Approaching Yuna, the stranger apologized and remembered that she had won second place in the previous exam. Hyge extended her hand and introduced herself. The girl replied that she was very pleased to meet her. The student shook her competitor's hand and noted her self-confidence. The girl told him that she had studied at Jungak Elementary School and was good at mana. She narrowed her eyes slyly and invited another participant to join their team. The schoolgirl asked if they didn't start in different places. The student closed her eyes and decided that they could meet inside the labyrinth, and wanted to agree that they would not attack each other. Yuna agreed and looked back and asked Yanhwa's opinion, but she refused the applicant and said that she was fine alone. The girl waved her hand and promised to see her later. The exam participant scratched her head and was indignant at how the leader of the rankings ignored them. Her friend suggested that she simply did not have friends at school. The student replied that she was not very upset and that everything was fine. The schoolgirl raised her hands and smiled. Her new allies decided that their competitor was acting like she thought she was the best and that there was clearly something wrong with her. Yuna looked away in embarrassment and thought that it would be hard for her to make friends with such people. In her memory, the student wiped her face with a towel. The applicant looked sternly at her future classmate. But then she looked down. The girl really wanted to be friends with her. The boys looked back when the signal sounded. The door opened, and the man announced that the final exam had begun. The children entered a huge labyrinth. The student thoughtfully scratched her chin. There was a fork in the road in front of her. The schoolgirl wondered where she should go now. The sorceress closed her eyes and remembered what Soyeon advised her to do in a seemingly hopeless situation. The woman raised her index finger and explained that she needed to catch the flow of mana. Yun's eyes lit up with a blue fire. Traces of magic led forward along the corridor. The girl followed them and thought that this was the easiest way to find the exit. The student looked away when someone greeted her. Standing by the table with treats, the man said that she managed to get here first. The assistant handed the participant a bottle of water and decided that it was not easy for her to get here. The schoolgirl thanked him. The sorceress closed her eyes and drank the entire bottle in one gulp. The supervisor said that he could give her a hint. Yuna smiled widely and asked if this was really fair. Asking her not to worry about it, the employee pointed to the corridor and explained that the right way was there. Bowing, the girl thanked him again and ran forward. The man waved his hand at her and grinned slyly. The student widened her eyes in surprise and asked what it meant. Looking around, the schoolgirl realized that she did not see the flow of mana and thought that the teacher would never lie to her. She noticed a group of children and concluded that she was on the right path, since there was another teacher here. Hyge looked back and noticed her. The sorceress immediately ran up to her. The girl said that the participant had come just in time. because they were trying to find out the right way from the assistant. The supervisor raised his index finger and asked which side the sun rose from. The children answered in chorus that it rose in the east. The children ran forward along the corridor. The student called her friend with her. Yuna looked back and realized that something was wrong here. The flow of mana was going in a completely different direction, and this was bothering her. Another teacher also showed the children a path that went away from the traces of mana. The applicant pulled another participant along with her, leading her even further from the real exit. The girl scratched her chin and guessed what was really happening here and that the assistants were directing them along the wrong path. Raising his hands in front of him, the man praised the children for coming this far and said that there was one last fork left. The children were standing at a table with sweets. The supervisor said that one of the 3 directions leads to the exit. The girl asked him to give them a hint because the exam was about to end. The teacher scratched his head and said that he could not refuse them. The assistant opened one eye and looked at the right path. The participants were delighted. They immediately ran along the indicated path, hoping to get to the exit among the first. Suddenly, the children looked back when the student asked them to stop. The schoolgirl pointed to another corridor and assumed that the exit was in this direction. The flow of mana went where she pointed. Yuna told the others about this. The student frowned and said that the supervisor showed them a completely different path. Her friend asked her competitor not to complicate things when they were almost finished. The girl frowned sadly when the applicants shouted that the exit was right in front of them. The girl closed her eyes and explained that the teacher himself told them which way to go. Her ally added that they were very tired and did not intend to argue. The student clenched her fist and called out to her friend. Crossing her arms over her chest in displeasure, Hiji decided that she was wrong and asked her not to think too much. The schoolgirl lowered her head tensely and remembered the teacher. The guys decided that she simply imagined herself too smart after taking second place in the last exam. Trembling with fear, Yuna thought about how she simply said what she saw and wondered what her brother would do. In the memory, the protagonist, sitting in the car, asked his sister not to trust anyone. The girl raised her index finger and asked why. Yunha reminded that the players cannot trust anyone. The student smoothed her hair. The boy said that his sister should only listen to herself. The schoolgirl squeezed her seat belt and replied that she understood everything. The stars shone in the darkness. The magician asked her not to forget about it. The sorceress folded her hands together and wondered why this memory popped into her head now. Yuna pointed to the side and said that the exit was in that direction. Hige suggested that she go there herself while they were on the right path. The girl narrowed her eyes in displeasure and pursed her lips. The girl's legs were enveloped in a blue aura. The student jumped up. The guys looked at her in surprise and considered her stupid. The schoolgirl confidently ran forward along the corridor. Brushing her hair, the student suggested that the others leave here and decided that she absolutely did not understand her competitor. Heading towards the exit, the applicant thought that the solution was right under her nose, and yet the sorceress chose a different path. The children ran towards the source of the bright light. Hiji smiled widely, confident that she would be able to pass the exam before everyone else. The girl took a decisive step forward. Her foot touched the exit, confident that she had completed the task. Suddenly, the student teleported to another place. The applicant found herself in the very center of the labyrinth. Standing in front of the vending machine, Yuna thought about how lucky she was that the exit was so close. After pressing the button, the girl realized that the exam ended much later than it should have, and decided that her family was already waiting for her. Yonghwa handed her a can of soda and said that so far only the two of them had left the labyrinth. The girl turned away embarrassedly and explained that she refused the offer to team up before the exam not because she did not like her competitor. Smiling happily, the student mentally called her very cute and thanked her for the drink. The schoolgirl opened a soda and said that she didn't know what the results would be and introduced herself. The sorceress bowed and offered to be friends if they could meet at the academy. Yuna extended her can to another exam participant. The student introduced herself and they clinked their cans. White clouds floated above the park. Yuna fell asleep in her brother's arms. The parents were sitting on a bench. The protagonist wondered when this exam would end. Schoolchildren were visible through the window. Yunhyuk, raising his hand to his mouth, addressed the boss. The student, looking at Yunha, whispered that this year teacher Donghan was their class teacher again, and he added that they were all in the same class. Smiling, the student said that he guessed that they would be together, but it was still cool, and at that moment Siona said that it was very strange. Looking down, the demi-human wondered why all the people she had told her grandfather about were in the class with her. In the past, the old man had asked her who she wanted to be in the class with, and she had named many names while holding a book in her hand. Touching the protagonist, his classmate asked if he knew anything and what she thought about it, and then received the answer that it was a rather strange coincidence. The grandfather, shaking the boy's hand, asked him to look after the protagonist since he had recently been discharged, and he said that they would take good care of him since the president of Alice Group himself had asked them to. The young man's jaw dropped in confusion. The girl, continuing to poke the student in the back, called him a liar. Suddenly, a book was hit on her head. Donghun, with his hand in his pocket, noted that she had plenty of courage to skip new material at the beginning of the school year. The homeroom teacher said that she would be staying after school to clean the teacher's lounge. after which Siona blushed sharply and muttered that this was the first time she had been scolded and that she was very ashamed. The teacher said that the protagonist did too, and then the protagonist, with sweat on his face, asked why, to which he was asked in return if he had been babbling. The man said that he was cleaning with Siona, and at that moment the protagonist closed his eyes. Donghyun noticed that Yunhyuk did too, and Yunhyuk opened his mouth wide and asked why. The homeroom teacher frowned and explained that he was laughing, and then the guy clarified that now was not a good time, and the half-human asked if he really found her funny. The boy's eyes glowed red and they suggested that they have fun cleaning, and the student thought that he was finished. The girl, adjusting her glasses, asked why they were all the same children, since they were already in the 3rd grade. After a while, the high school player academy appeared. Yuna raised her hands, very happy. Hugging Yonghwa, the protagonist's sister exclaimed that she missed him, and it turns out that she also passed. The young lady added that they were still in the same class, and this is just great, which made the strongest applicant of the academy blush sharply. Suddenly, the girl turned around and said that they probably should have gone into the classroom first. Turning her gaze to the side, Yuna clarified whether some celebrity had come. The lady's legs were visible, and it was heard that she was chosen for one of the thrones at only 22 years old. An unusual staff appeared. The boys happily looked at Hiram. The Holy Mother smiled contentedly, and the students wondered if it was really her, and why she was here. Closing her eyes, the girl muttered that they should stop calling her that at 20 years old, because she does not want to be an old woman. Then the lady approached the students. With the corners of her lips raised, Hiram thought that it had been 4 years since she had seen her after the Kraken incident. Yuna wondered through the sweat on her face if she really wanted something from her, and the Holy Mother added that she had grown so much that it was hard for her to tell how much mana she had. The girl then looked at the student next to the protagonist's sister. Yanawa asked if her friend knew who she was, to which she answered in the affirmative, and the lady also thought that it looked like she was the daughter of Elder Namgun, and she felt like she had so much mana that it was affecting her physiology, which was amazing. Putting her finger to her mouth, Hiram said that she was sure she knew who she was. A moment later, the matchmaker placed her hand on the student's shoulder. With wide eyes, the girl asked if Yuna wanted to become her seed. The protagonist's sister raised her eyebrows in confusion. It seemed like a blue aura was circling around the student, and at that moment, the lady thought that if she was not a celebrity, or a time witch, or like Seo Yoon, then no one else would be able to teach her how to control such a large amount of mana. Hiram clenched her fist and decided that she had to act quickly. The Holy Mother asked if Yuna wanted to become her seed, to which she looked away. The student suddenly refused, causing the girl to open her mouth in confusion. Through sweat on her face, the student explained that she did not know her, and she already had a wonderful teacher. Turning around, the protagonist's sister said goodbye to the lady. It was clear that the lady was surrounded by many guys. Hiram, through tears, wondered if she knew her. Suddenly, the Holy Mother took out her phone. Bringing it to her ear, the girl asked the clan lord what had happened, and at the same time the young men wanted to get her autograph. The lady opened her mouth in bewilderment. The huntress lowered her eyebrows and asked if there was a horde of monsters to deal with. After a while, a notice about missing and murdered people in Gwacheon appeared on the screen. Many leaflets were lying on the ground, and it was said that when the first person disappeared, everyone ignored them, thinking that he was simply missing. Several corpses were visible, and it was heard that soon several corpses were found with marks as if they had been torn apart by a beast, and only then did they all realize that it was the work of a monster. A human hand appeared. A large number of people clenched their fists. The hunters were sitting at the table, and it was explained that those who heard the rumors were shaking with fear, protesting against the government of the goddess, and in order to dispel fear, it involved the clans of Gwacheon City, namely the Kings, Regulus, and Blades, in this matter. Then the Gwacheon Reservoir was visible. A sharp tail appeared. The 6th class monsters opened their mouths. The monsters suddenly rushed towards Hyunchul. The Blade clan leader's expression was serious. A moment later, the undead were surrounded by bright flames. The body of one of the monsters was quickly burning. One of the zodiacs stepped on his opponent. The warrior, lowering his eyebrows, asked how those bastards managed to hide like that. The man standing behind the guy replied that they were intelligent. Sharply cutting the enemy, the Regulus clan lord added that if it was a monster that could control a horde of such a size, then he could have ordered them to hide from the danger of humans. Turning his head, Hyunchul asked how he knew what they were thinking, and then said that if they needed mana, then those monsters did not really move their limbs, after which the swordsman remarked that the fire demon should not look down on the monsters. The remains of the undead were burning near the hunters. There were many injured players, and Yongsu said that if he was reckless, he would die. The head of the Blade clan narrowed his eyes and said that he knew it. The guy opened his mouth wide and asked Hiram if this was the entire squad against the monsters, to which he received the answer that they had dealt with most of the monsters in this area, but some had managed to escape, and therefore they needed to create a pursuit group. The lord of the Rignall clan smiled and said that the 12 thrones had missed the monsters, after which the shooter explained that this was done on purpose. Wanjun, raising the corners of his lips, said that if they had managed to create such a horde, then if there was danger, they would run and hide in the shelter of their leader. The man stretched out his palm, noting that it meant that they were currently looking for this shelter, and at that moment the girl replied that they had already found it. It was possible to see the lady climbing down the branches of the tree. The lord of the King clan blushed sharply and exclaimed that Yanji should descend carefully. The lady pointed with her index finger and said that it was there. Sweat was running down Hyunchul's cheek. The hunters looked into the depths of the forest. Turquoise water appeared and a question was heard whether this was a reservoir or a monster's hideout. Then a dragon was seen. The monster frowned menacingly. After some time, a group of warriors approached the reservoir. The boys, wide-eyed, thought that it was amazing. Yanji raised her palm, and Hiram muttered that no matter how hard she tried, she would never be able to do such magic. Lowering her head, the girl added that their talents were undoubtedly different. Suddenly, the guy hit her on the forehead. Hyunchul, smirking, asked what she was thinking about. The Holy Mother asked him what he was doing, and the head of the Blade clan, opening his jaw, asked what she was jealous of, and didn't she know why she was here. Through tears, the lady exclaimed that she knew perfectly well that it was for support and treatment, after which the young man objected, as if he believed her. Yansu, closing his eyes, said that they should stop flirting and look at this first. One of the zodiacs frowned in bewilderment. The hunters noticed a pipe in the tree. It was heard that the kings would study the area and take control of everything, and then the guys, opening their mouths, obeyed the order. The lord of the Regulus clan, extending 2 fingers, said that the Blades and Regulus should gather groups from the people they had, and then let them go to the shelter one by one, and also asked Yanji how much longer she could maintain the magic. The lady looked at him and explained that if she had enough mana, then about 4 hours. Suddenly, Hyunchul rushed forward, and the man said that he would leave a couple of players with her for protection, and she would be the reservoir's defense. The swordsman could be seen sliding along the ground. Then the guy landed on a pipe. Jumping inside, the young man said that he was going first. Hiram, looking down, called him an idiot. A moment later, the hunters came down and asked him to wait for them. After some time, a TV presenter appeared and said that the government of the goddess said that they would do their best to deal with the monsters inhabiting the Gwacheon reservoir. The reporter added that according to the Korean Mana Control Bureau, the 12 thrones were involved, after which Eun-ha asked if everything happened at that time, and his sister asked in return what exactly. The protagonist lowered his gaze and replied that nothing, and also thought that this task would have a bad effect on the future. Crossing his arms, the protagonist clarified what he should do, and at the same time muttered that the mission to subjugate the monsters was half successful then, but they were waiting for failure. Then the surprised hunters appeared. Hyunchul clenched his jaw in bewilderment. It was visible how the monsters grabbed people. The monsters were boiling the bodies of their victims. The hostages were hanging suspended from the ceiling. Yongsu, opening his mouth, said that all the missing were really here. Suddenly, the head of the Blade clan frowned menacingly. The undead turned around sharply. A second later, a powerful burst of flame appeared. One of the monsters quickly caught fire. The guy, standing behind the opponents, said that they should not even hope for a quick death. Baring his teeth, the young man called them vile bastards. A purple liquid was visible. The swordsmen were furiously cutting the enemies. The lord of the Regulus clan, holding a sharp weapon in his hand, ordered to stop the attack and find the wounded, as well as the remaining survivors. The bodies of people appeared. Blood spread on the floor. A fire appeared above Hyunchul. The warriors, stretching out their hands, tried to protect themselves from the flames. Suddenly, the man put his hand on the fire demon's shoulder and asked him to calm down, and at the same time clarified whether he had forgotten about the missing people. The player bared his teeth angrily, and Yansu explained that this place would not allow him to do whatever he wanted. A second later, the lord of the Regulus clan clenched his fingers. Opening his mouth, the man said that if he was a player representing a nation or a clan, then he should gain experience. The fire demon lowered his eyebrows in bewilderment. The warrior, sweat on his face, hoped that the two were not arguing, and his colleague noted that there was no way they would start a fight in such a small space. Hyunchul's lips were visibly raised. The boy apologized to Yongsu, who then smiled and exclaimed that he should get up, because he should not bow his head to him. The man extended his palm, asking what they were doing and ordered them to resume their search. Hiram, holding a staff in her hand, asked the player if he was okay, to which he asked in return why not. The girl, widening her eyes, said that he was scolded, after which the boy replied that he meant that there was a reason. Frowning, the young man muttered that he knew that experienced players secretly looked down on him. Remembering Yongsu's face, the head of the Blade clan thought that he had deliberately called him a fire demon, and not addressed him by his name or the clan lord. Clenching his fist, Hyunchul added that he did not deny that he still had a lot to learn, but he was still beside himself with anger. The Holy Mother, touching him, suggested that they study together. Looking at the lady, the player asked her again, and she noted that compared to experienced players, they were essentially beginners. Smiling, Hiram added that they learn when they point out their mistakes. Through sweat on his face, the guy called the girl's name, after which she said that he had not called her by name for a long time. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man muttered that he was not arguing, because he was not himself, and at that very moment he said that it was impossible for Hiram to be cool, and she objected that she was helping him, and he said such things. Grinning, Hyunchul thought that he would catch up with the guys one day. Suddenly, Yongsu, with his hands on his hips, asked if they had found the leader, to which he received the answer that given that the wavelength here was the densest, the leader was in this room. Then the man approached the entrance. Opening his mouth, the gentleman asked for everyone's attention, after which he said that they needed to form a squad for an attack. The lord of the Regulus clan asked the fire demon if he would mind being the leader, and he, raising the corners of his lips, said that if he made him a damage dealer. Yongsu said that the fire demon was a damage dealer, and he would be on standby, and at that moment the Holy Mother, clenching her fist, wondered if everything was okay with him. The gentleman said that help would be available for Hiram, to which she responded yes. Having created magic seals, she obeyed the request and used the amulet of acceleration, protection and blessing. The men stood next to each other and listened attentively. As soon as they entered, they would all have to keep in formation. A warrior's head appeared. The lord of the Regulus clan ordered the guides not to move away from the spellcasters and rangers, after which they obeyed the order with wide smiles. A moment later, the hunters began to open the door. Taking out his sword, Youngsu exclaimed that they could go forward. A second later, the players rushed from their place. The monster's pupils sharply narrowed. Then the monster raised its head. Hyunkal's expression was confident. The head of the Blade clan released a bright flame. The fire quickly approached the enemy. A second later, the young man flew above the undead. The boy powerfully hit the monster on the head. Suddenly, the monster pushed the player away. The hunter began to fall down. Yongsu appeared below him. The lord of the Regulus clan delivered a slash at the enemy. His sword glowed red. Then the evil spirit tried to counterattack. The man quickly jumped on its tail. A moment later, the gentleman pushed off the monster's limb. The player grabbed his weapon tightly. Yongsu stabbed the sword into the enemy's body. The monster looked sharply at its egg. At the same time, Hyunchul snapped his fingers. Raising the corners of his lips, the head of the Blade clan said to let it burn. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared under the sword. A second later, the monster was covered in powerful flames. Turning his gaze to the side, the lord of the Regulus clan noted that this was not his sword, and other people's things should be handled with care, to which the guy replied that he had no choice if they wanted to kill the monster. The young man added that they should not underestimate the enemy, and Hiram, holding a staff in her hand, said that it was not the end yet, and let everyone concentrate. Hitting the magic seal with her weapon, the girl used the binding ability. It was visible how the magic threads tied the monster's head. The strange rays grabbed the monster's paw. The undead opened its mouth in confusion. The Holy Mother stretched out her palm and shouted that they should use all their strength. Numerous projectiles hit the enemy, and it was heard how the warriors used the skill rain of arrows. Hyunchul and Yongsu stood next to each other. The head of the Blade clan lowered his eyebrows in confusion. Scars were visible on the monster's body. The monster's scar gave off a blue aura. Frowning, the undead asked how the leather bastards dared. Raising the corners of his lips, one of the zodiacs clarified whether he could not only think, but also speak. It was heard that they needed to prepare for battle, to which the archer, grabbing his arrow, obeyed the order. Suddenly, the monster's head crawled out of the egg. Then the strange beast attacked the warrior, causing him to scream loudly. The fighter defended himself from the monster, and the leader shouted that the rangers should attack the monsters hatching from the eggs. The boy turned his head sharply. Suddenly, the undead creature swung its huge paw at him. The young man quickly jumped to the side. An unusual beast appeared above Yansu. The big man waved his hand, warning the lord of the Regulus clan. The man calmly extended his palm. The lord grabbed the sword tightly. Having delivered a slash, the leader informed the fire demon that he would deal with the small fry. Lowering his eyebrows, Hyunchul said that he should be careful. Clenching his mouth, the monster exclaimed that everyone should die. The head of the Blade clan narrowed his eyes in bewilderment. A moment later, the evil spirit released green smoke. Covering his nose with his hand, the fire demon wondered if it was poison. Hiram, looking ahead, said that he should move to the right. The guy's gaze was stern. The young man quickly jumped back from the blow. The player held a sword in his hand. Taking a small bottle, the hunter thought that he needed to urgently get an antidote, to which the voice in his head replied that he should not worry about it. The girl asked him to trust her and attack, after which Hyunchul, smiling, obeyed her. The head of the Blade clan menacingly clenched his jaw. An unusual aura circled near his hand, and at that moment, Holy Mother handed him a detoxification amulet. Opening his mouth, one of the zodiacs noted that this was expected from Holy Mother, to which she objected that she told him not to call her that. The monster sharply turned his head. There was a purple power around the guy. The young man quickly ran forward. Lowering his eyebrows, the player asked if he thought he would be scared. A powerful aura surrounded the hunter's sword. Opening his jaw, Yongsu shouted that he should let the fire demon finish him off. A second later, Hyunchul jumped off the ground. Raising the corners of his lips, the head of the Blade clan exclaimed that he knew. With a slash, one of the zodiacs used the purple flame skill. A moment later, a powerful explosion was heard. Hiram raised her hand, saying that they needed to act now. Then, many projectiles hit the enemy's body. Opening his mouth, the monster muttered that he must protect the king. The monster's pupils sharply narrowed. Suddenly, the undead fell to the ground. Placing the sword on his shoulder, the boy asked if that was all, to which he received the answer that it was not quite. Yongsu lowered his gaze. Having stuck the dagger into the egg, the lord of the Regulus clan explained that the eggs were still intact. The monster opened its eyes slightly, and it was heard that the eggs needed to be destroyed. The warriors cut the protective shell of the embryos. A hole was visible in the shell. Suddenly, an unusual beast ran out of the room, and the monster hoped that its king would live and grow strong. Suddenly, turquoise water appeared. The sun's glare reflected off the reservoir. A moment later, the creature stepped onto the ground. A huge monster walked through the park. It was seen how Siona raised her fist in satisfaction, and the news anchor said that a week had passed since the successful defeat of the Guachin monster, and thanks to the active participation of the 12 thrones, many survivors were saved, and at the moment they are hospitalized in one of the hospitals in Gangnam. Children happily ran on the ground. Then the half-human flew towards the guy. The girl knocked the young man down, and it was also heard that the inspection of the King clan in Guachin came to the conclusion that there were no monsters left in the reservoir. The student was spinning around in pain on the grass, and the schoolgirl apologized, after which the student exclaimed that he was leaving for another team and wanted to be with Siona, to which Minji objected that if they were together, it would be boring. The girl, wiping her friend's face, said that she, Minji and Hyan were together, and he and Yunhyuk would be against them. It was seen how the man was cutting carrots, and the protagonist thought that the guys should thank him. Yunha's parents abruptly approached their son, and he muttered that they were here since they convinced Uncle Bruno to go, because if it weren't for him, they wouldn't have come here. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist thanked the gentleman for agreeing to go with them, and he, calling him boss, said that everything was fine. Suddenly, the man turned his gaze to the side. Holding the plate in his hands, the boy apologized again and added that he had some things to do, and then clarified whether he would be okay with leaving for a while, and the uncle asked if he needed to help with anything. Looking down, the young man asked if he could pour some curry here. A moment later, the big guy took a small bottle, and at the same time, the student asked if he could take a knife. The assistant replied that if he was talking about the knife he asked to take with him, it was in the bag and the code was the same, after which the student sat down at the safe. Opening his mouth, the boy said that he would be back today, and if they were looking for him, he should come up with something, to which Bruno said that if he was planning something serious, he would go with him. Grabbing the handle of the dagger, Yunha explained that his job was to protect the others just in case. Raising the corners of his lips, the protagonist said that he could handle it. After some time, a park appeared. The door creaked open. The protagonist, finding himself inside, said that here he was. Then the guy's legs were visible. The young man, standing still, said that unlike his past life, he did not feel helpless now. Suddenly, the schoolboy looked up. Unexpectedly, the Lizard King tried to attack him. The monster grabbed the student's knife with its paw. A second later, the boy and the monster jumped back. It was visible how Yunha lowered his eyebrows. Opening his mouth, the undead began to scream. The protagonist imagined many monsters in the past, and told about the invasion of Seoul, namely, the leaders of the monsters invaded during the absence of the first goddess, leading hordes of bastards behind them. Sweat was pouring down the face of the protagonist, and he added that he had just graduated from the academy and should have received the nickname Immortal, and at that time there were a total of 4 leaders who entered the city. The girl, having fallen to the ground, asked how they could defeat them. Many hunters stood in front of the monsters, and the boy explained that many players, including him, were confused at the sight of such monsters with a bunch of small minions. The monster's eyes glowed red, after which the young man added that among them there was someone similar to the king of the lizards, and he instilled fear in the players with the help of a strong poison. The terrible monster stuck out its tongue. Dodging the enemy's blows, the schoolboy thought that this was ridiculous, because no one even guessed that he was here until he reached the 3rd grade. The student's expression was serious. Suddenly, the boy powerfully attacked the enemy. His knife left a small crack on the undead's body. Yunha lowered his eyebrows in confusion. Standing in front of the lizard, the protagonist noted that it was very difficult for him, and he was not yet an adult. A moment later, the monster began to disappear thanks to the ability of invisibility. Biting his lips, the protagonist wondered if this was camouflage, and then muttered that even before it recovered, this creature did a lot of damage with this ability. The boy sharply moved his foot. Dodging the enemy's attack, the young man said that this was pathetic. Raising the knife, the student said that his lust for murder can be seen from a kilometer away. Suddenly, the student pushed the monster hard. The monster opened its mouth in pain. Holding a small bottle behind his back, the boy noted that he could not even hide his presence. Sighing heavily, Yunha said that it turns out that he took it for nothing, and added that it was so that he would not use camouflage. A second later, the protagonist threw the sauce at the monster's head. The undead quickly climbed the tree, and the protagonist said that this curry was specially made for him. The lizard tightly clung to the tree trunk, and at the same time, the boy said that he should eat and enjoy it for the last time. The monster suddenly raised its head. Suddenly, the monster released many green projectiles. Smiling, the young man asked if it was a poisonous bomb and whether he was seriously using it against him. It was seen how the student quickly reached his opponent. Crossing his arms, the student used the ability Heavenly Step. The boy delivered a slashing blow to his enemy. Purple liquid splashed out of the neck of the evil spirit. Then the lizard fell from the tree. A thick smoke was visible. The monster's paw appeared. A yellow aura covered his body, and Yunha thought that he was very weak. Lowering his gaze, the protagonist said that he thought that the king of the lizards was the king of everything from birth. Looking down, the protagonist bid farewell to his opponent. Suddenly, the lizard ran out of the smoke and muttered that he had spent most of his spare mana to create a clone. Imagining the boy, the monster realized that there was no other way to escape. Purple liquid was visible on the monster's body, and it said that it could not defeat him, as if it knew about his skills. Its eyes glowed red, and it added that he could not win now, but time will pass, and the boy will see. Suddenly, the student, swinging a knife, asked where the enemy was going. The lizard opened its mouth in fear. It seemed as if the monster broke the glass after receiving a blow. Then the monster collided with a tree. Approaching the undead, the student clarified that he really thought that he knew nothing about cloning. A moment later, many paws came out of the lizard's back. The monster rushed towards the boy. Yunha sharply bit his lips. The protagonist's dagger was surrounded by a blue aura, and he said that this was what they called a fight. A second later, the protagonist rushed forward. The boy left a magical trail behind him. With his eyes wide open, the young man used the ability Crazy Dance. The schoolboy cut the lizard's limbs into many pieces. The monster menacingly opened its mouth. A purple aura circled around the boy. Then Yunha swung a sharp knife. With his eyes wide open, the monster screamed loudly. The protagonist got into a fighting stance. A moment later, the protagonist stuck the dagger into the enemy's stomach, using the skill-spiked needle. Clenching his jaw, the evil spirit asked why he wanted to kill him. Looking at the lizard, the boy asked what he meant by why. Sticking the knife deeper, the young man clarified that a reason was needed to kill a monster. Holding a weapon in his palm, the schoolboy explained that monsters and people cannot exist together, and even if the end of the world began, it would not happen. It seemed as if the monster was stuck in a tree trunk, and he asked what he did wrong. Frowning, the student said that he was an offended soul. Opening his mouth wide, the evil spirit asked to stop, and the boy said that there was only one outcome. Lowering his eyebrows, Yunha said that it was either the lizard or him. Squinting, the monster noted that they could not coexist with him, because they were predators who could not get along together, and also lost, but this was not the end. The monster's pupils sharply narrowed, and he exclaimed that the protagonist would die just like him. Unexpectedly, the protagonist, firing a pistol, said that there was a time when he thought the same way. Having introduced a formidable warrior, the boy added that the player's life is that death awaits either him or the monsters he destroys. A yellow force circled around the undead, and at that very moment the young man said that everything would be different in this life, because he would not die. The schoolboy's gaze was serious. Suddenly, 3 crystals fell to the ground. Leaning towards them, the student said that there were 2 skill stones and 1 regular one. Precious stones appeared, and the boy said that skill stones were magic stones that stored the monster's providence, and when the monster dies, a magic stone appears containing a skill corresponding to the monster's rarity. Opening his mouth, Yunha added that if you absorb a skill stone, the skill contained in it can be used. Throwing the crystal into his other hand, the protagonist explained that if the player's compatibility with the stone is low, it will not be possible to absorb it, after which he said that he thought it was incompatible with this. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist decided to try another one. A blue aura surrounded the boy's palm, and he noticed that when the compatibility was high, the stones glowed. It was clear that the crystal was emitting a bright power, and the young man added that the monster's providence was transferred to the player. With his eyes widened, the student exclaimed that this was great. After some time, the student returned to the guys. The boy put the knives in his bag. The uncle, holding a plate in his hand, asked if Yunha had finished his business, to which he thanked him for the weapon. Suddenly, sweat began to flow down the protagonist's cheek. Many types of meat were visible, and at that moment Bruno said that it was time for lunch, and the protagonist said that he was terribly hungry. Raising his hand to his mouth, the guy called the guys to eat, after which Minji clarified when he returned. The children, standing near the man, exclaimed that it looked delicious and asked for a larger portion. The young man's gaze was thoughtful, and at the same time his uncle said that they were not ready yet. The schoolboy happily closed his eyes, hearing that Yunhuk should not touch them because they were hot, and he replied that he had already eaten everything. A kitchen appeared on the street, and then the student shouted that the gluttons should move, adding that he was the first. After some time, the city estate of the president of the serious company in Pyeongchang was visible. The main character's family was sitting inside the building. The protagonist's father, patting his wife on the back, asked if she was worried, and she clarified whether she looked strange. The man said that she was the most beautiful in the world, to which the girl, blushing, asked if she really did not look strange. Suddenly the door creaked open. Yunha abruptly raised his head. Doyoung greeted the branch manager with his palm outstretched, and at the same time, Subin said her name and asked if the journey was hard. Walking up to the protagonist's mother, Doyoung's wife said that her skin was lovely and she was very nice, after which she thanked her for inviting her to dinner, adding that she looked great. The woman, closing her eyes, asked why this made her sound like she was already old, and then said that they were the same age, so they could call each other by name, and the lady asked if she was sure she didn't mind. Subin said that the chef was trying her best to make the dinner a success, so she hoped that they would like it, and at the same time, the student, looking ahead, thought that Subin was keeping his distance, but was quite friendly. Suddenly, Yuna's eyes widened when she heard someone greet her. Sayan lifted the corners of her lips, said her name, and said that she had entered the first year of middle school this year. After shaking her hand, the protagonist's sister introduced herself and noted that they were the same age, to which the eldest daughter Doyen exclaimed that this was great because she did not have many friends the same age, and then they would be friends, and also said that she went to a game academy, and asked if it was difficult. Clenching her fist, the girl replied that it was difficult, but that becoming a gamer was her dream, after which the student said that it was very ambitious and she liked it, and then suggested exchanging numbers. Smiling, the student muttered that as he thought, his sister's sociability was amazing. Suddenly, Yunha's eyes widened in surprise. Turning his head to the side, the protagonist said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Sweat suddenly ran down the protagonist's face. The boy greeted the girl, and she greeted him back, holding a cup in her hand. Looking ahead, Sehyun retorted that she had asked to be addressed differently. 2 years ago, at the end of Yunha's first school year, lights were on in the windows of the Myeongdang branch of the Saebyeok Hotel. People were wandering around the luxurious hall, and it was said that Sirius and all its branches held a party every year. The man and woman were holding glasses in their hands, and it turned out that the organization was doing this to thank them for their hard work throughout the year. Holding a plate of food in his palms, the protagonist thought that it was quite strange that his sister was actively communicating, considering that it was her first time at the party, so he had to admit that she was amazing. With his eyes closed, the father remembered the farewell to the family and remarked that it would be wonderful if his mother and Yoon came today, to which the son replied that his mother could not come because she was looking after her younger sister. Suddenly, the man in the black suit began to smile and said that he was glad to welcome the director of the enro department. After shaking his colleague's hand, the employee of the company said that he had not yet taken the position of director, but he was pleased, to which the colleague said that the new year was coming very soon, so he could already be called the director, after which he added that he would like to take this opportunity to congratulate him. Looking at his smiling father, the boy told him that he had been promoted from a department head to a department director, and to one of the main branches of Sirius, the device department. Remembering how his parent kissed each family member, the protagonist wondered if everything would be fine with the company since such a loving father became the director. Sharply turning his head to the side, the young man decided that Sirius devices would become known in the future, so he did not think there was anything to worry about, and then began to look for a quiet place to have a snack. At that very moment, he saw a girl's silhouette near the window. Sehyun rested her chin on her hand. The second daughter Doyen turned her gaze back when she heard that she was told that right now she was missing out on a lot in her life. The young lady asked Yunha again, while he put a fork in his mouth and asked when he would be able to eat something like that again. Breaking off a piece of the dish, the protagonist said that they needed to eat until they were full, because they were young and there was no need to worry. Bringing the food to the face of the interlocutor, the guy clarified her opinion on this. Raising her hand, the girl noted that they should not eat at the party, when suddenly the protagonist asked what they were talking about, because food is needed for this, to which he received the answer that this is also true. At the same second, the girl opened her mouth. A moment later, Sehyun began to chew the food with her eyes closed, and the young man asked if she liked it. Suddenly, the father called out to his son, to which he looked at him in surprise. Putting his palms on his son's shoulders, the man clarified how he could leave without saying anything, because they were worried about him, when suddenly Doyeon was surprised that this child was his son. Alarmed, widening his eyes, Yunha realized that this was the next chairman of Sirius. The interim president of the company said that he was glad that he was found, to which the parent closed his eyes and replied that it seemed that no problems arose. The protagonist greeted him with his hands on his body and exclaimed that he was a first grader at Doan 4th Middle School, to which he replied that he had heard of him. The man introduced him to his daughter, when suddenly she extended her palm forward and suggested that they get along in the future, after which the guy thought about how this was the only daughter who would become an excellent manager, so he should not lose face in front of her. A moment later, the interim director Sirius pointed his finger at another girl. The protagonist, with his pupils widening in alarm, did not understand what kind of atmosphere this was, and whether it was her. Doyeon said that this was his second daughter, when suddenly Sehyun smiled and said that she hoped that they would become friends, and he thought about how he only had one daughter in his past life. Suddenly, the girl began to shake Yunha by the shoulders. Doyeon's second daughter smirked, and said that she was 2 years older than him, causing him to wonder if she was trying to discipline him by speaking to her informally. Stepping back, the protagonist asked if he could address her in a less respectful manner in that case, to which she replied that he should speak to her normally. The guy flexed his fingers and agreed, then asked if it was true that he could call her. Clenching his fist, the young lady cried out in displeasure that he should repeat it, to which he noted that she had given him permission to do so. Smirking, the girl asked him to call her by her first name, to which the protagonist agreed, but did not understand why she was angry. Putting his hands in his pockets, the interim director Sirius laughed and said that he hoped they would get along, then added that next time they would send him an invitation to come and play with his daughters. It showed two families sitting on the couches around the tables, and the boy said in his mind that he thought they were telling him this out of politeness, but the invitation had actually come. Subin asked if the guests liked the snacks, to which Yuna raised her hands and exclaimed that it was delicious. Placing her palms on her knees, Doyoung asked if Yuna had entered the player academy, to which she replied that she had and that it would be her first year. Turning her head to the side, the man remarked that he should have given it to her earlier. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, while the owner of the house asked if it was true that since she had become a student at the player academy, she should have a way to contact them under any circumstances. As the interim president of the company held a cup in his hand, Yunha's father admitted that they were very grateful, when he suddenly interrupted him. The manager closed his eyes and said that he had to help them so that he could count on them in the future, so that they could simply thank them and accept the gift, and then ask them to quickly open it. The daughter opened her mouth wide and shouted that she already had a phone. Smiling, Doyoung noted that this model was much better, because it was a product of the Sirius company. Turning her head from side to side, the young lady clarified whether she could definitely accept it, while the head of the organization asked if this was true, and the director of the department answered that it was true. At the same moment, the mother advised her daughter to say words of gratitude, and she listened to her, when suddenly the main character lowered the corners of his lips and thought that this was very strange. Holding his younger sister on his lap, the guy thought about the fact that they were not only invited to dinner, but also shared new products with them, but he did not understand why such helpfulness. After biting into the cookie that the child offered, the protagonist wondered what the purpose of this was. The girls were sitting next to each other, and Sayan said that in that case, Yuna would call when some social event appeared, and asked if she would come if she had time, to which she exclaimed that of course she would come, and the young man wondered when his sister had managed to get there, and besides, she was invited to events. But he did not understand when she had managed to promise such a thing. Leaning her head on the shoulder of the first daughter Doyan, the girl said that she was looking forward to it, and she noted that Yunha would also go. The young lady looked away and said that it would be good if he went. The protagonist chewed on the cookie in bewilderment. With her palm outstretched, Sayan explained that her sister had trouble making friends and so rarely attended such gatherings, so it would be nice if they became friends, to which she asked in what sense she had no friends. Lowering her chin, the student said that she had none. With her pupils bulging, the eldest daughter asked to name at least one person with whom the younger one communicated well. Sayan bit her lips in sadness. With a wide smile, Say said that that was not the point, then added that she hoped Yunha would join so that she would have someone to talk to, and he realized that she had finally shown her true colors. A row of men appeared in front of the girls, and it turned out that there was one reason why children were invited to social events, and all this for the sake of creating a group of people who are united by corporate interests. The protagonist showed up in fancy clothes at the event, and the boy explained that in other words, the girl wanted him to be part of her group, although he would have refused such an offer before. Suddenly, the palms clasped, and someone was heard saying that it was a great idea. Subin closed her eyes and noted that as her eldest daughter said, the protagonist should also come, while her husband wondered if it was true that it was useful to learn about such events when you were young. Slightly tilting his head down, the boy realized that they had been deceived. Looking at the young ladies, Yunha mentally said that as expected, she really was the successor who would take Doyan's place in Sirius. A slight smirk was visible on Sayan's face, and the protagonist noted that she was making a good conversation, and also pretending to be stupid. Closing his eyes, the boy muttered that they were disgusting business people, and then decided that in any case, he had no reason not to trust the company his father worked for, and he also couldn't leave his sister there alone. The luxurious house of the Doyoung family was visible, and from it, the protagonist could be heard agreeing with the proposal and saying that he would come when he had time, and the manager replied that it was great that Saehyun would have a reliable friend, and his wife supported these words. It seemed like the player was drinking from a bottle, and in the distance, someone was shouting that they should stop and go to the slums. Turning around, the guy asked what all the commotion was about. Fuzzy particles were fluttering in the air in front of him. Holding the bottle in his hand, the hunter was very surprised. Suddenly, a 7th-grade mosquito appeared in front of his face. At the same second, the monster's eyes glowed brightly. A moment later, the creature pierced the young man's shoulder. Looking up, the player exhaled heavily. The shards of the bottle flew in different directions. The silhouette of the guy was reflected in the monster's pupils. After a while, 3 people ran along the road. The dark entity began to flap its wings from top to bottom. Running closer and closer, the hunters shouted that they had found him, but he was getting away, so they had to go in pursuit. The subordinate sat down on the asphalt and said that someone was sick and did not understand what to do, to which the captain cried out that even a blind man would see that this person had simply had too much to drink, so they should leave him. The fighter, with the corners of his mouth down in alarm, noted that they still had to follow the instructions, and his partner suggested taking him to the hospital. It seemed as if the wound on the guy's body began to glow. A fly crawled along a tree, and Yunha said that on the day when the incredible heat was announced, their summer vacation in the 3rd grade began. There was a sign by the door with Juliet's name. The girl waved her hand and greeted everyone. The children smiled broadly and greeted her in return. There was a baby cot in the middle of the room, and the princess asked the kids not to make too much noise, to which they agreed. The students looked at the baby with wide eyes and admiration. The baby was wrapped in white cloth, and Minji exclaimed that he was very cute, and Hyan asked her friends to look at his hands because they were very small. The boy remarked that he liked being around people, to which his mother put her fingers to her chin and exclaimed that he looked like her in this way, when suddenly Yunhyuk asked if it was a boy or a girl. Turning her head to the side, Juliet cried out that it was a healthy boy, when suddenly Yunha offered her to take tiramisu and remarked that it turned out that Yun had become an aunt, and he was told that she came today and was happy to meet the baby. The protagonist's sisters appeared to be looking at the child, and he asked about his name and whether the girl had chosen a name, to which she replied that she already knew what she would call him before he was born. The lady said that his name was Avenir, which means dreams, hope, and future, when suddenly the boy looked down in confusion and thought about these words. The protagonist remembered how before his reincarnation he was sitting at the table and reading the journal of the raid in the abyssal dungeon. There was an inscription on the page of the book, and the young man thought about seeing this name on the list of raiders. The blonde man stood on the ledge of the mountain, and the protagonist said that his nickname was Diamond Fist, and heard that he played a key role in the raid of the abyssal dungeon because of his skills. The stranger's eyes glowed brightly, and the boy assumed that they could be the same person. The child pressed his small fists to his body. Minji asked if she could hold him, to which Juliet closed her eyes and exclaimed that she could, but she had to be careful, and the protagonist wondered about the reason why. Before his revival, this girl did not choose death even when she was in a terrible situation. The lady's hair was fluttering in the wind, and it turned out that the reason was precisely this child. The baby opened its mouth wide and yawned, and the students continued to admire it. Sitting on a chair, the young man said that since this was the younger Yun, then it was his too, to which his mother replied that this was true, because this was his younger brother, so she asked him to look after him, although she herself would do her best. The player closed her eyes and noted that this was necessary so that the child would grow up faster and be able to help him, and also be able to ride him on her lap, to which Yunha replied that he would probably refuse, because when he grew up, he himself would already be an adult. Stretching his hand up, Yunhyuk asked if Averin had the same last name as hers. Showing 2 fingers, the girl exclaimed that it was so, and then said the full name of her son, which the main character was very indignant and unhappy about. A huge hospital building appeared. The schoolchildren went out the doors of the room. With their heads down, the children said that they were very hot, although it was cooler inside. Hyan raised her finger up and suggested going to the community center where there was a swimming pool, and everyone supported her idea. Turning her head to the side, the schoolgirl clarified whether Yunha was going with them, to which he remained silent. Putting his hands in his pockets, the protagonist thoughtfully said that if you think about it, today is Wednesday. Suddenly, the students stared at the dark silhouettes of people. The injured boys were eating food, and the boy explained that wanderers was a term that meant children who lost their families to monsters, as well as children who were born in the slums or abandoned by their parents. The boys of different ages stood next to each other, and the protagonist noted that the goddess's government had built protective structures to solve the problems associated with them, so they were helped with free food and other things every Wednesday. Suddenly, the brat moved, and the young man said that their sad situation had not changed much. At that moment, boxes began to fall to the floor. The little boy's eyes widened in fear. A moment later, he quickly jumped to the side. Packages of food began to fly in different directions. The child closed his eyes in fear. Suddenly, the child's eyes widened in alarm when he was asked if he was okay. Yunha silently picked up the stranger. Smiling widely, the little boy exclaimed that he was an angel, to which the stranger asked him again. The child wrapped his fingers around the mug and stated that his mother said that when she was in danger, an angel would come to his aid, and then asked if his angel had come here to eat, when suddenly the children started calling out to the boss and asking if he was okay. The children's eyes widened in alarm, and Yunhyuk wondered what kind of place this was, while Minji noticed that there were a lot of children here. At that moment, the little brat jumped up and shouted that the man was an idiot. Grabbing Yunha by his clothes, the little boy called out to his brother. A moment later, his arm was grabbed tightly, causing him to scream loudly. The wanderer frowned menacingly and explained that he had already told the younger one not to communicate with strangers, after which he asked if he had not understood this, and the other one asked for forgiveness for causing them problems, because he was still too young, and also asked to let them go. Bowing his brother's head down, the boy exclaimed that he could not hesitate and needed to apologize quickly, to which he asked him again. The heroes widened their eyes in bewilderment when they heard the loud apologies. Sitting in the arms of the older one, the child began to wave his hand. The girls raised their hands in fear and noted that these children looked somehow frightening, to which the main character thought about the fact that the boys were scared by their appearance. Slightly bowing his head down, the boy thought that this was not surprising, because parents do not explain who wanderers are. Joyful schoolchildren appeared in the yard. There were exhausted children sitting between the houses, and the protagonist said in his mind that children who only had school and kindergarten in their lives would not encounter wanderers and would not go to the slums or to places where people did not go that often. Siona looked straight ahead and noted that it turned out that today was that very day, and she thought about how the church she grew up in also fed for free. The schoolchildren asked who they were, to which the boss took them by the shoulders and said that they should not know. The wanderers stood in a row and looked at the children walking carefree. On one side, happy boys and girls were visible. On the side of the fallen world, wounded children appeared in the slums. The heroes turned away from the crowd of wanderers, and it turned out that this was a cruel world towards children. The next day, the students were sitting on the playground. Holding the bottle in his hand, Yoonhyuk said that it was very refreshing for him, and the girl asked if they would be late, to which the other replied that everything was fine and they would make it. Clenching his jaw, the student said that he was sure that the boss and Minji were hot, and they also got ice cream, to which Siona replied that Yoonho was always the last one to arrive. It seemed like the man was taking heavy steps and sighing. Sweat was running down the man's face, and he thought that this couldn't be happening. Remembering how the doctor looked at the documents and said that he had a mana concentration disorder, so it would be better for him to go to a larger hospital, the man thought that this was not a doctor, but a charlatan, because it was impossible for him, a person without a normal amount of mana, to have a mana concentration disorder. A vision appeared in which a monster sent a sting into the man's body, and he realized that after a dream in which he was bitten by a huge mosquito, his body was weakened, but he assumed that this might not have been a dream. Gritting his teeth tightly, the player noticed that there were no bite marks on his shoulder, so it was definitely a dream. Suddenly, his hand turned into an insect's paw. A loud squeak was heard, causing the students to turn around. Dropping his jaw, the boy asked if everything was okay with his uncle. The man's palm was shaking and he muttered that he was hallucinating and maybe it was just from fatigue. Grabbing the phone in his hand, the boy decided that he needed to call the senior manager and warn him. At the same second, a mosquito appeared in place of the smartphone. The gadget hit the ground with a corner, when suddenly a loud scream was heard. Yoonhyuk ran up to the stranger and asked if something had happened to him, because he didn't look very well. Removing the bandage from his head, the man began to speak hesitantly. With bulging pupils, the man shouted that they needed to leave. The schoolboy bewilderedly tilted his head down. The boy asked if his uncle was sure that everything was okay, to which he covered his head with his palms and cried out that he told them to leave quickly. Suddenly, Hyan's eyes lit up brightly. The child turned his head back when his friend called him. Blisters appeared on the stranger's face, and he muttered that this couldn't be happening. In that same second, his body changed color to a darker one. Opening her mouth wide, the student shouted that they needed to run. The child's pupils bulged in confusion. A moment later, a huge mosquito appeared in front of his face. Lowering his jaw tiredly, Yoonho was indignant at how hot he was. The protagonist called out to Minji, while she held her hand to her forehead. Beads of sweat were running down the girl's face, and the guy said that it was terribly stuffy outside, and offered her an ice cream. Clenching her fist, the schoolgirl asked if he had completely fallen off the oak tree, because they were already late, and because of his games with Yoon, he had not even gotten ready to go to the pool, although the guys were probably waiting for them, to which he replied that they could play without them for now. The student jumped on the protagonist's back, and he again complained that he was very hot, so he did not want to go anywhere, and offered to just buy ice cream, but was refused. Turning his head from side to side, the young man asked if his partner had heard Siona's voice, to which she advised him not to change the topic of conversation. The children's eyes widened in fear when they heard someone asking to call the player. Having jumped onto the asphalt, Minji did not understand whether a monster had appeared somewhere, because she could hear her friend's screams, and it did not seem to her, to which the protagonist replied that they needed to call the mana control department, and clarified whether she had their number. Blue energy began to dissipate around the guy's shoes. Suddenly, the protagonist took off, and the girl exclaimed that he needed to wait for her. In that same second, the young man was already high in the air. Holding the phone in her hands, the schoolgirl screamed that he should at least tell her where the monster had appeared. A human body appeared, and it was said that all living beings have mana in their bodies, and it is a force, the smallest part of which can make the heart beat. A moment later, a powerful surge of magic occurred, and it turned out that the amount that the body can withstand is individual for each person. The limb of an insect was visible, and it became clear that if too much mana accumulates in the body turns into a monster that ceases to resemble a person. A huge mosquito attacked a crowd of children. Gritting his teeth, Yoonhyuk did not understand what it was, and whether he imagined that the man had just become a monster, to which Siona cried out that now was not the time to think about it. The insect spread its wings, and the children exclaimed that they needed to run. The heroes rushed past the training ground. Turning around, the half-human clarified whether Hyan was okay. The boy looked back, and the girl screamed that she was okay. The monster's eyes were shining brightly, and the student realized that at this rate, the creature would soon catch up with them, but he himself was not sure if he could run and repel the attack at the same time. The students tried to run as fast as they could, and the boy wondered if he could do it, and wished that the boss was with them. A memory appeared in which Yoonha extended his fist forward and declared that Yoonhyuk was the only one who could protect everyone. Pressing his palms to his head, the child mentally asked himself to concentrate. Pushing off the ground with his foot, the student realized that only he himself could save his friends. Opening his mouth wide, the student asked if Siona could put Hyan on her back and run with her, to which she replied that she could, because she was full of strength. Putting her hand forward, the girl objected and said that she could run herself. Suddenly, the demi-human placed the student on her back and asked her not to argue with Yunhyuk, as he most likely had a plan. Looking at her friend, the girl asked what she should do next, to which he replied that she needed to put up a barrier to prevent the monster from getting close, and asked if she could do it. A huge mosquito flew behind her, and the girl exclaimed that she would try to do it. The monster's eyes glowed brightly. At the same moment, the student put her palm in front of her. A moment later, a protective barrier separated the children and the creature. Smiling widely, the boy loudly asked his friend to hold the barrier, while the demi-human cried out that she knew she had to send a mental message to everyone around her. Suddenly, she squeezed her eyes tightly shut. A mental cry for help was heard, while a wave of golden magic formed around the children. People looked out of their windows, confused as to what it was, while a voice screamed that a monster was chasing them. The sound waves swept through the streets, and children could be heard calling for a player. Hyan, her eyes wide with excitement, reported that the monster was stuck to the barrier. A huge mosquito loomed over the children. Throwing the magic disc forward, Yunhyuk shouted that he should get out of here. At the same time, the schoolgirl waved her hand. A burst of energy rushed straight into the monster's face. A stream of magic hit the creature's head. Turning his gaze towards his friends, the boy praised them, and then exclaimed that it was time for them to run. A cloud of gray smoke was visible behind the children. The monster began to tremble and tried to say something. Suddenly, its eyes sparkled brightly. Spreading its wings, the monster exclaimed that it did not want to die. Filling her pupils with mana, Hyan thought that this was strange. A magical vortex appeared, and the schoolgirl did not understand why the monster's mana was mixed with the human's, and whether a human was turning into a monster. Opening his mouth wide, the boy asked his partner to put up a barrier. The huge mosquito was already very close to the students. Squeezing her eyes shut, the girl screamed loudly. A bright flash appeared behind them. The monster flew into the wall of a residential building. Siona was left behind everyone, and they began to call her loudly. Her friend's eyes widened in alarm. Running closer and closer, the child apologized and asked if her partner was okay, to which she replied that everything was fine, and Yunhyuk asked her to concentrate. The girl put her palms on her friend's legs, and her friend said that everything was fine, because she was alive, so there was no need to cry. The shadow of the monster appeared above the children, and the demi-human asked if it was true that there was something more important right now. The huge mosquito began to flap its wings from top to bottom. Forming magic spheres in his palms, the boy cried out that their friend's legs were injured, so they would not be able to escape. So Hyan should attack the monster because they had no other choice, to which she agreed to do so. Suddenly, a burst of mana appeared in the air. Magic particles flew in front of the insect's face. The children protected their partner by launching projectiles at the enemy. At the same moment, the monster broke closer to the ground. The girl clenched her teeth in alarm. A moment later, a huge number of magical attacks flew into the creature's body. Sitting on the ground, Siona thought about how her friends were coping for now, but this could not